Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Katniss. The Thursday morning sun paints everything golden. The slide, the monkey bars, even the wood chips cushioning the playground. I push Arya's swing in a steady rhythm, watching her little hands grip the chains like she's holding on to sunshine itself. Her twists bounce with each arc, beads clicking a melody I've memorized since the day I first styled her hair. Higher, Mommy. Wanna fly like butterflies. You're already flying, baby girl. I give her another push, gentler than she wants, but safer than she knows. At 3 years old, my daughter has no concept of limitations, no understanding that the world has sharp edges, waiting to cut little girls who fly too high. The private playground has cost me a small fortune in membership fees, but mornings like this make every penny worth it. No other children mean no other parents. No other parents mean no recognition, no whispered conversations behind manicured hands about whether that's really Katniss from Trinity pushing her daughter on the swings. Mommy, look, no hands. Arya starts to lift her chubby fingers from the chains. Hands on, baby. Remember our rule? Hold on tight, she sing-songs, gripping again. Like when Mommy performs. My chest squeezes. She's been to exactly 2 rehearsals in her life, both times tucked away in Vanessa's arms backstage, but she remembers everything. Those amber eyes, my grandmother's eyes, catch every detail and hold on tight, just like her little hands on those chains. That's when I hear it, not the obvious click of an iPhone camera. This is different, mechanical, hungry, rapid fire. The sound that has haunted my dreams since the day I first signed with the label. Baby, let's play a game. I keep pushing the swing, my movement steady even as ice floods my veins. Remember the quiet game Mommy taught you? Where I'm super still. She's already slowing her legs, responding to something in my voice that I've tried to hide. Like when we practice. God forgive me for teaching my 3-year-old to hide from cameras, but I catch her swing and help her down. That's right, baby. Let's be quiet like little mice. She presses against my leg immediately, her small body going unnaturally still for a child her age. I've drilled this into her since she could walk. If Mommy says quiet game, we stop moving, stop talking, stop being interesting. The guilt of it will eat me alive later. Right now I need to locate the source of that shutter sound. There, behind the spiral slide. A flash of movement, someone adjusting position. Then another rustle near the sandbox. Too deliberate to be wind. My heart hammers against my ribs as I catalog our distance from the parking lot. 50 yards of open ground. My car keys are in my pocket, but Arya can't run that fast, and carrying her will slow me down. Mommy has to tie her shoe, I say loudly, dropping to one knee while pulling Arya between my body and the slide. Can you count to 10 for me? 1, 2, Fwee. Her voice wavers, picking up on my fear despite my smile. I palm my phone, thumb flying across the screen without looking. Cindy first, she'll know what to do. Then Vanessa. The shutter sounds are getting bolder now, moving closer. How many are there? 2. 3? My vision tunnels as I try to calculate angles, determine which direction will give them the worst shot. 7. 8. Arya's counting grows quieter, her hand finding mine. That's when they make their move. Katniss. Katniss James. The first photographer emerged from behind the climbing structure. White guy, probably mid-30s, camera lens longer than my forearm. His eyes lit up with the specific greed I'd seen on 100 red carpets. But this was different. This was my baby. Oh my God, she has a kid! A second voice, female from near the monkey bars. Are you getting this? The whole thing? Damn, this is gonna be worth. Aria, baby, up. I scooped her into my arms in one motion, her legs wrapping around my waist automatically. She buried her face in my neck, and I felt her trembling against me. It's okay, Mommy's got you. But I didn't have her. Not really. Not when 3 more photographers appeared from behind cars in the parking lot, cameras already trained on us. Not when I could hear others crashing through the bushes that were supposed to make this playground secluded and private and safe. Katniss, how old is your daughter? Who's the father? How long have you been hiding her? They moved like a pack, coordinating to cut off my path to the car. Every instinct screamed to run, but I forced myself to walk normally, chin up, shoulders back. Don't let them smell blood in the water. Don't let them see you break. Please step back. My voice came out steadier than I felt. You're frightening my daughter. That only made them surge closer. The questions came faster, overlapping into a wall of noise that made Aria whimper. Her fingers dug into my shirt, and I could feel her hot tears against my neck. Is this why you took a break 2 years ago? What's her name? Do the other members of Trinity know? My phone was buzzing nonstop in my pocket. Without looking, I knew what was happening. Someone had already posted the first shots. Twitter was probably exploding. Instagram stories were being screenshot and shared. 3 years of carefully guarded privacy evaporating in real time. Come on, give us something. Your fans deserve to know. The parking lot stretched before us like a minefield. My black SUV sat under a shade tree. Might as well have been in another country. I shifted Aria higher on my hip, feeling her dead weight. She'd gone completely limp, playing possum the way I'd taught her. Bad people, Mommy? Her whisper barely reached my ear. No, baby, just people doing their job. The lie tasted like ash. Remember what we practiced? Big smile if they see us. She lifted her head slightly, and I watched her arrange her features into the same practiced expression I wore on stage. 3 years old and already performing. The photographers went wild at the sight of her face. She's beautiful. She looks just like you. Aria, is that your name, sweetheart? Do you like music like Mommy? I power walked faster, keys already in my hand. 20 feet, 15, 10. The photographers walked backwards in front of us, their cameras never stopping. One stumbled over a parking barrier and cursed, but immediately got back up, still shooting. Mommy, I don't like this game, Aria whispered, and my heart shattered into pieces so small I'd never find them all. Almost to the car, baby. Almost done. I beeped the locks open and yanked the door handle, practically diving into the back seat with Aria still attached to me. The photographers pressed against the windows immediately, flashes turning the interior into a lightning storm. Let's get you buckled, baby girl. My hands shook as I tried to maneuver her into her car seat. She wouldn't let go of my neck. Aria, sweetie, I need you to sit in your seat. No, stay with Mommy. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just moving to the front seat. I peeled her arms away, hating myself for the fresh tears it caused. Look, we can listen to your butterfly song. Would you like that? She nodded miserably, letting me buckle the 5-point harness with practiced efficiency. The photographers kept shooting through the windows, shouting questions I couldn't hear over the blood rushing in my ears. I climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine, forcing myself to check mirrors and blind spots like this was any other Thursday, like my entire world wasn't collapsing. The photographers scattered just enough to avoid being run over, but they kept shooting as I pulled away. My phone connected to the car's Bluetooth, and notifications began reading out in the synthetic voice I usually found annoying. Cindy, answer your phone right now. Vanessa, where are you? We're coming. Management, emergency meeting immediately. Unknown number. This is TMZ. We'd love to offer you the chance to tell your side of the story. I jabbed the button to silence them all, glancing in the rearview mirror at Aria. She was humming to herself. The lullaby I used to sing when she was still inside me, when keeping her secret seemed not just possible but necessary. Mommy? Yeah, baby. Are we in trouble? The question hit me like a physical blow. I met her eyes in the mirror, those perfect amber eyes that gave away her heritage every time she looked at someone. No, baby, we're not in trouble. Another lie, smooth as silk. Some people just wanted to take our picture because Mommy sings songs. But you was scared. Not a question. A statement. My 3-year-old had read my fear better than any trained interviewer. Sometimes grown-ups get scared too, I admitted, turning onto the main road. But you know what? Mommy's going to fix everything. That's what mommies do. The city blurred past us. Normal people living normal lives, probably already pulling up the photos on their phones. By the time I reached the security gate of our neighborhood, I could see the news vans gathering like vultures. Our address would be public within hours. The careful walls I'd built around Aria's life had crumbled in the span of a playground visit. My phone lit up with one final notification before I pulled into the garage. Hashtag Trinity Secret Baby was trending #1 worldwide. 3 years of hiding, 3 years of lying, 3 years of protection, gone in 3 minutes. I turned off the engine and sat in the sudden silence, listening to Aria's hiccuping breaths from the back seat. Somewhere out there, Cole was probably seeing the pictures for the first time, maybe calculating if there was money to be made from the daughter he'd walked away from. My mother was probably watching the news in horror. The label executives were definitely calling emergency meetings. But right now, in this moment, I had to unbuckle my daughter and walk into our house like the world hadn't just exploded. I had to make her lunch and put on cartoons and pretend that by tomorrow, her face wouldn't be on every gossip site in existence. Mommy, Aria's voice, small and trusting. Can we go back to the playground tomorrow? I closed my eyes, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. We'll see, baby. We'll see.
Chapter 2. Nicholas. The conference room reeks of panic and overpriced cologne. I count 4 empty coffee cups in front of Jerry Hartman, our so-called head of A&R, and it's barely 7 in the morning. The man's hands shake as he scrolls through his tablet, sweat beading on his balding head despite the aggressive air conditioning. Disaster, he mutters, not for the first time. A complete disaster. I remain silent in my corner seat, the one furthest from the head of the table. Let them think I'm just another concerned executive, summoned like the rest of them to deal with the Trinity crisis. Let them forget that I've been in this building since 5:47 a.m., 3 hours before the first photographer even arrived at that playground. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Blackwood, CEO of Blackwood Entertainment, enters the room like he's stepping onto a battlefield. His Italian suit costs more than most people's cars, but right now he looks like he slept in it. Behind him, his assistant juggles 2 phones and an iPad, all buzzing incessantly. I assume you've all seen the situation. The situation? As if Katniss's life imploding is just another quarterly concern. It's everywhere, says Janet Liu, our head legal counsel. She's actually dressed appropriately for a crisis, sharp blazer over dark pants, her usually perfect bob slightly mussed. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, every major news outlet. The hashtag has over 2 million uses and climbing. Show me the worst of it, Richard commands, settling into his throne at the head of the table. The conference room's main screen flickers to life. And there she is. Katniss, frozen in high definition. The first photo shows her lifting a little girl from a swing, both of them laughing in that split second before paradise shattered. The child is beautiful, all rounded cheeks and twisted hair adorned with purple butterfly clips. She has Katniss's eyes exactly. That unusual amber that photographs like liquid gold. My chest tightens, but I keep my expression neutral. I've learned long ago that in rooms like this, the man who cares least wins most. Scroll down, Richard ordered. The images got progressively worse. Katniss running, the child clutched against her chest, the baby's tears, the photographers pressed against car windows like zombies in a horror film. And then the headlines, Trinity's good girl gone bad. Secret baby scandal rocks R&B's sweethearts. Fans demand answers. Who's the daddy? Jesus Christ, someone whispered. Might have been Tom from marketing. Hard to tell over the blood roaring in my ears. The phones haven't stopped, Richard continued, his voice deadly calm. Sponsors are nervous. The Paradise Cosmetics deal is in jeopardy. The world tour we've been planning for 18 months, is now a question mark. Where's the rest of Trinity? Janet asked, ever practical. Cindy and Vanessa? On their way to Katniss, Jerry supplied. Their phones are off, but their manager confirms they're in full support mode. Of course they were. Those three had been tighter than blood since their trainee days. I'd watched them protect each other through everything. Bad contracts, worse boyfriends, industry vultures circling teenage girls like prey. But this was beyond their usual battle tactics. The father, Richard said, and the room collectively held its breath. Do we know who the father is? No confirmation, Janet replied. The child is approximately 3 years old, based on appearance. That would put conception around 4 years ago, when Katniss was 21. She was dating that rapper then, Cole Thompson, but they broke up shortly after. Cole Thompson. I remembered him. Mediocre talent, worse character, the type who wore sunglasses indoors and called women females unironically. I'd had Devin look into him back then, just routine background on anyone close to our artist. The man had 3 paternity suits in different states, and a credit score that would make a loan shark weep. We need to consider all options, Richard said, steepling his fingers, including the nuclear one. The room shifted uncomfortably. Jerry cleared his throat. Sir, the morality clause in her contract. Richard's smile was all teeth, no warmth. Section 15.3. Any behavior that brings disrepute to the group or the label is grounds for termination. The words hit me like ice water, but I didn't move. Didn't breathe differently. Just watched as several executives nodded along like the spineless creatures they were. She had a child, Janet said carefully. That's not illegal or immoral. She lied, Richard countered. By omission, granted, but it's still deception. She's been performing, doing interviews, accepting brand deals, all while hiding a child. The fans feel betrayed. The sponsors feel misled. That's damage to the brand. You want to fire her? It wasn't a question. Janet's voice had gone flat, professional. She'd argue whatever side Richard wanted. Billable hours were billable hours. I want options. If we cut her loose, can we continue Trinity as a duo? What's the financial hit? What's the PR play? Richard turned to address the room. I need scenarios by noon. Best case, worst case, and everything in between. The executives scrambled for their tablets and phones, already calculating the cost of destroying a young woman's career because she dared to have a private life. The familiar rage built in my chest, the same feeling I'd had 3 years ago when I'd first discovered what this industry did to girls like Katniss. You're all forgetting something. My voice cut through the chatter like a blade. Every head turned to me, some surprised, as if they'd forgotten I was there. Richard's eyes narrowed. He knew I rarely spoke in these meetings. Nicholas, he acknowledged, you have input. I stood slowly, buttoning my suit jacket with deliberate calm, At 6'2", I had several inches on most of the room, and I used every one of them. You're forgetting that Trinity isn't just any group. They're the label's biggest act. #1 album. Sold-out world tour. Paradise Cosmetics didn't sign them because they were scandal-free. They signed them because teenage girls buy whatever Katniss James wears. That was before... Before what? I moved closer to the screen, to that image of Katniss protecting her daughter. Before we discovered she's human? That she's a mother? Do you know what the comments under these photos actually say? Jerry scoffed. I'm sure they're calling her every name in the book. Pull them up, I instructed the assistant. The Instagram post with the most engagement. Read the top comments. The assistant fumbled with her tablet, clearly uncomfortable being put on the spot. She's such a good mom. Look how she's protecting her baby. That has 40,000 likes. Next one. I can't believe they chased a baby like that. Disgusting. 38,000 likes. One more. Katniss deserves privacy. She doesn't owe us her whole life. 35,000 likes. I turned back to the room. The story isn't the baby. The story is the harassment. The narrative is already shifting. By noon, Katniss won't be the villain. She'll be the victim. A young mother hunted by grown men with cameras. A black woman trying to protect her black daughter from an invasive media culture. Tell me, Richard, which side of that story do you want Blackwood Entertainment on? The silence stretched taut as a wire. Richard's jaw worked like he was chewing nails. Furthermore, I continued, not giving him time to regroup, firing Katniss would require board approval. Major contract decisions always do. I paused, let that sink in. And as someone who sits on that board, I can tell you it won't pass. You don't have that kind of weight, Jerry sputtered. You're junior leadership at best. Am I? I pulled out my phone, scrolled to the email I'd been saving for a moment like this. Devin, would you mind joining us? Bring the files. My assistant entered within seconds. He'd been waiting outside, of course. Devin was unassuming at first glance. Average height, wire-rimmed glasses, the kind of face you forgot immediately. Which is exactly why he was perfect at his job. He handed me a manila folder with theatrical precision. Gentlemen, lady. I opened the folder, pulling out share certificates. As of 6 months ago, I own 32% of Blackwood Entertainment. That makes me the single largest shareholder. Surprise. The explosion was immediate, voices overlapping, chairs scraping, Jerry's coffee finally spilling across the mahogany table. Richard had gone an interesting shade of purple. How? He managed. Quietly, I replied. Shell companies, private purchases, patience. Every time one of your investors needed quick liquidity, I was there. Every time shares hit the private market, I bought them. I gathered the certificates back into their folder. I didn't do it to take over. I did it to prevent moments like this. Moments where fear makes you stupid. You've been planning this, Janet said, and there was something like admiration in her voice. This whole time, you've been protecting my investments, I finished. Trinity is our biggest asset. Katniss James is the voice of her generation. And you want to destroy her because she had the audacity to have a child? Because she tried to give that child a normal life for as long as possible? I moved to the door, Devin falling into step behind me. The board meets in 2 hours. I suggest you come with solutions, not terminations. Figure out how to support her, not sacrifice her. Because if you move against Katniss James, you move against me. And now you know what that means. Where are you going? Richard's voice cracked on the last word. I turned back, allowing myself the smallest smile. To offer our artist something this label apparently can't. Protection. The hallway felt cooler after the suffocating heat of that conference room. Devin matched my pace, already typing on his phone. The car's ready, he said. Her address? The house on Piedmont. And Devin? I stopped at the elevator. Call Judge Harrison. Tell him I might need a marriage license expedited. Devin didn't even blink. The usual prenup, sir. No prenup. The elevator doors opened and I stepped inside. This isn't about money. Of course not, sir. Devon's reflection in the elevator door showed the faintest hint of a smile. It never has been. As we descended, I thought about the first time I'd seen Katniss perform. A dingy club in Atlanta, back when Trinity was just 3 girls with a dream and harmonies that could make you believe in God. She'd worn a purple dress that caught the stage lights, and when she sang, the whole room held its breath. I'd known then what she could become, with the right protection. I bought my first shares the next day, and now, 3 years later, it was time to stop protecting from the shadows. Time to step into the light, even if it meant revealing feelings I'd buried under shell companies and board meetings. The car waited outside, engine running. As we pulled into morning traffic, my phone buzzed with updates. The playground videos had gone viral. Talk shows were scrambling for statements. The vultures were circling, but they didn't know what I knew. Didn't know about the boy who'd learned to fight in Boston boarding schools, who'd discovered that money was just another weapon if you knew how to wield it, who'd spent 3 years quietly destroying anyone who tried to hurt the woman he'd never even spoken to. They thought Katniss was vulnerable. They were about to learn otherwise. Sir? Devon's voice pulled me from my thoughts. What should I tell Judge Harrison about the timeline? I watched the city blur past, already imagining how Katniss would look in white. Not an elaborate gown. She'd want something simple, elegant, something that let her light shine through. Tell him 72 hours, I said. Tell him it's for love. Even if she didn't know it yet.
Chapter 3. Katniss. The doorbell rings at 11:47 a.m., and I know it's not Cindy or Vanessa because they've been camped in my living room since 9, strategizing damage control while Arya colors at the coffee table. I'll get it, Vanessa says, but I'm already moving. Some instinct making me want to handle whatever's coming myself. Through the peephole, I see a man who makes my brain short-circuit. Tall, really tall, with white blonde hair that catches the morning light like a halo he definitely doesn't deserve. He's wearing a charcoal suit that fits him like sin, no tie. Top button undone like he's been running his hands through that perfectly tousled hair. Katniss? His voice carries through the door, deep and certain. My name is Nicholas Winters. I'm here to help. Girl, who is that? Cindy hisses from behind me, apparently having abandoned her post to investigate. And why does he sound like phone sex? I open the door before I can think better of it. Up close, he's even more devastating. Ice blue eyes that seem to see straight through me, cheekbones that could cut glass, and a mouth that... I need to stop staring at his mouth. Ms. James, he extends a hand, and I take it automatically. His grip is firm, warm, and does things to my pulse I'm not prepared for. I apologize for arriving unannounced, but I believe time is of the essence. Who are you? I manage, still holding his hand like an idiot. Nicholas Winters. I'm a major shareholder in Blackwood Entertainment. He releases my hand, and I resist the urge to flex my fingers. May I come in? What I have to discuss is rather sensitive. Oh, hell no, Cindy intervenes, stepping partially in front of me. We don't know you from Adam. How do we know you're not some elaborate stalker? He reaches into his jacket. Cindy tenses and pulls out a business card in his phone. A few swipes, and he's showing us an email thread with Richard Blackwood himself, dated this morning, discussing the Katniss situation. I've just come from an emergency board meeting, he says, those pale eyes finding mine again. They're considering dropping you from the label. I convinced them to wait, but we need to move quickly. Mommy? Arya's voice drifts from the living room. Is someone here? Nicholas's expression shifts, something soft flickering across his features. That's your daughter? You need to leave, I say automatically, moving to close the door. They know about her now, he says quietly, not moving. Hiding won't protect her anymore, but I can. Something in his tone stops me. Not arrogance, but absolute certainty. 5 minutes, I hear myself say. You have 5 minutes. He follows me into my living room, and I watch him take in the chaos. Vanessa's laptop surrounded by legal pads, Cindy's phone charging station that's taken over one end table, Aria's coloring books scattered across the floor. His gaze lands on my daughter, who looks up from her butterflies with curious amber eyes. Hi, she says, because my child has never met a stranger. You big. I am, he agrees, and to my shock, he crouches down to her level. You're coloring butterflies. Purple ones. She holds up her masterpiece. Mommy say purple boo-fly magic. Your mommy's right. He studies her drawing with genuine interest. Did you know some butterflies can see colors we can't even imagine? Aria's eyes go wide. Wheelie? Really? They see ultraviolet patterns on flowers that help them find nectar. What's that? Ult. She trails off, unable to wrap her tongue around the word. It's a special color that's more purple than purple, he explains patiently, like secret purple. Seek-it purple, Aria whispers, delighted. I want seek-it purple crayons. Aria, baby, why don't you go color in the kitchen? I suggest, kneading her away from whatever's about to happen. You can use the big table. Tall man, see my pictures? Nicholas glances at me and I nod slightly. If your mommy says it's okay, he tells her. She gathers her supplies and skip hops to the kitchen, humming her butterfly song. The moment she's gone, Nicholas stands, and his whole demeanor shifts. The gentleness remains, but now there's steel underneath. Your 5 minutes are ticking, Cindy reminds him, arms crossed. Right. He takes a breath. In approximately 3 hours, Blackwood Entertainment will meet again to decide your fate. The Paradise Cosmetics deal is worth $40 million. The tour is worth another $60. They're panicking, and panic makes corporations do stupid things. Like dropping their biggest act? Vanessa says dryly. Exactly. They're already discussing Trinity as a duo. He lets that sink in. I stopped them this morning, but that's a temporary fix. You need something bigger. Something that changes the narrative completely. And you're here to offer that something? I sink onto my couch, exhaustion hitting me like a wave. Marriage, he says simply. The room goes silent except for the sound of Aria singing about secret purple in the kitchen. Excuse me? I finally manage. Marry me. He says it like he's proposing a business merger, which I guess he is. A respectable husband, established businessman, stepping up to claim responsibility. It transforms you from scandal to love story, from unwed mother to devoted wife and mother. You're insane, Cindy says flatly. I'm practical. He moves closer, and I catch his scent, expensive cologne mixed with something clean and masculine. I need a wife before my 30th birthday to secure my inheritance. You need respectability and protection. We both get what we need. Your birthday is in what, 5 years? Vanessa asks suspiciously. 10 days. Oh, hell no. Cindy stands. This is some straight-up romance novel nonsense. Rich white boy swooping in to save the day? We don't need... I own 32% of Blackwood Entertainment. That shuts everyone up. I've been acquiring shares for 3 years, he continues, those ice eyes never leaving mine. I'm the single largest shareholder. If I say you stay, you stay. If I say anyone who threatens you gets fired, they're gone. But even I can't fight a morality clause violation without giving them something bigger to focus on. Why? My voice comes out smaller than intended. Why would you do this? Something flickers across his face, there and gone too fast to read. Because I've watched you build your career against impossible odds. Because you deserve better than having it destroyed over loving your child? Because, he pauses, jaw working, because I can. What's in it for you? Really? I told you, inheritance. My grandmother's will requires marriage before 30 to access the family trust. I've been putting it off, but he shrugs, elegant even in that. This solves both our problems. For how long? Vanessa, ever practical, has her phone out, probably already researching Massachusetts inheritance law. 1 year minimum. Long enough for the scandal to die. For my trust to vest. For Aria to be protected. And then we divorce quietly, citing irreconcilable differences. You keep your career, I keep my inheritance. Everyone wins. Everyone wins, I repeat, tasting the lie of it. What about my daughter? She gets attached to you for a year and then what? His expression softens again. I would never hurt her. We can structure it however you're comfortable with. Uncle Nicholas, who helps sometimes, or full stepfather, or anything in between. Your choice. My choice? I laugh, but it's bitter. Like any of this is a choice. There's always a choice, he says quietly. You could weather the storm alone. Hope the label doesn't drop you. Hope sponsors come back. Hope the media moves on to the next scandal before it destroys you. He pauses. Or you could let me help. Why do you care what happens to us? He's quiet for so long I think he won't answer. Then, I was at your showcase 3 years ago. That little club on Piedmont. You wore a purple dress and sang like you were trying to save the world. I knew that night you were going to be something special. I bought my first shares the next day. You've been watching us for 3 years? Cindy demands. I've been protecting my investment. But the way he says it, the way his eyes track to the kitchen where Aria's still singing, suggests it's more than that. This is crazy, I say. This is survival, he counters. The lawyers can be here in an hour. Courthouse wedding Saturday morning. By Monday, you're Mrs. Nicholas Winters, respectable married woman whose husband adores her daughter. The narrative changes completely. And if I say no? He grabs his phone, shows me his text messages. Screenshots from gossip sites, each one worse than the last. This is just the first 12 hours. It'll get worse. They'll dig into your past, Cole's past, question Aria's paternity, investigate your family. Nothing will be sacred. My hands tremble as I scroll through the headlines. He's right. God help me, he's right. I need to think, I whisper. I'll give you an hour, he says, standing. But Katniss? The board meets at 3. If we're doing this, we need to move fast. Mr. Tallman. Aria races back in, paper clutched in her hand. I maked you Buffly. Is Seek It purple? She's used regular purple crayon, but pressed so hard it's almost black. Her version of secret purple. Nicholas takes it like she's handing him the Mona Lisa. This is beautiful, he tells her solemnly. May I keep it? Forever. His eyes flick to mine. If your mommy allows it. I nod, throat tight. He folds the picture carefully and tucks it into his jacket's inner pocket, right over his heart. 1 hour, he reminds me, heading for the door. Devin will be waiting outside with the car. Devin? My assistant. He'll bring you to my office when you're ready. He pauses at the door looking back. For what it's worth, I'm sorry it has to be this way. You deserve to tell the world about her on your own terms. Then he's gone, leaving me with 2 best friends, 1 daughter, and the biggest decision of my life. So, Cindy says into the silence, we're really doing this? Girl, did you see how he looked at her? Vanessa adds. That man's been in love with you for 3 years. He's not in love with me. He doesn't even know me. Maybe not, Vanessa agrees. But he wants to. And more importantly, He already loves Arya. I think about how carefully he'd folded that picture, how gently he'd explained Secret Purple, how naturally he'd dropped to her level. 1 year, I say quietly. Just 1 year. Cindy's tone suggests she doesn't believe that any more than I do. That fine man just put your baby's art over his heart. This ain't lasting just 1 year. From the kitchen, Arya calls out, "Mommy, when tall man come, I show him my Boofly book." When indeed. I pull out my phone and text the number on his business card. "We'll be there in 30 minutes. His response is immediate. "I'll be waiting." Lord help me, I'm about to marry a stranger. A beautiful, powerful stranger who looks at my daughter like she hung the stars and at me like he's been waiting 3 years to save us. This is either the smartest or stupidest thing I've ever done. "Vanessa," I say, standing, "call your cousin, the one who's a family lawyer. I need to know my rights." I turn to Cindy. "And you call that private investigator you dated. I want to know everything about Nicholas Winters." "Now you're thinking," Vanessa approves. "What are you going to do?" I square my shoulders. "I'm going to take a shower, put on something that makes me look like I haven't been crying, and go negotiate my marriage to a man I just met." "That's my girl," Cindy says. "And Kat, wear the red dress, the one that makes your buttocks look amazing. This is a business meeting." "This is you meeting your future husband," she corrects. "And from how he was looking at you, that man's been dreaming about your buttocks in that red dress for 3 years. "Cindy!" "What? I'm just saying, if you're gonna marry him, might as well remind him what he's been waiting for." I head upstairs, Arya trailing behind me, asking when we're seeing Mr. Secret Purple again. At least one of us is sure about this. Time to go marry a stranger.
Chapter 4. Nicholas. "The childcare provisions are excessive," Miranda states, her pen tapping against the contract with metronomic precision. "A full-time nanny, private school tuition, college fund. Mr. Winters, this goes well beyond standard arrangements." I don't look up from my laptop, fingers flying across keys as I restructure another clause. "Any child in my household receives proper care. That's non-negotiable." "Sir," Devin interjects from his corner of my office, where he's been fielding calls all morning. "Perhaps we should wait to finalize terms until Ms. James actually arrives." "She'll be here." I check my phone again. Her text came 23 minutes ago. Allowing for traffic from her neighborhood, she should arrive within 7 minutes. Besides, these terms benefit me as much as her. A scandalous wife damages my reputation. A well-cared-for family enhances it. Miranda exchanges glances with Harrison, probably wondering why I'm being so generous with someone I supposedly just met. Let them wonder. They're paid for legal expertise, not psychological analysis. "The monthly allowance," Harrison begins, "is appropriate for my tax bracket." I close the laptop, standing to pace to the windows. My office occupies the northeast corner of the 42nd floor, offering a view of Atlanta that usually calms me. Today, nothing calms me. Anything less would raise questions about the authenticity of our marriage. That's what I tell them. What I don't say is that I've been researching Katniss's expenses for 3 years. I know she sends money to her grandmother in Houston, pays for her younger cousin's textbooks, donates to the community center where she learned to sing. The allowance I'm proposing will let her do all that without touring herself to exhaustion. "Sir." Devin again, and something in his voice makes me turn. "Miss James has arrived. Security is escorting her up." My pulse kicks up, which is ridiculous. I've negotiated billion-dollar deals without breaking a sweat. One woman in yoga pants shouldn't affect me this way. Except when my office door opens, she's not in yoga pants. The dress is red, the color of expensive wine, and it pours over her curves like liquid sin. It's professional enough for a business meeting, but fits her like it was sewn onto her body. The deep V-neck hints at the swell of her breasts without revealing too much, and the way it nips at her waist before flaring over her hips makes my mouth go dry. But it's her skin that stops me cold. The afternoon light streaming through my windows turns her deep brown complexion into almost burnished gold. She glows like she's lit from within, and I have the insanely strong urge to trace the light as it plays across her collarbones, down her arms, over the elegant line of her throat. "Mr. Winters!" Her voice carries a hint of challenge, like she knows exactly what this dress is doing to me. She's pulled her hair back into a sleek bun that emphasizes her cheekbones and her lips. God help me, her lips are painted the same red as the dress. "Ms. James." I force professional distance into my tone, gesturing to the sitting area where the lawyers wait. "Thank you for coming. I trust the hour was sufficient?" "More than sufficient." She settles into the chair across from my desk with liquid grace, crossing her legs in such a way that makes the hem ride up just enough to showcase toned calves. "I've had time to do my research." "Research?" "On you." She pulls out her phone, and I catch a glimpse of what looks like a background check. Nicholas Anthony Winters, 29 years old, Harvard MBA. Inherited your first million at 21, turned it into 100 million by 25. Known for hostile takeovers of failing companies, restructuring them and selling for massive profits. All public record, I note, impressed despite myself. She's done her homework. What's not public record is why someone with your reputation for ruthless business practices is offering to play house with a single mother and her daughter. Her amber eyes pin me in place. "So let's skip the nonsense, Mr. Winters. What's your real angle?" Devon coughs to cover what might be a laugh. Even Miranda looks intrigued. I lean back in my chair, studying her. The nervous woman from this morning has been replaced by someone who reminds me why Trinity dominates the charts. This is Katniss James, the performer, the businesswoman, the survivor. "My angle is simple, I already told you," I tell her. "I need a wife to secure my inheritance. You need protection from a media storm. We're solving each other's problems. And Arya is a child who deserves stability during a difficult time. I do the same for any child in this situation." The lie tastes smooth, practiced. I don't mention the butterfly drawing tucked in my jacket pocket or how her giggle made something in my chest go tight. "How noble." Her tone suggests she doesn't buy it for a second. "And I suppose it's just coincidence that you own a portion of my label?" "Not coincidence. Strategic investment." I stand, moving to the windows because I need distance from how that dress clings to her body. Trinity is Blackwood's biggest asset. Protecting you protects my portfolio. So, I'm just another hostile takeover? There's something dangerous in her voice now. Another failing company to restructure? You're not failing. I turn back to find her standing too, the afternoon light creating a halo effect around her silhouette. You're thriving, which is why the vultures are circling. They want to tear you down because you've climbed too high, achieved too much. She moves closer, and I catch her scent, jasmine and something uniquely her that makes me yearn to lean in. And you? What do you want? A wife for 1 year. Nothing more. Nothing less. I maintain eye contact even though the lie burns. The terms are generous because I can afford to be generous. Your success or failure after our arrangement ends doesn't affect me either way. Doesn't it? She's close enough now that I can see the gold flecks in her amber eyes, the way her pulse flutters at the base of her throat. Because according to my research, you don't make investments you don't care about, and you've been investing in me for 3 years. Before I can respond, the door bursts open. Cole Thompson staggers in, reeking of weed and yesterday's cologne, his bloodshot eyes landing on Katniss with the accuracy of a heat-seeking missile. My eyes dart to my personnel outside. What are they doing? It must be the goddamn paparazzi or one of my team that leak her whereabouts. They're going to answer to me later. There you are, baby girl. His voice slurs slightly. Been looking everywhere for you. How did you get past security? I demand, already moving between him and Katniss. Told them I was Arya's father. He grins, gold grills catching the light. They got real cooperative after that. Speaking of which, where's my little princess? You don't get to ask about her. Katniss's voice could freeze hell. You haven't seen her in 2 years. That's about to change. Cole's eyes drift over her body with obvious appreciation. Damn, Nis, you looking good. That dress for me? My hand finds the small of Katniss's back before I consciously decide to move, pulling her against my side. She stiffens for a moment, then relaxes into me, and the trust in that small gesture does something to my chest. The dress is for her fiancé, I inform him coolly. Which would be me. Cole's bloodshot eyes narrow as he takes me in properly for the first time. I watch him catalog the Armani suit, the Patek Philippe watch, the office that screams money and power. His gaze snags on where my hand rests possessively on Katniss's waist. Fiancé! He laughs, ugly and disbelieving. Nis, you screwing this white boy? That's what you into now? Watch your mouth, I warn, feeling Katniss tense against me. Or what? Cole steps closer, bringing his cloud of cheap cologne with him. You gonna buy me off like you probably bought her? Everything's for sale with your type, right? Cole, leave. Katniss's voice is steady, but I feel the fine tremor running through her. Now. I ain't going nowhere without seeing my daughter. All over the internet, my baby girl's face. And I gotta find out from Twitter. He whips out his phone, showing grainy screenshots from this morning. You had no right keeping her from me. You left. The words come out of Katniss like bullets. She was 1 year old, and you said fatherhood was too much too young. Your exact words. I was different then, young, stupid, but seeing her face today. He attempts puppy dog eyes that might work if his pupils weren't blown wide. I want to be in her life, Nis. Do right by her. How much? I ask bluntly. His attention snaps to me. What? How much to go away? Name your price. My daughter ain't for sale, he says, but his eyes gleam with interest. Neither is mine. The words slip out before I can help it, and Katniss's sharp intake of breath tells me she caught it. Arya is under my protection now. That means you deal with me. Your protection? Cole laughs again. Man, you probably don't even know her middle name. Grace, I reply without hesitation. Arya Grace James, 3 years old last month. Allergic to strawberries, loves butterflies and the color purple. Sleeps with a stuffed elephant named Mr. Peanuts. I step forward, forcing him to step back. I know everything about that little girl. What do you know? Cole's face darkens. You studying my family? My family, I correct. In 3 days, Katniss will be my wife. Arya will be my daughter in every possible way that matters. You can accept that and disappear, or we can do this the hard way. The hard way? He puffs up, trying to look threatening despite swaying slightly. You threatening me? I'm offering you options. I pull out my phone, texting Devin without looking away from Cole. You can leave quietly, maybe with enough money to cover your existing child support debts in 3 states. Or I can have security escort you out, file a restraining order, and ensure every label in Atlanta knows you're persona non grata. You can't. I own pieces of every major label in the Southeast, I interrupt. 1 word from me and your already mediocre career flatlines. Permanently. Security arrives before Cole can respond. 2 large men in dark suits who flank him without touching. Yet. Think about my offer, I tell him as they guide him toward the door. You have 24 hours before it expires. This ain't over, he shouts as they remove him. That's my daughter, my blood. The door closes behind them with a decisive click. Silence descends, broken only by the whisper of air conditioning and my own elevated breathing. Well, Miranda says after a moment, that was illuminating. I realize I'm still holding Katniss against me, my hands spread possessively across her lower back. I should let go. I don't. You know her middle name, Katniss says quietly, tilting her head to look up at me. This close, I can see the faint shimmer of her highlighter, the way her lipstick has worn slightly at the center from where she's bitten her lip. Public records, I lie. You know about Mr. Peanuts? Lucky guess. You called her your daughter. A slip of the tongue. For appearances. I finally force myself to step away, needing distance before I do something stupid like trace the curve of her neck with my fingertips. The security footage of this interaction will be useful if he tries to claim custody. Right. Strategic. She returns to her chair, but something's shifted. The wariness in her eyes has been replaced by curiosity. About those terms? Yes, let's review the contract. I grab the papers like a lifeline, needing the familiar structure of legal language. As you can see, the financial provisions are comprehensive. Generous, she corrects, scanning the pages. Suspiciously generous. It's proportional to my net worth. Anything less would invite scrutiny. And the clause about Arya's education? Any child in my household receives the best. It's a matter of appearances. Appearances. She repeats the word like she's tasting it. Is that what the security team is for, too? The one you've apparently already assigned to us? I freeze. That's on page 18. She's read ahead. Due diligence, I manage. Since when? Since this morning's incident, I don't like variables I can't control. I'm a variable. You're an investment requiring protection. She sets down the contract and leans back, studying me with those amber eyes that see too much. The afternoon light has shifted, painting her skin in deeper golds and bronzes. She looks like artwork, like something that should be in a museum with guards and velvet ropes to keep people from touching. An investment, she muses. Is that what you tell yourself when you're memorizing my daughter's allergies? It's called research. It's called caring. She stands again, moving around my desk to examine the bookshelf. Her fingers trail along the spines, and I track the movement helplessly. You want me to believe this is all business? That you'd marry any single mother to secure your inheritance? The timing is convenient, I maintain, watching her discover my vinyl collection tucked between business books. Jazz, she notes with surprise. You collect vinyl? It's an investment. Certain pressings appreciate in value. Coltrane's a love supreme. She pulls out the album, handling it with the reverence of someone who understands its worth. This is a first pressing. It's worth thousands. 12,000 at last appraisal. And you actually play it? She gestures to the turntable in the corner, set up for use rather than display. Music is meant to be heard. Even investments? Especially investments. She returns the album carefully, then turns to face me. The movement makes her dress shift, revealing the elegant line of her throat, and I have to lock my hands behind my back to keep from reaching out. Play me something, she says suddenly. I beg your pardon? We're about to be married. I should know if you have terrible taste in music. There's a challenge in her smile now. Unless jazz is just another investment you don't really understand. I move to the turntable before I can think better of it, selecting a record without looking. The needle finds the groove, and Bill Evans's piano fills the office with liquid poetry. Waltz for Debbie, she identifies after just a few bars. The Village Vanguard sessions. You know it? My grandmother raised me on jazz. Said it was music for people who understood that beauty and pain were dance partners. She closes her eyes, swaying slightly to the music. I haven't heard this in years. I watch her move, hypnotized by the way the music transforms her face. Gone is the warrior who faced down Cole, the businesswoman who dissected my contract. This is just Katniss, transported by Bill Evans's delicate touch on the keys. Your grandmother sounds wise, I manage. She was. Her eyes open, finding mine. She would have liked you, I think. She always said to judge a man by his record collection. And what's the verdict? Still deciding. She moves back to the contract, But the tension has shifted into something else. About the living arrangements. Your own wing, as discussed. Complete privacy. And your expectations regarding marital duties? The question hangs in the air like smoke. Miranda clears her throat. Harrison shuffles papers. Devon becomes very interested in his phone. No expectations, I state clearly. Separate bedrooms. Your space is your own. And if that changes... My control slips for just a moment, heat flashing through me at the implication. Then we renegotiate. Everything's negotiable with you, isn't it? In business, yes. And this is just business. I force myself to meet her eyes, to lie with conviction. Of course. What else would it be? She nods slowly, but that curiosity is still there, lurking beneath her professional demeanor. Then I have some terms of my own. I'm listening. First, Arya calls the shots. If she's uncomfortable with any of this, we end it immediately. Agreed. Second, you don't make decisions about her without consulting me. Not about schools, doctors, nothing. Reasonable. Third, when this ends, you exit her life gradually. No traumatic disappearance. You phase out slowly. Give her time to adjust. The thought of leaving them, leaving her already hurts. But I nod. Of course. And fourth... She pauses, worrying her lower lip and making me want to soothe it with my thumb. No other women. While we're married, you're mine on paper and in public. I won't be humiliated by photos of you with models or socialites. The same applies to you, I counter. No other men. Fair. She extends her hand. Then we have a deal? I take her hand, marveling at how it fits perfectly in mine despite our size difference. Her skin is soft, but her grip is firm, and I hold on a beat too long. We have a deal, I confirm, already knowing I'm in trouble. This woman is supposed to be a business arrangement, a solution to mutual problems. But the way she looks in that red dress, the way she challenges me, the way she knew Bill Evans within 3 notes. Excellent. Miranda breaks the spell, already preparing signature pages. Shall we proceed with the signing? As Katniss bends to sign her name, I catch myself staring at the curve of her neck, the way the light plays across her skin. I think about Cole's crude words, about how many men must have wanted her over the years. The thought makes something possessive rear its head inside me. She's not mine, I remind myself. This is just business, just another investment requiring strategic management. But when she looks up from signing, catching me watching her, her smile suggests she knows exactly what kind of liar I am. Your turn, she says, offering me the pen. I sign my name next to hers, binding us together in ink, if not in truth. 1 year. I can manage 1 year of keeping my distance, of pretending she's just a business arrangement. The fact that I'm already lying to myself should probably worry me more than it does.
You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks. Dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 5. Katniss. The PR team has commandeered Nicholas's conference room, transforming it into what looks like NASA mission control. 3 laptops, 2 tablets, and enough coffee to fuel a small army spread across the mahogany table. I count 7 people I've never met before, all wearing the same expression of barely controlled panic. The narrative is spiraling, announces a blonde woman in a power suit that costs more than my mortgage. She clicks her remote, and the wall screen fills with images that make my stomach drop. These were posted an hour ago by Urban Tea. They already have 2 million views. The photos are from yesterday. Me arriving at Nicholas's building in that red dress, his hand on my back, another of us through his office windows. The angles are invasive, predatory, turning our contract negotiation into something salacious. Trinity's Katniss, James' secret romance with white billionaire exposed, reads one headline. Another screams, sugar baby, desperate single mom lands rich CEO. Jesus, Cindy mutters from beside me. She and Vanessa flanked me the moment we arrived, a unified front against whatever fresh hell awaits. They really doing the most. It gets worse, Power Suit continues, clicking to the next slide. Comments fill the screen, and I force myself to read them, even though each word feels like swallowing glass. She really secured the bag. Of course she hiding a baby and a white man. Gold digger movements. That baby need her real daddy. The racial component is particularly volatile, says a thin man with architectural cheekbones who introduced himself as James from Crisis Management. The optics of a black single mother with a white billionaire. We get it. Vanessa cuts him off, her voice sharp enough to draw blood. Black woman can't possibly have earned a rich man's attention through anything but her body. Tale as old as time. Nicholas stands at the windows, his back to us all. He's been silent since we arrived, but I can see the tension in his shoulders. The way his fingers drum against the glass in that complex rhythm that means he's thinking. Mr. Winters, James ventures, we need to craft a statement. No statements. Nicola turns, and the controlled fury in his ice blue eyes makes everyone step back. Statements sound like excuses. We need action. What kind of action? I ask, though I'm not sure I want the answer. Before he can respond, Power Suit's phone buzzes. Her face goes pale as she reads. Turn on the TV, now. The screen flickers to life, and there he is, Cole, sitting across from Terrence J., looking like somebody's cleaned him up and taught him to use words with more than 2 syllables. Gone are the bloodshot eyes and wrinkled clothes. He's wearing a navy suit that actually fits, his locks freshly retwisted, playing the part of wronged father to perfection. I just want to see my daughter, he says, and I swear he's practiced that catch in his voice. 3 years, Terrence. 3 years of being kept from my baby girl. Turn it off, I say, but my voice sounds far away. We need to see what we're dealing with, James insists. On screen, Terrence leans forward with practiced sympathy. And you had no idea Katniss was hiding your child? None. Cole shakes his head. The picture of wounded dignity. I mean, we had our problems, you know? Young love, music industry pressure. But I never thought she'd keep my seed from me. And now she's parading around with some rich white dude, trying to replace me. He looks directly at the camera. Arya, baby girl, Daddy loves you. I'm fighting to come home. That lying piece of... Cindy starts, but Vanessa grabs her arm. There's more, Power Suit says, grimly. The screen shifts to social media reactions. The comments are pouring in faster than I can read. Team Cole, Team Katniss, and worse. Photos of Arya from the playground, her face circled and analyzed, comments about whether she looks like him. My baby, I whisper, sinking into a chair. They're dissecting my baby. Nicholas moves then, swift and decisive. He's beside me before I register his approach, his hand warm on my shoulder. We end this. Tonight. How? My voice cracks. He's on national television playing victim, and I'm the angry baby mama who kept him from his child. You know how this story goes. The black woman is always the villain. Not this time. He turns to the PR team. The BET Awards are tomorrow night. Yes, but we'll attend together. Red carpet, full press. His hand tightens slightly on my shoulder. We give them a better story. Nicholas, James starts carefully. Rushing into a public appearance could backfire. We should strategize. Cole is controlling the narrative because we're playing defense. Nicholas's voice cuts through the room like a blade. Time to go on offense. A powerful CEO who's been quietly dating a superstar. A man who loves her daughter like his own. A proposal that shows the world this isn't new, isn't convenience, isn't what they think. A proposal? The word squeaks out of me. You want to propose at the BET Awards? He's booking 3 more shows, Power Suit reports, scrolling through her phone. The Breakfast Club tomorrow morning, The Real tomorrow afternoon. By tomorrow night, he'll have painted himself as Father of the Year. Unless we give them something bigger to talk about, Nicholas says. He moves to face me fully, and I'm struck again by how unfairly beautiful he is. The afternoon light turns his white blonde hair to spun gold, highlights the sharp cut of his jaw. Trust me? I look at Cindy and Vanessa, finding my own uncertainty reflected in their faces. This is insane. This is necessary. He takes his phone, types something quickly. Devin? Yes. The Harry Winston on Peachtree. The vintage collection. He pauses, eyes never leaving mine. The Edwardian? Yes, that one. What are you doing? Getting you a ring worthy of the story we're about to tell. He ends the call, addresses the room. James, I want our best photographer at the office in an hour. Discreet. Someone who can capture private moments that accidentally leak. Sir, James says slowly, are you suggesting we stage paparazzi photos? I'm suggesting we control our narrative. Nicholas returns to the window, gestures at the city below. Every gossip blog, every social media account, every news outlet will have opinions about us. We can either let them write the story, or we write it ourselves. And what story is that? Vanessa asks, ever practical. Nicholas turns back, and the intensity in his gaze makes my breath catch. A love story. 2 people who've been together for months, keeping it private to protect her daughter. A man who's been in Aria's life, who she already calls Mr. Nico, who's ready to make it official. Months? I stand, needing to move. We met yesterday. Did we? He pulls his phone again, shows me a photo. It's from a Trinity concert 8 months ago. Nicholas in the VIP section, his attention focused entirely on the stage, on me. I've attended 17 of your performances. We could have met at any of them. I stare at the photo, at the way he's staring at me even then. That's deceptive. That's PR. Power Suit, whose name I still haven't caught, interjects. And it's brilliant. We backdate the relationship, leak some strategic photos. By tomorrow night's proposal, the public thinks they're witnessing a natural progression, not a sudden decision. I haven't agreed to any of this, I remind them. You haven't said no either, Nicholas observes. He moves closer, and everyone else seems to fade into background noise. 1 hour. Give me 1 hour to show you how this could work. If you're not convinced, we find another way. Kat, Cindy says quietly. Aria's already involved whether you like it or not. Those playground photos. She doesn't finish, but she doesn't need to. My baby's face is all over the internet, being picked apart by strangers, being claimed by a man who walked away from her. The maternal rage that's been simmering since Cole's appearance boils over. 1 hour, I agree. But if this doesn't work, it'll work. Nicholas is already moving, issuing orders like a general preparing for battle. James, get me a timeline of every event Cole and Katniss attended together. We need to establish when our relationship could have started. Maria, pull footage from my concert attendance. We're building a love story, and it needs to be bulletproof. The room erupts into motion, PR people scattering to execute orders. Cindy and Vanessa exchange looks. "We'll take Aria to the park," Vanessa offers. "The private one in Buckhead? No photographers." "I can't ask you to." "Girl, please." Cindy hugs me tight. "Go play Cinderella. We got your real priority covered." They leave to collect Aria from the break room, where Nicholas's assistant has been entertaining her with coloring books and juice boxes. As the door closes behind them, I realize it's just Nicholas and me now, plus a room full of strangers preparing to fabricate our love story. "This is crazy," I say to his back. "This is necessary," he repeats. But something in his voice has shifted. When he turns, the businessman mask has slipped slightly. "He's trying to take her from you." "He doesn't want her. He wants money." "He wants to hurt you." Nicholas's jaw tightens. "I've seen his type before. Can't stand to see you thriving without him. He'll drag this out, milk it for publicity, use Aria as a weapon." He pauses. "Unless we make him irrelevant?" "By fake proposing at an award show? By showing the world you've moved on. That Aria has a father figure who isn't going anywhere. That his sad story is just that, a story." A knock interrupts whatever I'm about to say. Devin enters with a security guard carrying a briefcase that probably costs more than my car. "Sir," Devin says, setting the case on the table. "Harry Winston sends their regards." Nicholas opens the case, and I forget how to breathe. Nestled in black velvet are rings that belong in museums, not on fingers. Each one catches the light differently, throwing rainbows across the conference table. "Choose," Nicholas says simply. "I can't. These must cost." "Choose," he repeats, softer this time. "Which one calls to you?" My hand moves without permission, hovering over a cushion-cut diamond surrounded by smaller stones in a platinum setting that looks like delicate lace. It's elegant but not ostentatious, classic but unique. It's perfect. "The Edwardian," Nicholas says with something like satisfaction. 3 carats. Circa 1915. It belonged to a railroad heiress who defied her family to marry for love. "How do you know that?" "I know everything about that ring." He lifts it from the case, and I notice his hands aren't quite steady. "I've been saving it for—" He stops. "Try it on." "This is just for show," I remind him. Or maybe I'm reminding myself. Of course. But his fingers are gentle as he takes my left hand, slides the ring into place. It fits perfectly like it was waiting for me. "Just for show." We both stare at my hand, at how the diamonds catch the light, at how right it looks. The weight of it feels significant, permanent, dangerous. "We should practice," he says suddenly. "The proposal. If we're doing this tomorrow night, it should look natural." "You want to practice proposing? Unless you'd prefer to wing it in front of 1,000 cameras?" He has a point. But something about this feels like crossing a line we can't uncross. Still, I nod. Nicholas steps back, straightens his tie, then drops to one knee in one fluid motion. Even knowing it's fake, my heart stutters. He looks up at me with those impossible eyes, and for a moment, I forget about PR teams and fake timelines and Cole's manipulations. "Katniss," he begins, and his voice has gone rough. "I've watched you command stages, raise your daughter with grace, face down the world with strength I can only admire. You've made me believe in—" He pauses, swallows. "Will you marry me?" The words hang between us, heavy with something that feels too real for practice. I'm saved from responding by the click of a camera. "Perfect," Maria exclaims from the doorway, checking her phone. Oh, this is gold. The lighting, the emotion, we can leak this as a source close to the couple exclusive. "You took a photo?" I spin to face her, the ring catching the light. "Just doing my job." She's already typing. Exclusive. Music mogul. Nicholas Winter's proposal to Trinity's Katniss. James ahead of public declaration. Sources say the usually private couple couldn't wait for tomorrow night's official moment. That's brilliant, Nicola finishes, rising gracefully. Send it to Urban Tea in an hour. Make sure they know it's exclusive. This is manipulation, I protest. This is survival, he counters, and we're just getting started. James returns with an iPad, showing us a mock timeline. Based on events you both attended, we can place your first meeting at the Grammy after party 9 months ago. Quiet courtship, him attending your concerts, you visiting his office. It writes itself. None of it's real, I point out. Real is relative, Nicholas says. He's still close enough that I can smell his cologne, see the faint stubble along his jaw. What's real is that I've been at your concerts. What's real is that Arya already trusts me. What's real is that in 36 hours we'll be married. The timeline is just creative interpretation. My phone buzzes. Vanessa's text includes a photo. Arya on a swing, laughing at something Cindy's doing, safe, happy, unaware that her world is being reconstructed by PR teams and diamond rings. Okay, I hear myself say. Let's write our love story. Nicholas's smile is sharp and satisfied, and just a little dangerous. Let's give them a fairy tale they'll never forget. As the PR team swarms with laptops and strategies, I touch the ring that already feels too natural on my finger. Tomorrow night, in front of cameras and colleagues, and Cole watching from whatever hotel room he's crawled into, Nicholas Winters will propose to me for real. And I'll say yes, not for love, but for war. The fact that my heart races every time he looks at me is just an inconvenient detail in our manufactured fairy tale. Nothing more. At least, that's what I keep telling myself as we practice the proposal again and again, until even I'll almost believe it's real.
Chapter 6. Nicholas. The BT Awards production assistant is speaking, but I haven't heard a word. My attention is fixed on the monitor showing the main stage where Trinity is 3 songs into their performance. Katniss moves like water, like fire, like everything elemental and impossible to contain. The gold dress they've poured her into catches every light, turning her into something mythical. Mr. Winters? The assistant touches my arm. We need you in position. The performance ends in 90 seconds. 90 seconds until I change everything. The plan we've rehearsed dozens of times over the past 36 hours suddenly feels flimsy as tissue paper. In the green room this morning, Katniss had been nervous but determined, running through our story one more time while Arya played with her jewelry. Remember, she'd said, fixing my tie with steady hands that belied the tremor in her voice. We met at the Grammy after party. You approached me about a collaboration that turned into dinner, then I couldn't stay away, I'd finished, the lie tasting more like truth each time we told it. Now, watching her command that stage, I understand with crystalline clarity that I've been lying to myself more than anyone. This was never about inheritance or protecting investments. Every share I bought, every threat I neutralized, every concert I attended, it was all for the woman now hitting a note that makes the audience lose their collective minds. Sir, we really need to, I'm going! I moved through the backstage chaos, Devin at my heels with the ring box. We'd returned the Harry Winston collection this morning, but I'd purchased the Edwardian piece. Couldn't stand the thought of it on anyone else's finger. Remember the timing, Devin murmurs. After the applause dies but before commercial. Maximum impact. I know the plan. Have it memorized down to the second. But my hands are shaking slightly as I check the ring one more time. 3 carats of promise I'm not allowed to mean. The music swells for Trinity's final chorus, and I position myself at the stage entrance. Through the gap in the curtains, I can see Katniss in profile, her skin glowing with performance adrenaline and stage lights. Cindy and Vanessa flank her, their harmonies tight as family, but she's the sun they orbit around. The song ends. The crowd erupts. 37,000 people on their feet. And I understand their worship. She's incandescent, chest heaving, smile bright enough to power the city. This is Katniss in her element, not the worried mother or the woman negotiating contracts, but the star she was born to be. Now, someone hisses, and I'm moving before conscious thought catches up. The stage lights are blinding after the darkness of backstage. For a moment, I can't see anything but white. Then my vision adjusts, and there she is, turning toward me with surprise that's only half manufactured. Nicola? She says my name like a question, the microphone catching it. Perfect. We'd practiced this, but the catch in her voice sounds real. The audience murmurs, confused. I'm not supposed to be here. This isn't in the program. Security moves forward, then recognizes me, steps back. Everything is going according to plan except for the way my heart is trying to escape my chest. Ladies and gentlemen, the host recovers quickly, reading the situation like the professional he is. It seems we have an unexpected guest. Nicholas Winters, CEO of... But I'm not listening. Can't hear anything but blood rushing in my ears as I cross the stage. Katniss watches me approach, and something in her expression shifts. We've practiced this moment, but she's looking at me like she's never seen me before. Maybe that's just how I'm looking at her. What are you doing? She whispers when I'm close enough. The microphone doesn't catch this part. This is just for us. Something I should have done the moment I saw you in that purple dress 3 years ago, I tell her, and watch her eyes widen as she realizes I'm off script. I drop to one knee. The crowd's roar is deafening, but it feels distant, like sounds underwater. All I can see is Katniss above me, her hand pressed to her chest, diamonds at her throat catching light like fallen stars. Katniss. Her name feels different in my mouth now. Here, real. I had a speech prepared, practiced it until I could say it in my sleep. But standing here, watching you own this stage like you were born to it, I can't remember a single word. Her eyes are glassy with tears that might be real. The hand not holding the microphone trembles as she reaches toward me, then pulls back. All I know, I continue, pulling out the ring box, is that you've changed everything. You and Aria both. What started as... I catch myself. Remember, we're selling a love story, not a business arrangement. I can't imagine my life without your laughter filling my home, without Aria's butterfly drawings on my refrigerator, without you challenging me and making me want to be better than I am. The ring catches the stage lights when I open the box, throwing rainbows across her gold dress. 3 carats of reality in a sea of performance. Marry me, I say simply. Not because it makes sense, or because it's time, or because of any reason except that The word love sticks in my throat. Too much truth for this lie. I need you. Both of you. She's crying now, tears tracking down her cheeks that will photograph beautifully. But the way she's looking at me doesn't feel like performance. When she nods, it's small, private, just for me before she remembers the audience. Yes, she says into the microphone, and 37,000 people lose their minds. Yes, of course, yes. My hands are shaking as I slip the ring onto her finger. It looks right there, like coming home. I stand, and she launches herself at me, arms around my neck, microphone forgotten. The crowd is screaming. The host is saying something about love conquering all, but all I can focus on is the woman in my arms. We need to kiss, she whispers against my ear. For the cameras. For the cameras. Right. This is performance. Acting. Selling a story. But when I pull back and look at her, when I see the way her eyes drop to my mouth, when her tongue darts out to wet her lips, I forget every single reason this isn't real. I cup her face with one hand, thumb brushing away a tear. She leans into the touch, eyes fluttering closed, and I'm lost. My other hand finds her waist and I pull her closer. The first touch of her lips short-circuits every rational thought I've ever had. She tastes like mint and possibility, and when she sighs against my mouth, I forget we have an audience. Forget this is supposed to be for show. I kiss her like I've wanted to since that first performance, like she's oxygen and I've been drowning for 3 years. Her fingers tangle in my hair, mess up the styling Devon spent 20 minutes perfecting. And I don't care. Can't care about anything but the way she fits against me, the little sound she makes when I nip at her bottom lip, the way her body melts into mine like she was made for this. Someone clears their throat directly into a microphone. We break apart, both breathing hard. Katniss's lipstick is smudged, and I probably have it all over my face. The crowd is going wild, and when I glance at the monitors, I see we're already trending. Congratulations to the happy couple. The host manages to sound both thrilled and desperate to get his show back on track. Trinity, everyone! And apparently we have a wedding to plan! Cindy and Vanessa surround us, squealing and hugging like this is real, like their best friend just got engaged for love instead of protection. Cindy whispers something in Katniss's ear that makes her laugh, bright and genuine. Commercial in 30 seconds, someone says. And then we're being herded off stage in a flutter of congratulations and camera flashes. The moment we're in the wings, away from the live cameras, Katniss sags against me. I catch her automatically, arm around her waist, and she doesn't pull away. That was... She starts. I know. The kiss. I know. She gazes up at me, and there's something shell-shocked in her expression. Nicholas, that felt... Katniss, girl, that was beautiful! Vanessa interrupts, still playing for the backstage cameras. I can't believe you kept this from us for so long! Right. The story. We've been dating for months. This is the natural progression, nothing sudden or surprising about it. She wanted to keep it private, I say, falling back into the script even as my lips still tingle from her kiss. For Arya. Speaking of which, Cindy holds up her phone, showing a FaceTime call. Someone saw Mommy on TV and has questions. Arya's face fills the screen, her eyes wide with excitement. She's with my mother, who'd volunteered to babysit with suspicious enthusiasm. Mommy, you was on TV? You looked like a princess. She bounces in my mother's lap. Mr. Nico was there too. Did he see your pretty dress? He did, baby, Katniss says, voice soft. He saw it. Is that why he gave you a wing? Grandma Elizabeth says you got a wing. A ring, my mother corrects gently, angling the phone to wink at us. Your mommy got a ring. Can I see? Is it purple? Is it secret purple? Katniss holds up her hand to the camera, and Arya gasps with 3-year-old wonder. So sparkly, Mommy. Does this mean Mr. Nico is going to live with us forever? The question hangs in the air, too honest for the game we're playing. Katniss looks at me, and I see my own confusion reflected in her eyes. How do you explain temporary to a 3-year-old? How do you make a child understand that forever has an expiration date? We'll talk about it when I get home, baby, Katniss says finally. Be good for Grandma Elizabeth. She's not Grandma, Arya corrects seriously. She's Mr. Nico's mommy, but she said I can call her Grandma if I want. Of course she did. My mother's already claiming them, weaving them into our family like she's been waiting for this, which, knowing her, she probably has. Commercial's over, a production assistant announces. They want you in the audience for Best Female R&B Artist. That's you, I remind Katniss when she doesn't move. You're nominated. Right. She shakes her head like she's clearing cobwebs. I forgot. She forgot she's up for one of the night's biggest awards because of me. Because of what we just did. Because of a kiss that was supposed to be pretend but felt like a revelation. Go, I urge. Win your award. I'll be right there. She nods, lets Cindy and Vanessa pull her away, but not before looking back. The expression on her face is something I'll replay in my mind for hours. Confusion and want and fear all mixed together. Devon appears at my elbow as they disappear. That was quite the performance, sir. Yes, I agree, touching my lips where I can still taste her. A performance. He gives me a look that says he's not buying it. The ring looked beautiful on her. It's where it belongs, I say without thinking, then catch myself. For the next year, anyway. Of course, sir, just for the year. He hands me a handkerchief. You have lipstick all over your face. I wipe at my mouth, the cloth coming away stained with deep red. Evidence of a kiss that's already being gifted and shared and analyzed across every platform. The gossip sites are going wild, Devon reports, scrolling through his phone. Hashtag Winter's proposal is already trending above Cole's interview. Cole. I'd almost forgotten about him in the haze of Katniss's kiss. But this was the point. To make him irrelevant. To change the narrative, to protect what's mine. What's mine? When on earth did I start thinking of them that way? We should get to our seats, Devon suggests. They'll want reaction shots when she wins. When, not if. Even Devon knows she's taking home that award. Everyone knows Katniss James is untouchable when she's in her element. Just like I'm learning I'm untouchable when she kisses me like that. Like she means it. Like maybe, underneath all the pretense and contracts and careful planning, something real is taking root. That should worry me more than it does. But as I make my way to the audience, as I prepare to play the proud fiancé for the cameras, all I can think about is doing it again. Kissing her without an audience, without a reason, without anything but want. 1 year, I remind myself. Just 1 year. But the ring on her finger and the taste of her kiss suggest that might be the biggest lie I've ever told myself.
Chapter 7. Katniss. The glass doors of Nicholas's building reflect our little parade like a funhouse mirror. Me clutching Arya's hand, Cindy and Vanessa flanking us with boxes, and a small army of movers treating my thrift store furniture like precious artifacts. The doorman, whose nameplate reads William, opens the door with a flourish that makes Arya giggle. "Welcome home, Mrs. Winters," he says warmly, and I nearly trip over my own feet. Mrs. Winters. It's been 2 days since the courthouse ceremony. Quick, efficient, witnessed by Devon and my girls, but hearing the name still sends electricity down my spine. "Thank you," I manage, adjusting my grip on the box labeled Arya's Treasures in purple crayon. The marble lobby stretches before us like a palace, all cream and gold with fresh flowers that probably cost more than my old rent. But it's not the luxury that stops me cold. It's the line of staff arranged in perfect formation, like something out of Downton Abbey. "Mommy, why they all standing?" Arya whispers, pressing closer to my leg. Before I can answer, Nicholas appears from behind the formation, and my mouth goes dry. He's in jeans and a Henley, the casual clothes making him look younger, more approachable, but no less devastating. His white blonde hair is slightly mussed like he's been running his hands through it, and there's a smudge of something purple on his collar. "You're here," he says, and the relief in his voice makes my chest tight. "I was starting to think you'd changed your mind." "Traffic," I explain, though we both know I sat in my car for 20 minutes, working up the courage to drive away from everything familiar. He kneels in front of Arya, who immediately perks up. "Mr. Nico, is this your castle? It's really big." "It's our castle now," he corrects gently. "Want to meet everyone who helps take care of it?" She nods enthusiastically, then seems to remember her shyness, tucking her face against my hip. Nicholas stands, his hand finding the small of my back in what's becoming a familiar gesture. "Everyone, this is my wife Katniss, and our daughter, Arya." The ease with which he says our daughter makes my heart stutter. "I trust you'll make them feel welcome." The staff steps forward one by one. Maria, the housekeeper with kind eyes and silver hair, James, the weekend doorman who promises to teach Arya magic tricks, Chin, the maintenance supervisor who mentions he has granddaughters her age, Each person greets us with genuine warmth that feels nothing like the cold professionalism I expected. "Where Grandma Lisbeth?" Aria asks suddenly, looking around. She said she make pancakes. "She's upstairs," Nicholas says, sharing a look with me that seems part apology, part warning. "She's been preparing." "Preparing what?" Vanessa asks suspiciously. "Everything," he sighs, leading us to the private elevator. Fair warning, she went a little overboard. The elevator opens directly into the penthouse, and the scent hits me first. Bacon, coffee, and something sweet baking. But it's not just breakfast smells. There's also fresh paint and, is that lavender? Oh my God, Cindy breathes behind me. The penthouse I toured 3 days ago has been transformed. Purple balloons float everywhere. Butterfly decals dance across the windows, and a banner reading, "Welcome home Aria and Katniss," stretches across the living room in glittery letters. Surprise! Elizabeth Winters emerges from the kitchen wearing an apron that says "Glam Ma" in rhinestones. Her perfectly coiffed blonde hair has a streak of purple frosting in it, and she's beaming like she just won the lottery. "Grandma!" Aria releases my hand, racing across the space to throw herself at Elizabeth's legs. "You decorated! Is it a party?" "It's a welcome home party, sweet girl." Elizabeth scoops her up with surprising strength for someone in Louboutin. "Do you like it?" "Love it." "Mommy, look. Butterflies everywhere." I stand frozen in the doorway, overwhelmed by the scene. This woman, who should be cold and disapproving of her son's sudden marriage to a black single mother, is standing in a designer apron with frosting in her hair, having thrown a party for my 3-year-old. Elizabeth took care of Aria during the award ceremony, and Aria has her in the palm of her hand ever since. "I hope it's not too much," Elizabeth says, suddenly uncertain as she reads my expression. Nicholas said Aria loves purple and butterflies, and I thought, but if it's overwhelming, we can... "It's perfect," I interrupt, my voice thick. "It's absolutely perfect." Her smile returns full force. "Oh, good. I was so worried. Come, come. Breakfast is ready. I made chicken and waffles because Nicholas mentioned you're from Houston, and I researched Southern breakfast foods. Though I'm not sure Boston syrup compares to whatever you use in Texas." "She been cooking since 5 a.m., Nicholas murmurs beside me. I tried to stop her. "As if you could stop a Winters woman on a mission," Elizabeth scoffs, carrying Aria toward the kitchen. "Your father tried for 30 years, bless his soul. Never learned." The dining table looks like a magazine spread. Not just chicken and waffles, but fresh fruit arranged in butterfly shapes. Purple juice that turns out to be a blackberry smoothie. And tiny pancakes with faces made from berries. "I might have gone overboard," Elizabeth admits as we stare at the spread. I've been waiting so long for this." "For what?" I ask, settling Aria into a chair that's been fitted with a booster seat already. "For them," she says simply, gesturing at Nicholas and Aria. The two of them are already in their own world, him showing her how to make her napkin into a butterfly. I've never seen him like this. So present. "We've only been together." I start the practiced lie, but she waves me off. "Oh, please, dear. I know my son." The timeline doesn't matter. What matters is that look. She nods toward Nicholas, who's now helping Aria pour syrup in a butterfly pattern. "That's a man in love with you." My cheeks heat. "Elizabeth." "Mom," she corrects firmly. "Or mother, if you must be formal, but I prefer mom. I've already informed the society pages that anyone who refers to you as anything other than my daughter-in-law will find themselves remarkably absent from my guest list." "You didn't have to." "Of course I did." She loads my plate with practiced efficiency. "They're vultures, the lot of them. but they're useful vultures who donate generously to my charities, so we manage them. She pauses, studying me. I've scheduled us for tea with the core group whenever you're ready. Don't worry, I'll handle them. You just smile and let them underestimate you. It's a powerful tool, being underestimated. Mommy, look, Aria calls out. Nico made butterfly pancakes fly. She's holding a fork with a piece of pancake, zooming it around like an airplane. That's wonderful, baby, I say, but I'm watching Elizabeth watch them, seeing the naked longing in her expression. He was meant to be a father, she says quietly. I knew it from the time he was small, always protecting his younger siblings, always so careful with fragile things. But after Rachel, she stops abruptly, color draining from her face. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Who's Rachel? The question is out before I'm able to stop it. Nicholas's head snaps up, his jaw tight. Mother? I'm sorry, Elizabeth says again, but she's looking at me now with something like desperation. It's not my story to tell. Please be patient with him. He's been alone so long by choice, and seeing him with you both. Grandma sad? Aria asks, picking up on the tension with that uncanny perception children have. No, sweet girl. Elizabeth recovers instantly, smile back in place. Grandma's just very happy you're here. Now who wants to see their rooms? Rooms? I catch the plural. I thought we were sharing. You have a suite, Nicholas explains. Something shuddered in his expression now. Connecting rooms for you and Aria? With a shared sitting area, your own space. Right. Our arrangement. Separate bedrooms, separate lives. Just under the same roof, the pancakes suddenly taste like sawdust. Can we see now? Please, please, please. Aria bounces in her seat. Finish your breakfast first, Nicola and I say in unison, then catch each other's eyes. A moment of perfect parental synchronization that makes my chest ache. Cindy and Vanessa have been suspiciously quiet through all this, but I catch them exchanging looks over their coffee. We'll be having a conversation later, I can tell. After breakfast, which Aria inhales at record speed, Elizabeth leads our procession to the east wing of the penthouse. She opens double doors with a flourish, and Aria gasps. Purple butterfly room! It's like someone reached into my daughter's dreams and made them real. The walls are painted in an ombre effect, from deep purple to lavender, with hand-painted butterflies dancing across them. A canopy bed draped in gossamer fabric sits against one wall, while the opposite side features a reading nook shaped like a flower. Everything is exactly right for a 3-year-old. Low shelves she can reach, soft carpets for playing, even a tiny vanity with a mirror bordered by lights. There's more, Elizabeth says, glowing at Aria's joy. She opens another door to reveal a playroom that rivals any preschool. Art station, dress-up corner, a small indoor slide shaped like a caterpillar. How did you do all this in 2 days? I'm speechless. I have very motivated contractors, Elizabeth says modestly, and Nicholas helped with the design. He remembered everything you mentioned about her preferences. I look at Nicholas, who's watching Aria explore with an expression so soft it makes my heart hurt. When did he memorize my casual mentions of her favorite things? Why does he care so much about getting it right? Mommy's room? Aria asks, already comfortable enough to take Nicholas's hand and tug him toward another door. My suite is more subdued, but no less thoughtful. Soft grays and creams with touches of lavender, a reading chair positioned by floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, fresh flowers on every surface. The closet is already organized with my clothes plus additions, designer pieces in my size that I definitely didn't own before. Mother, Nicholas warns. Just a few essentials, Elizabeth defends. She can't attend the foundation gala she catches herself. Not that your clothes aren't lovely, dear. I just thought options might be nice. Thank you, I manage. overwhelmed again. This woman has thought of everything, prepared for us like we're precious gifts rather than obligations. Well, Vanessa claps her hands. Cindy and I should help unpack. Aria, want to show us where your toys should go? They disappear with my daughter, leaving me alone with Nicholas and his mother. The air feels charged suddenly. I should check on some calls, Elizabeth says, clearly sensing the tension. Katniss, dear, please make a list of anything you need. Anything at all. This is your home now. She squeezes my hand before leaving, and then it's just Nicholas and me in this beautiful room that isn't really mine. She means well, he says finally. She's wonderful, I correct. I expected cold disapproval, maybe grudging acceptance. Not this. She's been wanting to be a grandmother for years, he explains, moving to the windows. When I told her about Aria, she cried, happy tears. She's already planning birthday parties through college. Nicholas, when this ends, we'll handle it. He cuts me off. Like we agreed. Gradual transition. But for now, let her be happy. Let them both be happy. I join him at the windows, looking out at the city I've called home for 6 years. Everything looks different from up here. Smaller and more manageable. Who's Rachel? I ask quietly. His reflection in the window goes still. Someone who taught me that wanting something doesn't make it real. Nicola. Your sitting room has a piano, he says, clearly changing the subject. I thought you might like to play sometimes. Aria mentioned you sing to her. I let him redirect, recognizing the wall he's put up. We're married, but still strangers, sharing a home but not a life. The boundaries are clear even in this beautiful space. Mommy! Aria races back in, clutching a stuffed butterfly. Guanma gave me this. She said it's magic. Of course it is, I say, scooping her up. What's its name? She considers seriously. Nico Fly, like butterfly, but Nico. Nicholas makes a sound that might be a laugh or something else. When I look at him, his eyes are suspiciously bright. Perfect name, he manages. Nico Fly gonna sleep in my big girl bed, Aria announces. And tomorrow Guanma taking us to see real butterflies. At she looks to Nicholas for help. The botanical garden, he supplies. They have a butterfly house. Yeah, that. Can we go, Mommy? Please? Of course, baby. She wiggles down and runs back to her room, clutching her new toy. I watch her go, marveling at how quickly she's adapted, how easily she's accepted this new life, these new people. She's remarkable, Nicholas says softly. You've done an incredible job with her. She makes it easy, I deflect, uncomfortable with praise from this man who's upended our lives with kindness. No, he says firmly. You make it look easy. There's a difference. We stand in comfortable silence, watching the city below, playing at being a family in this penthouse in the sky. Somewhere in the next room, my daughter is showing her new grandmother where every toy should go, chattering about butterflies and magic. It feels too good to be temporary, too right to be fake. But that's exactly what it is, I remind myself. No matter how warm Elizabeth's welcome, how thoughtful the purple butterfly room, how soft Nicholas's eyes when he watches Aria play, this is just temporary.
Chapter 8. Nicholas. My internal clock hasn't failed me in 15 years. Every morning at 5:47 a.m., I wake without an alarm, begin my routine with mechanical precision. Coffee at 5:52. Emails by 6, gym by 6:30. This morning, I wake at 5:47 to the sound of something clattering in my kitchen. For a moment, I lie still, processing this disruption to my carefully ordered world. Then I smell it. Vanilla, cinnamon, and something burning. I find Katniss at my stove, surrounded by what looks like a flower bomb detonation. She's wearing sleep shorts that showcase legs that should be illegal and one of my MIT t-shirts that swallows her frame. Her hair is wrapped in a silk scarf, and there's batter on her cheek. "Damn it," she mutters, pulling a smoking tray from the oven. Whatever was supposed to be muffins looks more like charcoal briquettes. "Good morning," I say, and she jumps, nearly dropping the tray. "Nicholas!" She spins around, clutching the oven mitt to her chest. "I didn't mean to wake you. Arya usually sleeps until 7, and I couldn't sleep, and baking helps me think, but your oven is different from mine, and... breathe." I move into the kitchen, noting the disaster zone she's created. My housekeeper is going to have opinions. The oven runs hot. You have to adjust the temperature down by 25 degrees. Now you tell me. She deflates, tossing the burnt muffins into the trash. "I've made 3 batches, all cremated." "Why are you stress baking at dawn?" I start the coffee maker. At least that part of my routine remains intact. She leans against the counter, and even covered in flour with failure muffins in the trash, she's beautiful enough to make my chest tight. "Vanessa texted at 3 a.m. Cole's doing another interview today. This time with photos he claims are from when Arya was born." My hand still's on the coffee grinder. "What photos?" "I don't know. He wasn't there when she was born. He showed up 3 days later, high as a kite, stayed long enough for me to add his name to the birth certificate, then disappeared again." She wraps her arms around herself. "But people don't know that. They'll see whatever pictures he's selling and think... they'll think nothing." I abandon the coffee to face her properly. "Our narrative is stronger. We're married. You're protected. He's just noise." "Is he?" She looks up at me with those amber eyes that have haunted my dreams since that first performance. Because from where I'm standing, he's doing a pretty good job of making me look like the villain who kept a father from his child. "You protected your child," I correct. "There's a difference." "Tell that to Black Twitter." She laughs, but it's bitter. "You know what they're calling me? Bedwench, gold digger, self-hating sellout who chose a white man over her baby's black father." The ugly words hit me like physical blows. I knew there would be backlash, but the racial dynamics make everything more complicated, more painful. "I'm sorry," I say, inadequate as it is. "I didn't fully consider—" "Yes, you did." She cuts me off, but not unkindly. "You knew exactly what narratives we'd be fighting. You just decided your plan would work anyway." She pauses, studying me. "You're used to winning, aren't you? To moving pieces around the board until you get the outcome you want." "Usually, yes." "Must be nice." She turns back to the disaster on the counter. "I should clean this up before Maria sees it." "Leave it." I catch her wrist as she reaches for the mixing bowl, feeling her pulse jump under my fingers. "Let me make you breakfast. Proper breakfast, not charcoal muffins." "You cook?" I'm a 30-year-old bachelor who refused to hire a live-in chef. Yes, I cook. I guide her to the bar stool at the island. "Sit. Tell me about the photos while I work." She watches as I pull ingredients from the refrigerator. Eggs, heavy cream, Gruyere, fresh herbs from the window garden my mother insisted on installing. "You have fresh chives," she observes, "in your bachelor pad penthouse." Mother's influence. I start whisking eggs with more concentration than necessary. She believes fresh herbs civilize a space. "Your mother is—" Katniss trails off, searching for words. "Not what I expected." "What did you expect?" I'm genuinely curious as I pour the egg mixture into a heated pan. Distance. Coldness. Maybe some polite racism wrapped in compliments about how articulate I am. She picks at the granite counter. Instead, she's planning Arya's birthday party for next year and asking what traditions we want to incorporate for my family. "She lost my father 5 years ago," I explain, folding the omelet with practiced ease. "Since then, she's been desperate for the family to grow rather than shrink. You and Arya are a gift to her. A temporary gift, Katniss reminds me. The words sting more than they should. I plate the omelet in silence, adding fresh fruit and the sourdough toast that's just popped up. Fancy, she murmurs as I slide it in front of her. You trying to show up my burnt muffins? I'm trying to feed you. I lean against the opposite counter with my coffee, finally, and watch her take the first bite. Her eyes close in appreciation, and I have to look away from the pleasure on her face. Mommy? We both turn to find Arya in the doorway, dragging her new butterfly blanket and rubbing her eyes. She's wearing purple pajamas with, of course, butterflies on them, and her hair is a magnificent mess of bedhead twists. Morning, baby, Katniss says. You're up early. Heard voices. Arya pads into the kitchen, then lights up when she sees me. Nico, you cooking? I am. Want some eggs? She nods enthusiastically, then raises her arms to me in the universal child gesture for, pick me up. I lift her onto the counter next to her mother, struck again by how easily she fits into my arms, how natural this feels. Mommy was cooking too, Arya informs me seriously, but she burned it. I smelled it. Burned, baby, Katniss corrects, and thanks for throwing me under the bus. What bus? Arya looks around, confused. We inside. I bite back a laugh, busying myself with making her a smaller portion of eggs. It's an expression, little butterfly. It means telling secrets. Oh. She considers this. I'm good at secrets. Wanna know one? Always. She beckons me closer, then whispers loudly enough for the entire building to hear. Mommy cries in the shower sometimes. Arya Grace! Katniss's face flames. That's not... We don't share. It's okay, Mommy. Arya pats her mother's cheek with sticky hands. Nico, make it better. He good at fixing. The simple faith in her voice undoes something in my chest. This little girl who's known me less than a week has already decided. I'm someone who fixes things, who makes things better. Speaking of fixing things, I say, needing to deflect from the naked vulnerability on Katniss's face, we have a photographer coming today. For what? Katniss accepts the subject change gratefully. Family portraits, for the company website, social media, the inevitable press releases. I plate Arya's eggs, cutting them into small pieces. Mother insisted we needed official photos as a family. Of course she did. But there's fondness in Katniss's exasperation. When? 2 o'clock. She's already selected coordinating outfits. Of course she has. Katniss shakes her head. Your mother doesn't do anything halfway, does she? Wait until you see what she's planning for Thanksgiving. It's May. Exactly. We fall into comfortable silence, eating breakfast as a strange little family unit. Arya chatters about her dreams, something about purple dolphins and flying pancakes, while systematically getting egg in her hair. Bath time for you, messy girl, Katniss declares once plates are empty. Nico help? Arya asks, hopefully. Nico has to work, I say, though the thought of morning baths and egg-covered toddlers is surprisingly appealing. You work at home today? When I nod, she brightens. Then you can play later. I show you my new puzzle. It's butterflies. Of course it is, I murmur, unable to resist running a hand over her messy hair. They disappear toward their wing, leaving me alone in my flower-bombed kitchen. I should be annoyed at the disruption, the mess, the chaos they've brought to my ordered life. Instead, I'm smiling as I clean up, humming something that sounds suspiciously like Arya's butterfly song. By 2 o'clock, my mother has transformed the living room into a photography studio. White backdrop, professional lighting, and enough outfit changes to rival a Vogue shoot. This seems excessive, I tell her, as she adjusts my tie for the 3rd time. Nonsense. These photos will be everywhere. They need to be perfect. She steps back, evaluating. You look constipated. Smile like you actually enjoy your family's company. I do enjoy it. Then show it. She pats my cheek. And for heaven's sake, look at your wife like you're in love with her. It shouldn't be difficult. Before I can process that statement, Katniss emerges from the bedroom with Arya, and my brain short-circuits. Mother has dressed them in complementary shades of deep blue. Katniss in a wrap dress that hugs every curve, Arya in a confection of tulle and ribbons that makes her look like a princess. Too much? Katniss asks, smoothing the dress nervously. Perfect, I manage. And I'm not talking about the dress. The photographer, an energetic woman named Claire, positions us carefully. Mr. Winters in the center, Mrs. Winters to his right, and the little princess on his lap. Perfect. I'm not a princess, Arya corrects. I'm a butterfly. Of course you are, Claire agrees easily. A butterfly princess. Now everyone look here and smile. What follows is 45 minutes of increasingly hilarious attempts to get a 3-year-old to sit still and smile naturally. Arya makes faces, decides she needs to show everyone her puzzle right now, and at one point attempts to style my hair because it's too flat. This is a disaster, Katniss mutters after the 5th time Arya has wiggled out of position. It's perfect, I counter, catching Arya as she tries to escape again. Real families aren't posed and perfect. But we're not. She stops, glancing at the photographer. Let's try something different, Claire suggests. Less formal, just be together. So we do. I lift Arya onto my shoulders, making her shriek with delight. Katniss laughs, reaching up to steady her, and her hand lands on my chest. For a moment, we're just a family playing together. No cameras, no agenda. Beautiful! Claire's camera clicks rapidly. The joy, the connection, gorgeous! We shift positions. Arya showing us her puzzle, all of us on the floor building blocks, Katniss and I dancing with Arya standing on our feet. Each scenario feels more natural than the last, until I forget we're performing. Last setup, Claire announces. Traditional family portrait, but relaxed. We settle on the couch, Arya between us. She immediately climbs into my lap, arranging herself with 3-year-old logic that involves elbows in my ribs and her dress covering half my face. Arya, baby, sit still, Katniss pleads. I is still, Arya protests, wiggling more. Nico, you smell good! Like trees! Thank you. I adjust her slightly, trying to find a position that doesn't require medical attention. Mommy smells like cookies, Arya continues. Even when she burns them. Okay, that's enough sharing, Katniss says, but she's fighting a smile. Just look at me, Claire instructs. Think happy thoughts. But Arya has other plans. Just as Claire raises the camera, she announces, I love my Nico! And throws her arms around my neck with such force I grunt. I love you too, butterfly, I respond without thinking, the words coming as naturally as breathing. The camera clicks. Katniss goes very still beside me. Arya, satisfied with my response, settles back against my chest, finally calm. The moment stretches, weighted with words that can't be taken back. That's the one, Claire says softly, checking her camera. That's your album cover right there. She shows us the preview screen, and my breath catches. The photo captures something I didn't know was visible. Arya's pure joy, my soft expression as I look down at her, and Katniss watching us both with something raw and unguarded in her eyes. Look like a real family. We look like love. It's perfect, my mother declares from the doorway where she's been supervising. This goes on the company website immediately. Mother, don't argue. This photo alone will silence any doubts about your marriage. She's already on her phone, probably terrorizing someone in PR. Claire, send me everything. I want options for the holiday cards. Holiday cards? Katniss echoes faintly. Of course, though we'll need new photos closer to Christmas. Matching pajamas, I think. Classic. She sweeps out with Claire in tow, leaving us alone on the couch. Arya has fallen asleep against my chest, worn out from performing. You told her you loved her, Katniss says quietly. She's easy to love. I keep my voice low to avoid waking her. She's remarkable. She is. Katniss reaches over to smooth Arya's hair. She's also getting attached. Is that so bad? She looks at me then, really looks at me, and I see the fear she's been carrying. It is when you're going to leave. A year's a long time, I remind her. A lot can change. Nicholas! The photos turned out beautifully, I interrupt, not ready for wherever that conversation was heading. Claire was right about the last one. Katniss accepts the deflection, but the tension remains. Your mother's already planning Christmas cards. She'll have us in matching sweaters by October. Arya will love that. She stands, reaching for the sleeping child. I should put her down for a proper nap. I transfer Arya carefully, watching how naturally she curls into her mother's arms. They fit together perfectly, a unit that existed before me and will exist after. The interview Cole's doing, I say as she turns to go. What time? 4 o'clock. The Shade Room exclusive. She shifts Arya's weight. You don't have to watch with me. Yes, I say firmly, I do. She nods, understanding passing between us. Whatever Cole throws at us, we face it together. That's what families do. Real or temporary. As she carries Arya to her room, I hear my daughter, when did I begin thinking of her as mine, mumble in her sleep. Love Nico. Love Mommy. Love butterflies. The simplicity of her world, where love is easy and unconditional, makes my chest ache. In her 3-year-old wisdom, she's already figured out what Katniss and I are dancing around, that sometimes love doesn't care about contracts or timelines. Sometimes love just is.
Chapter 9. Katniss. The Shade Room's Instagram Live has 40,000 viewers watching Cole lie through his perfect veneers. I sit frozen on Nicholas's couch, my hands clenched so tight, my nails leave crescents in my palms. This was the first time I held my baby girl, Cole says, holding up a photo that makes my stomach turn. It's him in a hospital room with a newborn that isn't Arya. Wrong skin tone, wrong features, wrong everything. But to viewers who've never seen my daughter as a baby, it sells his story. That's not even her, I whisper, rage building in my chest like a storm. That's not my baby. Nicholas's hand covers mine, steady and grounding. We're alone in his study. Arya's at the botanical garden with Elizabeth, thank God. She doesn't need to see her mother fall apart. Look at the comments, he says quietly, nodding toward his laptop where Devin's streaming the same interview with metrics. People are questioning it, the baby's complexion, the hospital bracelet that's blurred, but not everyone. I pull up Twitter on my phone, scrolling through mentions that make me want to throw up. Half of them believe him. They're calling me a liar, saying I kept him away, my voice cracks, that I chose a white man's money over my black daughter's father. On screen, Cole produces more photos. Candids he must have taken during our relationship, cropped and edited to fit his narrative. There's one of him near a crib that I recognize as his cousin's house, but the angle makes it look like it could be anywhere. She needed me, Cole continues, tears that look almost real sliding down his face. And her mama kept us apart. Now she's got my baby calling another man daddy? That ain't right. I'm going to destroy him, Nicholas says conversationally, like he's discussing the weather. His tone is calm, but his jaw could cut glass. Legally, financially, socially, he'll regret ever speaking your name. You can't fight perception with lawyers, I tell him, even as his protective fury warms something in my chest. He's winning the narrative war. Single black father kept from his child. It's a story that sells. Then we change the narrative. He stands, phone already in hand. The charity gala tonight. We were going to skip it, but... Nicholas, I can't face people tonight. Not after this. You won't have to. He's texting rapidly, probably Devin with a list of demands. You'll be too busy being adored by your daughter and husband to notice anyone else. What are you talking about? Children's Hospital of Atlanta benefit. Black tie, 500 of the city's most influential people, full media coverage. He looks up from his phone, those ice blue eyes blazing with determination. We bring Aria. Let them see the truth. A happy, loved little girl with parents who worship her. His lies can't compete with reality. You want to use our daughter? I want to protect our daughter, he corrects, and the possessive pronoun hits me like a physical touch. Cole's painting a picture. We paint a better one. Before I can respond, the doorbell rings. Nicola frowns. The building has strict security. No one gets up without clearance. I'll check, he says. But I follow anyway, needing movement to burn off the rage still simmering in my veins. Devin's voice carries from the foyer. Sir, you have visitors. They insisted, where's my grandbaby? I freeze. That voice, with its Houston drawl and no-nonsense tone, can only belong to one person. Grandma? I rush past Nicholas to find my grandmother in the foyer, looking like she stepped out of a Southern Living magazine, despite having just flown from Texas. Her silver hair is perfectly styled, her pantsuit pressed, and her expression says someone's about to get a talking to. There's my baby, she says, opening her arms. I fall into them like I'm 5 years old again, breathing in her familiar scent of lavender and Chanel number 5. What are you doing here? I pull back to gaze at her, noting the steel in her warm brown eyes. You think I'm going to sit in Houston while some fool drags my granddaughter through the mud? She cups my face in soft hands that have soothed 40 years of hurts. I don't think so. Mrs. James, Nicholas steps forward, hand extended. I know who you are. Grandma looks him up and down with the kind of inspection that's made grown men quake. You're the man who married my granddaughter so fast, we didn't even get an invitation. Nicola, to his credit, doesn't flinch. I apologize for that. Things moved quickly. She's still studying him, taking in the expensive suit, the protective way he stands slightly in front of me, the way his hand hovers near my back without quite touching. You love her? Grandma? I intervene before he has to answer. Come in, please. Aria's going to flip when she sees you. We move to the living room, where my grandmother takes in the penthouse with shrewd eyes. Nice place. Bit cold, though. Needs more color. That's what Aria says, Nicholas admits, and I catch the ghost of a smile on his lips. She's currently campaigning to paint the hallway purple. Smart girl, my great-grandbaby. Grandma settles onto the couch like a queen on her throne. Now, someone want to tell me why that waste of space Cole is on my Instagram, talking about hospital visits he never made? You saw the interview? I sink down beside her. Baby, everybody saw that interview. My prayer circle is ready to fly up here and handle him personally. She pats my knee. But something tells me your new husband has plans of his own. Nicholas sits across from us, and I'm struck by how he manages to look both dangerous and civilized. We're attending a charity gala tonight, bringing Aria, showing the world what a real family looks like. Smart. Grandma nods approvingly. Fight lies with truth, though that boy's gonna escalate. Mark my words, cornered rats always do. As if on cue, my phone buzzes with a Google alert. My hands are trembling as I read the headline. Exclusive. Cole Thompson files for emergency custody hearing. What? Nicholas is beside me in an instant, reading over my shoulder. His curse is low and vicious. He can't, I say numbly. He has no grounds. He abandoned her. He's claiming parental alienation. Nicholas reads, his voice arctic. Says you deliberately kept him away and are now trying to replace him with... He stops. With a white man, I finish. He's making this racial. Making me look like a self-hating sellout who denied her black daughter her black father. Over my dead body, Grandma says quietly, and there's steel in her voice that reminds me where I got my spine from. That boy walked away. I was there. I saw you cry yourself sick when he left. I held Aria when she had colic, and he was nowhere to be found. The courts don't know that, I point out. Then we make sure they do. Nicholas is already typing. Devin, get me Harrison. Yes, now. I don't care if he's in court. He looks at me. We have documentation of his abandonment, his other children he doesn't support, his criminal record. Some, but we'll get more. Every text, every missed visit, every excuse. His free hand finds mine again. He wants a war, he'll get one. The front door opens, and Elizabeth's voice carries through. Nicholas, we're back. Aria made friends with every butterfly and somehow convinced them to land on her. Wait, Guanma! Aria's shriek could shatter glass. She barrels into the living room and launches herself at my grandmother with the force of a tiny missile. There's my baby girl. Grandma catches her easily, covering her face with kisses. Look how big you got. You eating all your vegetables? Sometimes, Aria says honestly. Nico makes them taste good. He puts butter on everything. Does he now? Grandma looks at Nicholas with new interest. Man who can cook vegetables a baby will eat is worth keeping around. He makes butterfly pancakes too, Aria reports, with secret purple syrup. Secret purple? Grandma asks, and I love her for always understanding Aria's language. It's blueberry syrup, Nicholas explains, but don't tell her that. Elizabeth enters carrying what looks like half a gift shop. Aria insisted the butterflies needed souvenirs, she explains, then stops short at seeing my grandmother. Oh, you must be Katniss's grandmother. I'm Elizabeth. The two matriarchs size each other up, and I hold my breath. Southern black grandmother meets Boston society maven. This could go either way. Dolores James, Grandma says, finally extending her hand. Thank you for looking after my girls. They're a blessing, Elizabeth says simply, and something passes between them, a grandmother understanding. Though I suspect you know that already. I do indeed. Grandma shifts Aria on her lap. This little one tells me you're planning her birthday party already? Oh, Elizabeth lights up. Yes, I was thinking butterfly theme naturally, but I wanted to incorporate traditions from your family. Perhaps we could discuss. Are those macarons? Grandma interrupts, spotting the box Elizabeth is carrying. From La Petite Fleur. Aria chose the flavors, mostly purple ones. I haven't had a good macaron since Paris, Grandma sighs. You've been to Paris? Elizabeth perks up even more. When? Where did you stay? And just like that, they're off, bonding over French pastries and travel, while Aria demonstrates her butterfly knowledge. Nicholas and I share a look of amused bewilderment. Did your mother and my grandma just become best friends? I whisper. I think they did, he murmurs back. We should be terrified. Nico. Aria abandons the grandmothers to climb into his lap. Butterflies landed on me. 3 of them. A blue one and a yellow one and an orange one. That's amazing, Butterfly. He adjusts her automatically, and I'm struck again by how natural they are together. They must have known you're their princess. Not a princess, she corrects. A butterfly scientist. Guanma Lisbeth said so. My mistake. A butterfly scientist. Speaking of which, Elizabeth says, having apparently resolved world peace with my grandmother over macarons, we should get ready for tonight. The gala starts at 7. Aria's coming, Nicholas says, and it's not a question. Of course, Elizabeth claps. I have the perfect dress for her. Purple, naturally. About that, Grandma interjects. I'll be joining you. Grandma, you just flew in, and I'll sleep when that fool stops trying to hurt my babies. She stands, all 5 feet 2 inches of formidable grandmother. Dolores, you have something appropriate to wear? I pack for all occasions, Grandma says primly. Excellent. We'll get ready together. Elizabeth loops her arm through my grandmother's like they've known each other for years. I have a stylist coming at 5. We'll show those vultures what real class looks like. They sweep out with Aria between them, chattering about dresses and butterflies, and which shade of purple works best with her skin tone. What just happened? I asked the empty doorway. I think we were outmaneuvered by grandmothers. Nicholas sounds as stunned as I feel. Should we be worried? My phone buzzes again. Another alert about Cole's custody filing. The momentary lightness evaporates. He's not going to stop, I say quietly. He's going to keep escalating until I stop him. Nicholas turns me to face him, hands gentle on my shoulders. Katniss, look at me. I meet his eyes, finding that winter blue blazing with determination. He will not take her, he says with quiet intensity. He will not hurt either of you, not while I'm breathing. This isn't your fight. Yes, it is. His hands tighten slightly. You're my wife. Aria's my daughter. That makes this my fight. For a year, I remind him. We agreed to a year. Something flickers across his face, there and gone too fast to read. A lot can happen in a year. We stand there, too close, his hands still on my shoulders, my heart doing dangerous things in my chest. The afternoon light streaming through the windows turns his hair to white gold, and I have an insane urge to run my fingers through it. We should get ready, I say, stepping back before I do something stupid like lean into him. Katniss. He catches my hand as I turn to go. Tonight at the gala, we need to be perfect. Every touch, every look, every moment has to sell our story. I know. That means... He pauses, thumb brushing over my knuckles. That means I'll need to touch you. Kiss you probably. Can you handle that? Can I handle kissing the man who's upended my life with kindness, who looks at my daughter like she hung the sun and the moon, who's preparing to wage war against anyone who threatens us? I'm an actress. I lie smoothly. I can handle it. His smile is sharp and knowing. So am I, apparently. He releases my hand, and I flee to my room before he can see how much of a lie that really is. Because the truth is, every time he touches me, it feels less like acting and more like coming home. And that terrifies me more than Cole ever could. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click. Endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 10. Nicholas. The children's hospital ballroom glitters like a jewelry box, all crystal chandeliers and golden light reflecting off Atlanta's elite. But nothing shines brighter than the two women flanking me. Katniss in a midnight blue gown that makes her skin glow like burnished copper, and Arya in purple tulle, with enough sparkle to power the city. "Nico, carry me!" Arya demands, raising her arms. My shoes are slippery. They're not slippery, they're new, and she's been sliding on purpose across every marble surface we've encountered. But I lift her anyway, settling her on my hip where she immediately starts playing with my bow tie. "You're going to wrinkle your dress," Katniss warns, but her tone is fond. She's been tense since we arrived, smiling for cameras but gripping her clutch like a weapon. "It's okay," Arya declares. "Grandma Elizabeth said I'm so pretty nothing can make me not pretty." "Grammar, baby," Katniss corrects automatically. "Nothing can make me not pretty," Arya repeats solemnly, then ruins it by giggling. "That sounds funny." We're intercepted every few feet by well-wishers and society mavens, all desperate to meet my surprise family. I keep one arm around Arya and my other hand on the small of Katniss's back, presenting the united front we've perfected over the past week. "Nicholas, there you are!" Margaret Whitmore, the hospital's chief fundraiser, descends on us in a cloud of Chanel and determination. "And this must be your beautiful family. Oh, she's even more precious in person." Arya, who normally charms everyone, chooses this moment to go shy, burying her face in my neck. I feel her whisper against my collar. "She smells loud." Katniss coughs to cover a laugh, extending her hand smoothly. "Mrs. Whitmore, thank you for having us. The hospital does such important work." "Please call me Margaret, and thank you for coming. When Elizabeth called to add you to the guest list, we were thrilled. The children will be so excited to hear Trinity supports our work." "Actually," I interject, "Katniss and I were discussing making a more substantial contribution. Arya was a preemie, spent 2 weeks in an ICU. We know firsthand how vital specialized children's care is." It's a lie wrapped in truth. Arya was born healthy, but Katniss had mentioned once that her cousin's baby spent months in an ICU. The way her hand tightens on my arm tells me she understands what I'm doing, personalizing our investment, making our family story more real. "How wonderful!" Margaret gushes. "We'll have to discuss details, but first, enjoy the evening. The auction starts in 30 minutes. Some absolutely divine items this year." She flutters away and Katniss turns to me. "An ICU story?" "Depth," I murmur against her ear, conscious of the eyes on us. Every detail makes us more real. "Mama, juice?" Arya pipes up, apparently over her shyness. "Let's find our table first, baby." Our table is prime real estate, front and center where everyone can see us. My mother is already there with Dolores, the two of them thick as thieves with champagne, and shared looks that spell trouble. "There are my girls." Dolores opens her arms for Arya, who scrambles from my arms to her great-grandmother's lap. "You having fun, baby?" "There's too many people," Arya reports seriously. "But the ceiling is pretty, like stars." "That's 'cause you're a star," Dolores tells her, smoothing her dress. "Just like your mama." The grandmothers have coordinated their outfits, both in elegant black with subtle purple accessories that complement Arya's dress. They look like they've been planning family events together for years instead of hours. "Nicholas," my mother says warmly. "That was quite an entrance. Half the room is already speculating about when you'll have another baby." Katniss chokes on the water she's just sipped. I pat her back, using the excuse to lean closer. "Mother enjoys stirring the pot," I tell her. "I enjoy results," Mother corrects. "Speaking of which, the Havershams are dying to meet you, Katniss. Their daughter is a huge Trinity fan." What follows is a careful campaign of social warfare. Mother and Dolores take turns holding Arya while Katniss and I work the room. Every introduction is calculated, every photo opportunity staged to show a happy family. Arya, sugar high from juice and attention, charms everyone by randomly announcing facts about butterflies. You know, one society matron says to Katniss with barely concealed surprise, "You're so articulate, and Arya's just precious, such interesting hair." I feel Katniss tense, but before I can intervene, Dolores appears like an avenging angel. "Isn't it beautiful?" she says sweetly, deadly. "Takes after her mother's family. We've always had gorgeous hair, unlike some people who need $1,000 weaves to achieve what God gave us naturally." The woman flushes and retreats. Dolores winks at us and disappears back into the crowd with Arya. "Your grandmother is terrifying," I tell Katniss. "I adore her." "She raised me," Katniss says simply. "Taught me that sugar works better than vinegar, but sometimes you need to be the whole damn lemon." The auction begins before I can respond. The usual parade of vacations and jewelry, signed memorabilia, and exclusive experiences. I bid on a few items to be polite, letting others win. Then they announce item 27. Our next item is extraordinary. A 2-week family vacation to a private island in Turks and Caicos. Full staff, private jet transport, every amenity imaginable. We'll start the bidding at $50,000. $200,000, I say clearly, raising my paddle. Heads turn. Katniss grabs my arm. "Nicholas, what?" $250, someone counters. $300, I respond without looking away from the auctioneer. "Nicholas," Katniss hisses. "That's insane!" $400, another bidder jumps in. $500,000, I state calmly. The room goes silent. Even the auctioneer looks stunned. $500,000, going once. "Nicholas, stop," Katniss pleads quietly. "We don't need." I turn to her, letting everyone see my expression. Arya's never been to the beach. She told me yesterday she wants to see if the ocean is really as blue as butterflies. I brush a strand of hair from her face, the gesture calculated but the emotion behind it real. Every little girl deserves to build sandcastles with her parents. "Going twice, huh?" Katniss's eyes are glossy with unshed tears. "You remembered she said that?" "I remember everything about our daughter," I tell her, loud enough for nearby tables to hear. "Sold to Mr. Winters for $500,000! The room erupts in applause. I'm vaguely aware of photographers capturing the moment, of people wiping away tears at the devoted father, willing to spend $500,000 on his daughter's first real vacation. "Ladies and gentlemen," the auctioneer says, still looking dazed, "I think this calls for something special. How about a kiss from our generous couple?" The spotlight swings to us. 500 of Atlanta's most influential people lean forward expectantly. Somewhere, a photographer adjusts his lens. Katniss turns to me, and I see the moment she makes the decision. Her hand cups my jaw, and she whispers against my lips, "Thank you." Then she kisses me. It's supposed to be quick, performative, a peck for the cameras and the crowd. But the moment our lips meet, something ignites. Her mouth is soft and warm, tasting faintly of champagne and the strawberries from dessert. When she sighs against me, I forget we have an audience. My hand tangles in her hair, tilting her head to deepen the kiss. She makes a small sound in her throat that shoots straight through me. Her fingers tighten on my lapel, pulling me closer, and I'm lost. The ballroom, the cameras, the cause. Everything fades except the woman in my arms. Someone clears their throat directly into the microphone. We break apart, breathing hard. Katniss's lipstick is smudged, her eyes dark and confused. The room is thunderous with applause and catcalls. "Well," the auctioneer fans himself dramatically, "I think we know why Mr. Winters wanted that private island." More laughter, more applause. I keep my arm around Katniss because I'm not sure either of us is steady enough to stand alone. "Mommy kissed Nico!" Arya's delighted voice carries from the grandmother's table. "Like in movies. Do it again." "Later, baby," Katniss manages, her voice huskier than usual. "Much later," someone calls out, and the room dissolves into good-natured laughter. The auction continues, but I'm barely present. Every nerve ending is aware of Katniss beside me. The heat of her body, the catch in her breath, the way she won't quite meet my eyes. That was quite a kiss. Margaret appears at our table during the break. You two are absolutely precious. How long have you two been together? 9 months, we say in unison, the practiced lie smooth as silk. But it feels like forever, Katniss adds, and something in her tone makes me look at her sharply. She's gazing at Arya, who's now on the dance floor with both grandmothers, spinning in circles. True love, Margaret sighs. It's beautiful to see, especially after everything you've been through. She means the recent scandal, but her words hit differently. Everything we've been through, contracts and PR strategies, staged photos and practice stories. And yet that kiss felt more real than anything in my carefully controlled life. Nico! Arya races over, tugging on my pants. Dance with me! The music is pretty! I stand, scooping her up. Your wish is my command, butterfly. Mama too! Arya insists, reaching for Katniss with grabby hands. Family dance! Katniss rises and we move to the dance floor as a unit. Arya insists on being in the middle, so we create an awkward but adorable 3-person sway. Other couples make space for us, phones coming out to capture the moment. This is nice, Arya sighs contentedly, one arm around each of our necks. We should dance every day. Every day might be excessive, I tell her, but I'm looking at Katniss when I say it. No such thing as too much dancing, she counters, and there's something in her amber eyes that makes my chest tight. The song ends, but Arya refuses to let go. More! More dancing! One more, Katniss concedes. Then juice and bedtime. I'm not tired, Arya protests, then yawns so wide we can see her tonsils. The next song is slower, more intimate. Couples draw close around us. Arya, despite her protests, goes heavy in my arms, her head dropping to my shoulder. She's out, I murmur to Katniss. My baby can fall asleep anywhere. She strokes Arya's back gently. Thank you, for the vacation, for tonight, for... She gestures vaguely. Everything. It's what husbands do, I say, the word feeling less like a lie each time I use it. Real husbands, maybe. Her voice is soft, almost sad. Not contractual ones. Katniss, we should go, she interrupts, before she drools on your tux. We make our goodbyes, Arya dead weight in my arms. The grandmothers are staying. Apparently they found a poker game in the hotel bar and have plans to fleece some oil executives. Your grandmother's a card shark? I ask as we wait for the valet. Where do you think I learned to bluff? Katniss pulls her wrap closer against the evening chill. She'll clean them out and make them thank her for it. The car arrives and I carefully transfer Arya to her car seat. She stirs briefly, mumbles something about purple fishies, then goes back to sleep. The ride home is quiet, charged with unspoken words. Katniss stares out the window, one hand absently touching her lips. I want to say something about the kiss, about how it felt like coming home, about how I'd spend 10 times that amount to see her smile at me like that again. Instead, I say nothing, letting the silence stretch between us like a bridge we're both afraid to cross. Back at the penthouse, we work in tandem. Katniss getting Arya into pajamas while I turn down her bed, moving around each other with the fluid coordination of longtime parents, not virtual strangers playing house. Stay, Arya mumbles as Katniss tucks her in. Both stay. We sit on either side of her bed, watching her drift back to sleep. In the glow of her butterfly nightlight, Katniss looks ethereal, all soft edges and quiet beauty. $500,000, she says finally. For a vacation. For a memory, I correct. For sandcastles and sunrise swims and whatever else she dreams about. Most people can't drop $500,000 on their child's whims. I'm not most people. I reach across Arya's sleeping form, catch Katniss's hand. And she's not most children. She's ours. The word hangs suspended between us, heavy with implications. Katniss doesn't correct me this time, doesn't remind me about contracts and timelines. She just holds my hand while our daughter, dreams between us. Tomorrow the photos will be everywhere. The kiss, the donation, the perfect family portrait we've painted. Cole will rage, lawyers will strategize, and we'll continue this careful dance of real and pretend.
Chapter 11. Katniss. The penthouse pool looks like liquid sapphires in the morning light, steam rising into the cool air. I pull my cardigan tighter, watching from a lounge chair as Nicholas stands waist-deep in the heated water, his hand steady on Arya's small waist. I scared. Arya clings to his neck like a barnacle, her new purple swimsuit with ruffled butterflies making her look even tinier. Water's too big. The ocean will be bigger, Nicholas says patiently, the same gentle tone he's used for the past hour. But I'll be right there with you, just like now. Ready to try floating again? It's been 5 days since the gala, since that kiss that still makes my lips tingle when I think about it. 5 days of carefully maintained boundaries and a routine that feels dangerously like belonging. Nicholas makes breakfast while I do Arya's hair. We take turns with bedtime stories. He plays piano after dinner while she dances, and I pretend not to watch them together. "Pool miss you won't let go?" Arya demands, her little fingers digging into his shoulders. "I promise." He shifts her carefully, supporting her back. Now, arms out like a starfish. She extends one arm cautiously, then the other, her face scrunched in concentration. Nicholas's hands never waver, even though holding a wiggling 3-year-old at that angle has to be killing his back. "I'm doing it," she squeals. "Look, Mommy, I'm floating." "You're amazing, baby." "Come in, Mommy." Arya kicks her legs, sending water everywhere. "Pool party." Mommy's good watching, I deflect, even though I'm wearing my swimsuit under this cover-up. The black one-piece seemed modest enough in my bathroom mirror, but the thought of being in the water with Nicholas, all that skin and proximity. "Please." Arya employs her weapon of mass destruction. Puppy eyes. "Nico needs help teaching me." "I think Nico's doing fine," I say, but she's already started the lip quiver that means tears are imminent. Nicholas catches my eye, and something in his expression makes my stomach flip. He's in simple black swim trunks, water droplets catching on his pale skin, his usually perfect hair damp and falling across his forehead. The morning light shows every lean muscle, the dusting of gold hair across his chest, the way water clings to his skin. "The water's perfect," he says, and there's something in his voice that makes me wonder if he knows where my thoughts went. "And I could use help." She keeps trying to drink the pool. "It tastes funny," Arya informs us seriously. "Not like juice." "That's because it's not for drinking, Butterfly." I stand, fingers fumbling with my cover-up. "Okay, but just for a few minutes." I drop the cardigan before I can overthink it, hyper-aware of Nicholas's gaze as I walk to the pool steps. The heated water is a shock against my skin, but not as much as the way he's gazing at me, like I'm something worth memorizing. "Pretty suit, Mommy." Arya abandons Nicholas to paddle toward me with more excitement than skill. "We matching." We're not really. Hers has butterflies and ruffles, while mine is plain, but I catch her as she reaches me. "We're both mermaids," I agree. "No, butterflies." She's indignant at the suggestion. "Butterfly mermaids." My mistake. Butterfly mermaids. We spend the next 20 minutes in a careful dance, passing Arya between us as she practices floating, kicking, and her version of swimming, which mostly involves splashing. The routine we've developed extends even here, wordlessly coordinating who holds her, who encourages, who catches her when she launches herself underwater with no warning. "I swim to Nico," Aria announces, pushing off from me with surprising force. She paddles the 3 feet between us with jerky movements, Nicholas ready to catch her if she falters. When she reaches him, she throws her arms around his neck triumphantly. I did it. I swam. You did, he agrees, spinning her in the water until she shrieks with laughter. My little butterfly fish. Not a fish, she's breathless with giggles. Butterfly mermaid. I watch them together, my chest tight with emotions I don't want to name. In 5 days, he's become essential to her routine. She looks for him at breakfast, saves her best artwork for his approval, demands he tuck her in alongside me. And he never disappoints her, never shows impatience with her endless questions or butterfly facts. Your turn, Mommy. Aria wiggles free from Nicholas. Swim to us. I can swim, baby. Show me. She paddles back to the steps with Nicholas shadowing her. Swim fast like on TV. You were on the swim team? Nicholas asks. And I realize there's still so much we don't know about each other despite living together. High school, I admit, before music took over everything. Show us, Mommy. I push off, muscle memory taking over as I cut through the water with strokes that haven't been used in years. 1 length, then 2, the rhythm meditative and familiar. When I surface at the far end, Aria is bouncing in Nicholas's arms. So fast, like a dolphin, again. Once more, I concede, and dive back under. The water is peaceful here, muffling the world above. For a moment, I let myself float suspended, pretending this is real, that I'll surface to my actual family, not a carefully constructed arrangement with an expiration date. When I come up, Nicholas is closer than expected. Aria still in his arms, but his eyes on me. Water clings to his unfairly long lashes, and this close, I can see flecks of silver in the ice blue of his irises. Beautiful, he murmurs, and I tell myself he means my swimming form. Daddy, I'm hungry, Aria announces, breaking the moment. She's been calling him that more and more, and neither of us has corrected her. What's the point when she'll have to unlearn it in months? Let's get dried off then, Nicholas says easily. Maria made those muffins you like. Purple ones? Of course, purple ones. We move through the routine of getting out, me wrapping Aria in her butterfly towel while Nicholas grabs our things, the kind of wordless cooperation that comes from practice. In the elevator up to the penthouse, Aria chatters about the ocean, asking if there are purple fish, and can she touch them, and will the water taste different than the pool? We'll find out tomorrow, I tell her, adjusting her towel toga. But no drinking ocean water either. Why? Too salty. Like pretzels? Saltier than pretzels. She considers this seriously. That's really salty. Nicholas's phone rings as we enter the penthouse. He frowns at the screen. Harrison, I should take this. Go. I wave him off. We need to shower anyway. He nods, already answering. Harrison, what's the update? I carry Aria to our wing, but Nicholas's voice carries. 7? You're certain? I pause. 7 what? All willing to testify? My stomach drops. Cole. This is about Cole. I get Aria in the shower, shampooing her hair while straining to hear the conversation. She sings her butterfly song, blissfully unaware that her biological father is being discussed in legal terms. By the time we're dressed, Aria in her favorite purple sundress, me in jeans and a Trinity tour shirt that's seen better days. Nicholas is in the kitchen with his phone on speaker. Depositions from all of them. Harrison's voice fills the space. 4 have child support judgments he's never paid. 2 have restraining orders. The 7th just filed for back support last month. 7 what? I ask, though I'm afraid I already know. Nicola looks up, his expression carefully neutral. Other mothers? Cole has 7 other children. The words hit like physical blows. 7. 7 children he's abandoned. 7 women he's left to struggle alone. Aria has 7 siblings? I sink onto a bar stool processing this. Half-siblings, technically, Harrison corrects through the speaker, that we know of. There could be more. Mommy? Aria climbs onto the stool next to me. What siblings? Brothers and sisters, I manage. Her face lights up. I have brothers and sisters. Where? Can they visit? Nicola rounds the counter, lifting her into his arms. Maybe someday, Butterfly. Want to help me make lunch? She nods enthusiastically, distracted by the promise of cooking. He settles her on the counter, hands her a wooden spoon, then returns his attention to the call. What's our next move? He asks Harrison. I've reached out to all 7 women. 5 are willing to provide statements about his patterns of abandonment. 2 are hesitant but considering. If we can present a unified front showing his systematic neglect. Do it, Nicholas says immediately. Whatever they need, legal fees, travel costs, accommodations, cover everything. Nicholas, I start to protest, but he cuts me off with a look. All of it, Harrison. These women deserve support, and their testimony ensures Aria stays where she belongs. Understood. I'll coordinate with their attorneys. We should have preliminary statements by end of day. Good. Keep me updated. Nicholas ends the call, then turns to find me staring at him. 7 kids, I whisper. How did I not know? Because he's good at disappearing. His jaw is tight with controlled anger. Good at making promises and leaving destruction, but not anymore. You're paying for 7 women's legal fees? I'm investing in justice, he corrects, and ensuring no judge in their right mind gives that man access to Aria. I can't let you... You're my wife. The words come out fierce, possessive. Aria is my daughter in every single way that matters. This is what family does. For 11 more months, I remind him, needing the boundary even as it hurts to voice it. Something flashes across his face. Frustration maybe, or hurt. But before he can respond, Aria tugs on his shirt. Nico, the water's bubbling. He turns to the pot on the stove, lifting her to see. That means it's ready for pasta. Wanna pour? They work together, her small hands guided by his large ones, and I watch this man fold our daughter into his life like she's always belonged there. The kiss at the gala feels like a lifetime ago, and yesterday all at once. 7 siblings, I murmur, still processing. She always wanted a brother or sister. Not like this, Nicholas says quietly. Not scattered and abandoned. But maybe... He pauses, considering. Maybe someday we can arrange meetings, if the other mothers are willing. Let the children know each other. You'd do that? He looks at me like I've asked something ridiculous. Of course, they're part of her, which makes them part of us. Us. Such a small word to carry so much weight. Pasta's ready, Aria announces proudly. I helped. You did all the work. Nicholas agrees seriously. I just supervised. She beams at him, then at me. We make lunch for Mommy. Thank you, baby. We settle at the table, Aria chattering about swimming and butterflies and whether the ocean has pasta. Normal family lunch conversation, except for the bombshell of 7 unknown siblings and a biological father who treats children like disposable accessories. After lunch, we pack? Aria asks, hopefully. She's been asking about the trip hourly since we told her. After lunch, we pack, I confirm. But only what fits in your suitcase. My butterflies fit. 3 butterflies, Nicholas negotiates. The others will be here when we get back. She considers this. 5 butterflies. 4. Deal. She grabs his hand solemnly, clearly pleased with her negotiation skills. I watch them. This man who drops $500,000 on vacations and pays legal fees for strangers, bargaining with a 3-year-old over stuffed butterflies. The same hands that sign multi-million-dollar deals are gentle as they wipe sauce from her chin. "What?" he asks, catching me staring. "Nothing." I lie. "Just thank you. For the lawyers. For fighting for her. For all of it." "You don't have to thank me for protecting my family," he says simply. The word hovers between us. Family. Temporary, I remind myself. Just temporary. But watching him help Arya twirl her fork in the spaghetti, both of them laughing when it falls off, I'm starting to forget what temporary means.
Chapter 12. Nicholas. The Turks and Caicos sun hits differently than Atlanta's. Cleaner somehow, like it's been filtered through crystal. Our Gulf Stream touches down on a private airstrip, and through the window, I watch Arya practically vibrate with excitement in her car seat. Is that the ocean? The real ocean? She presses her nose to the glass, leaving prints. It's so blue. Bluer than the pool. Bluer than butterflies. That's the Caribbean Sea, butterfly, I tell her, unbuckling my seatbelt as we taxi to a stop. Even better than the ocean? How is it better? She's already wiggling to get free, her purple sundress, one of 5 Elizabeth packed, twisted from the flight. It's warmer, Katniss answers, gathering our carry-ons. And clearer. You'll be able to see fish swimming. Real fish? Not pet store fish? Real wild fish, I confirm, lifting her out of her seat. All different colors. Even purple? We'll have to look for purple ones. The plane door opens and tropical air floods the cabin. Salt and flowers and promise. Our grandmothers emerge from their seats like they're walking a runway. Elizabeth wears white linen and a sun hat that probably cost more than most people's rent. Dolores sports a vibrant caftan that makes her look like vacation royalty. Ladies first, I gesture, but Elizabeth waves me ahead. Take that baby to see her ocean, she orders. We'll supervise the luggage. I don't trust them with my hat boxes. Hat boxes? Dolores raises an eyebrow. We're here for a week, not a season. A woman needs options, Dee. Speaking of which, did you pack that purple number we bought? The one for the beach dinner? They descend into fashion strategy, and I share an amused look with Katniss. My mother and her grandmother have become a force of nature, planning our lives with the efficiency of military generals and the style of Vogue editors. The resort staff waits on the tarmac, a line of smiling faces in crisp uniforms. The general manager, a distinguished man with silver temples, steps forward. Mr. and Mrs. Winters, welcome to Paradise Cove. I'm Marcus Bennett. We're honored to have your family with us. Thank you. I shake his hand, noting how his staff watches us with barely concealed curiosity. The auction made news even here, apparently. This is our daughter Arya. Hi. Arya waves from my arms. Do you have purple fish? Marcus's professional smile becomes genuine. We have parrotfish that are blue and purple. Perhaps you'd like to see them later. Yes, please, Mommy, he said. Purple fish. I heard, baby. Katniss moves closer, her hand finding the small of my back in a gesture that's become automatic in public. We're excited to be here. Your villa is ready, Marcus continues, gesturing to a line of golf carts. Beachfront, completely private with its own pool and beach access as requested. Your mothers have the adjoining guest house. Grandmothers? Elizabeth corrects, appearing with enough luggage for a small army. Though I suppose at our age, the distinction hardly matters. We load into the carts, Arya bouncing between Katniss and me, pointing at everything. The resort is Paradise Manifest, manicured paths winding through hibiscus and bougainvillea, glimpses of turquoise water between palm trees. Other guests in designer resort wear who try not to stare at our processional. Nico, look! A butterfly! A real one! Arya nearly launches herself from the moving cart to chase an orange and black beauty. It's following us! That's a monarch, I tell her, steadying her with one arm. The villa appears around a bend, and even I'm impressed. Modern architecture that manages to feel organic, all clean lines and glass walls that blur the boundary between inside and outside. The infinity pool seems to pour directly into the ocean beyond. Oh my, Dolores breathes. This is something else. It's acceptable, Elizabeth allows, though her eyes are bright with approval. The guest house has proper closet space, I hope? Marcus assures her it does, then begins the tour. 6 bedrooms, full kitchen, media room, music room that makes Katniss gasp. But it's the beach that captures Arya completely. Can we go now? Please? Please, please, please? Let's unpack first, Katniss starts, but I'm already kicking off my shoes. Or we could just go, I suggest, rolling up my linen pants. The ocean's not going anywhere, but her excitement might. Arya squeals, already trying to strip off her sandals with uncoordinated 3-year-old fingers. Katniss looks between us, then shrugs and slips off her own shoes. The staff will handle the luggage, Elizabeth declares. We'll set up camp. Organize the villa. You 3 go play. There's something in her tone, the way she exchanges looks with Dolores, that suggests organization involves more than just unpacking. But Arya's tugging us toward the beach, and resistance is futile. The sand is powder soft and warm between my toes. Arya stops at the edge where waves lap the shore, suddenly hesitant. It's loud, she whispers, pressing back against my legs. That's the ocean talking, Katniss says, crouching beside her. Telling us hello. What's it saying? Welcome, Arya, I provide in a deep voice. I've been waiting to meet you. She giggles, tension easing. Oceans don't talk, silly. This one does. It told me there are purple shells just for you. Silly? Only one way to find out. She takes a tentative step forward, shrieking when the water touches her toes. It's warm and tickly. Want to go deeper? Katniss asks. Arya nods, reaching for both our hands. We wade in together, the 3 of us in our travel clothes, not caring about appearances. The water is crystal clear, schools of tiny silver fish darting around our feet. Fishies! Arya tries to catch them, stumbling. We lift her between us, swinging her over the small waves while she screams with delight. Again! Higher! You're getting heavy, Butterfly, I grunt, but swing her anyway. I'm not heavy, I tiny, Grandma Elizabeth said so. Grandma Elizabeth also thinks you need 3 suitcases for a week, Katniss points out. She said a lady needs options. Arya's imitation of Elizabeth's Boston accent is startlingly accurate. We play until the sun starts its descent, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Arya builds her first sandcastle, more of a sand lump really, chases ghost crabs, collects shells that might be purple if you squint. Mr. Winters? A staff member appears at the beach edge. Your grandmother have arranged dinner on the terrace. They said to tell you proper attire required. Of course they have, Katniss sighs. Come on, Sandy girl, bath time. No, Arya whines, but she's swaying on her feet, exhausted from travel and excitement. Back at the villa, we discover the grandmothers have indeed been busy. The terrace is set for dinner with candles and flowers, soft jazz playing from hidden speakers. Our luggage is unpacked, clothes organized by color and occasion. Definitely Elizabeth's work. Your shower is ready, Miss Arya, a smiling staff member reports, with butterfly bubbles as requested by your grandmothers. Butterfly bubbles? Arya perks up. How they know? Grandmothers know everything, I tell her, which seems to be increasingly true. An hour later, we gather for dinner. Arya fresh and clean in yet another purple dress, Katniss in a flowing sundress that makes her skin glow, me in linen pants and a white shirt, because Elizabeth threatened bodily harm if I showed up in shorts. Now this is living, Dolores sighs, sipping something fruity with an umbrella. Beautiful view, beautiful family, beautiful life. To family vacations, Elizabeth raises her glass. May this be the first of many. We toast, even Arya with her juice, and I'm struck by how natural this feels. Not like a performance or arrangement, just family. Tomorrow we snorkel, Elizabeth announces. I've booked the best instructor. And the spa Thursday, Dolores adds. Full day package. The butterfly garden Wednesday, Elizabeth continues. Ladies, I interrupt. We don't need every minute scheduled. They exchange looks that suggest my opinion is noted and dismissed. Nicholas, darling, Elizabeth says sweetly. When one pays $500,000 for a vacation, one maximizes the experience. Besides, Dolores adds with a grin, you'll thank us when this one, she nods at Arya, who's falling asleep in her chair despite her best efforts, is entertained all week. The server appears to take our plates and Arya jerks awake. I'm not tired. Of course not, Katniss agrees, lifting her. Just resting your eyes. Just resting, Arya mumbles into her shoulder. We'll take dessert to go, I tell the server, standing to follow them. Nicholas, Elizabeth calls after me. The master suite is set up for all three of you. We thought it would be easier with Arya adjusting to a new place. I catch Katniss's eyes widening. We haven't shared a bedroom since this began, maintaining careful boundaries even as everything else blurs. That's thoughtful, Katniss manages. Practical, Dolores corrects. That child's going to be in your bed by midnight anyway. Might as well start there. They're not wrong. Arya does end up in one of our beds most nights, usually after a nightmare about picture men or just missing whichever parent she didn't choose. Thank you, I say, meaning it, for everything today. Go, Elizabeth waves us off. Put that baby to bed. We're going to finish this wine and plan tomorrow's outfits. The master suite is magnificent. King bed facing the ocean, doors open to the night breeze, adjoining room for Arya with a bed shaped like a boat. Boat bed, Arya rallies momentarily. But sleep with you. Just for tonight, Katniss agrees, too tired to argue. We perform an abbreviated bedtime routine. Quick story, butterfly song, promises of purple fish tomorrow. Arya crashes between us, sprawled like a starfish, taking up improbable amounts of space for someone so small. She's going to be sunburned tomorrow, Katniss whispers over her head. I forgot sunscreen at the beach. Already applied, I whisper back. SPF 50. Elizabeth packed an entire pharmacy. Of course she did. Katniss smiles, soft in the moonlight. They're kind of amazing, aren't they? Our grandmothers. Terrifying is the word I'd use. That too. She's quiet for a bit, one hand smoothing Arya's hair. Thank you for this. For giving her these memories. You don't have to keep thanking me. I do, though. Because this isn't real. In a year... Can we not? I interrupt, surprising myself with the sharpness. Can we just... be here? For 1 week, can we stop talking about what this isn't and just let it be what it is? She studies me in the darkness, and I wonder what she sees. The businessman playing house, the fool catching feelings for an arrangement, or just a man who wants 1 week where the pretense drops and we're simply us? Okay, she says finally. 1 week. No contracts, no timelines, no reminders, just this. Just this, I agree. Arya mumbles something about purple fish in her sleep, rolling over to plaster herself against my side. Katniss mirrors the position on her other side, and we form a protective shell around our dreaming daughter. Through the open doors, the ocean whispers its lullaby. Tomorrow there will be purple fish to find and sandcastles to build and grandmothers to survive. But tonight, in this perfect moment, we're exactly where we belong, even if it's only for a week.
Chapter 13. Katniss. The sun turns the pool into liquid diamonds. Too bright to look at directly. I float on my back, eyes closed, letting the water hold me up like I haven't been able to hold myself up lately. 3 days into paradise, and I'm starting to remember what breathing feels like when it's not tight with worry. "Mommy, watch!" Arya's voice pierces my meditation. "I gonna jump." I open one eye to see her at the pool's edge, wearing her 5th swimsuit of the trip, this one with purple seahorses that Elizabeth claimed were absolutely essential. Nicholas treads water nearby, arms ready to catch her. "Big jump, butterfly," he encourages. "Use your strong legs." She bounces 3 times, psyching herself up, then launches with a little more enthusiasm than skill. The splash soaks everyone in a 10-foot radius, including Dolores, who's reading under an umbrella. "Lord have mercy," my grandmother laughs, wiping water from her book. "That child's part, dolphin." Again, Arya surfaces, already paddling toward the edge. "Bigger jump." "Maybe a smaller jump," I suggest, noting how her eyes are getting that glassy, exhausted look. It's almost nap time. "Not tired," she protests, then yawns so wide I can count her molars. Nicholas scoops her up, settling her on his shoulders. "How about one more jump? Then we read a story." 2 more jumps? 1.5. "Deal." She takes his hand solemnly from her perch, a negotiation tactic she's perfected this week. Elizabeth appears from the villa carrying a tray of drinks, her white caftan flowing like she's in a perfume commercial. "Arya, darling, after your jump, would you like to help me make special ice cream sundaes?" "Ice cream?" Arya perks up. "With sprinkles?" "Purple sprinkles," Elizabeth confirms. "But only if you take a tiny rest first. We need our energy for proper Sunday construction." I watch my daughter wrestle with the eternal 3-year-old dilemma. Play now or treats later. The treats win. "Okay," she decides. 1 more jump, then rest, then ice cream. The final jump is more of a controlled fall, Nicholas catching her before she goes under. By the time he towels her off, she's already drooping. "Come, sweet girl," Dolores stands, bookmarking her page. "Let's get you dried off and settled." "Story?" Arya requests sleepily. "I'll tell you about the purple butterflies in Houston," my grandmother promises. "They're bigger than plates." "Bigger than pizza?" "Bigger than pizza." They disappear into the villa, Elizabeth trailing with promises of post-nap Sunday engineering, which leaves Nicholas and me alone in the pool, the silence suddenly loud. "Your grandmother's butterfly stories get more elaborate each time," he observes, moving to the pool's edge near the bar. "By next week they'll be driving cars," I agree, swimming closer. "Thanks for wearing her out. She's been fighting naps since we got here." Too much to see, too much to do. He pulls himself up to sit on the edge, water streaming down his chest. Can't blame her. I feel the same way. I try not to stare at how the water traces patterns down his skin, how the sun turns his hair almost white. 3 days of swimming in sunshine have given him the faintest tan, making his eyes even more startling. "Want a drink?" he offers, gesturing to the pool bar. They make a mean pina colada. At 2 in the afternoon? We're on vacation. Time has no meaning. Spoken like someone who doesn't have to deal with a sugar-crashed toddler later. Fair point. Virgin colada then? Living dangerously. He orders from the swim-up bar while I contemplate the inflatable swan float that's been taunting me for days. It's ridiculous. Bright pink with gold accents and cup holders. Arya's been begging me to try it. "You've been eyeing that thing for days," Nicola notes, returning with our drinks. "Just get on it." It's silly. Everything here is silly, that's the point. He takes a sip of his drink. "When's the last time you did something just for fun? Not for Arya, not for work, just because you wanted to?" The question hits deeper than he probably intended. When is the last time? Before Arya? Before Cole? before the responsibility of Trinity and image management and constantly calculating every move? I can't remember, I admit quietly, then get on the giant swan. Something about the simple command, the permission to be silly, breaks through my hesitation. I wade to the float, trying to figure out the physics of mounting it gracefully. There's no graceful way. I flop, slide, and finally sprawl across it like a starfish. Nailed it, Nicholas deadpans. Shut up. But I'm laughing, adjusting until I'm properly seated. Oh, this has cup holders. Fancy. Here. He swims over with my drink, placing it carefully in the holder. Now you're living. I paddle around slowly, feeling ridiculous and free. The sun warms my skin. The gentle breeze carries hibiscus and salt. And for this moment, nothing exists beyond this pool. No custody battles, no PR crises, no expiration dates on fake marriages. You look happy, Nicholas observes, floating nearby on his back. I forgot what this felt like, I confess. Being able to just exist, no photographers, no schedules, no crisis management, just floating on a stupid swan. It's not stupid if it makes you smile like that. I splash him lightly. Don't be nice. I'm trying to maintain some dignity here. Dignity's overrated. He moves closer, treading water beside the float. Besides, I like seeing you like this, relaxed, happy. It's because of you. The words slip out before I can stop them. Being here, feeling safe, knowing you're handling everything so I can just breathe. I forget all my problems when you're around. His expression softens. Katniss, I know we're not supposed to talk about some things, I rush on. But I need you to know I'm grateful for all of it. For how you are with Arya, for fighting Cole, for this whole... Hey. He catches the edge of the float, stilling my nervous paddling. It's going to be okay, all of it. Cole can't touch you here, can't touch Arya. The lawyers are handling everything. You're allowed to just be happy. Am I? I look down at him, this impossible man who's rewritten our lives in weeks. Sometimes I feel guilty for enjoying this when I know it's temporary, he finishes, something flashing in his eyes. I know, but that doesn't make it less real right now. The float rocks as he holds it, and I grip the sides for balance. Want to try to get on? There's room for two, theoretically. Theoretically? He grins, and my heart does something complicated. Challenge accepted. What follows is 5 minutes of absolute chaos. He tries to board from the back, tipping me forward. Then from the side, sending us spinning. Water goes everywhere. We're both laughing and cursing, and the drinks are definitely sacrificed to the pool gods. This is impossible, he gasps, making another attempt. You're doing it wrong. I'm holding on for dear life as the swan bucks like a rodeo bull. You have to... No, not like that. He pulls himself up just as I shift to counterbalance, and suddenly we're both flying. The swan flips spectacularly, dumping us into the water in a tangle of limbs and laughter. I surface sputtering, hair in my face, chlorine burning my nose. Smooth. I manage between coughs. I almost had it. He's treading water close, too close, pushing my wet hair back from my face. You okay? Yeah, The words die as I realize how close we are. His hands are on my arms, steadying me. My legs brush against his underwater. A drop of water clings to his lower lip, and I have the insane urge to lick it off. Katniss, he says softly, and I realize I'm staring at his mouth. I look up, meeting those impossible blue eyes, and time does that thing where it slows and speeds up simultaneously. He's leaning in, or maybe I am, or maybe we both are, drawn by some force stronger than the current. Our lips meet. It's barely a kiss, just a brush, a whisper, a question. His mouth is cool from the water but warm underneath, tasting like coconut and rum and possibility. My hand finds his shoulder. Whether to push away or pull closer, I don't know. Then reality crashes back. We're in a pool, at an island resort, where anyone could see. We break apart, breathing hard. Neither of us moves away, though, still treading water in each other's space like we're caught in some invisible net. I start, but what is there to say? Sorry? I'm not. That was a mistake. It wasn't. We should talk about this? We shouldn't. The swan's escaping, he says instead, nodding toward the float drifting toward the deep end. Let it go. I can't look away from his face, from the way he's looking at me like I'm a puzzle he's trying to solve. Nicholas! Mommy, Nico! Arya's voice shatters the moment. She's on the terrace with both grandmothers, bouncing with renewed energy. Ice cream time! Come on! Coming, butterfly? Nicholas calls back, but his eyes stay on me. We should... Yeah. I start swimming toward the ladder, needing distance, needing to think. We should. We don't talk about it. Not during ice cream, where Arya creates a purple monstrosity that would give anyone diabetes just looking at it. Not during dinner, where the grandmothers regale us with tales of their beach bar adventures. Not during bedtime, where we move around each other with careful choreography, maintaining space. But now it's 2 a.m. and I'm staring at the ceiling, listening to the ocean and Arya's soft snores, and Nicholas is breathing from the couch where he's exiled himself, despite the king bed being plenty big for appropriate space. I can still feel it. That brief touch of lips that shouldn't matter but does. The way he tasted like vacation and danger. The way my body fit against his in the water like we were made for this. It was nothing. A moment. An accident born of laughter and proximity and too much sun. So why can't I stop touching my lips? Why can't I stop replaying the way he said my name after, soft and wondering? Why can't I stop wanting to pad across this room and ask him if he's awake too? If he's thinking what I'm thinking? If he knows we're playing with fire in paradise? The ocean whispers through the open doors, and somewhere in the distance, a night bird calls. Tomorrow we'll wake up and pretend this didn't happen. We'll build sandcastles and hunt for purple shells and be the family we're performing. But tonight, in the dark, I let myself remember the exact shade of blue his eyes were when he looked at me. I let myself imagine what would have happened if Arya hadn't called out. I let myself want things I can't have, just for this moment.
Chapter 14. Nicholas. The next day arrived too soon after that kiss we shared. I surreptitiously glance at Katniss, wondering if she thinks of that kiss, but Arya's squeal brings me back to the present. Yay! She giggles, splashing water. The shallow reef stretches before us like an underwater garden, coral formations visible through crystal clear water. Arya paddles between Katniss and me in her purple floaties, her snorkel mask slightly too big, but she insisted it was perfect. Look! Yellow fishies! Her voice is muffled through the snorkel as she points excitedly. They're swimming together! That's a school of fish, I tell her, steadying her as a gentle wave rocks us. They stay together for safety. Like us? She looks between Katniss and me. We a school? Something like that, baby, Katniss answers, and I catch the soft smile she gives me over Arya's head. The morning sun warms our backs as we float in the shallows. Other fish dart around us, blue tangs, angelfish, even a small ray gliding along the sandy bottom. Arya's delighted squeals echo across the water every time something new appears. Mommy, look! A rainbow fish! I follow it! Before either of us can respond, she's kicking away with more enthusiasm than skill, chasing a parrotfish that's wandering toward deeper water. Arya, wait! Katniss starts. It happens so fast. One moment, Arya's purple snorkel is bobbing above the surface. The next, she's trying to dive down to follow the fish. Her floaties keep her up, but she fights them. And suddenly, she's vertical in the water. The snorkel submerged, her face under. "Arya!" Katniss's scream rips across the water. I'm already moving, 3 powerful strokes closing the distance. She's only been under for seconds. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. But time stretches like taffy. My hand finds her arm and I pull her up, water streaming from her mask. She sputters, coughs, then grins. "I saw the fishy up close." "Yeah?" My voice sounds remarkably calm for someone whose heart is trying to escape his chest. "Was he pretty?" "So pretty. Purple and green and... Mommy?" Katniss has reached us, her hands running over Arya frantically. "Baby, are you okay? Can you breathe? Does anything hurt?" Okay, Mommy." Arya's brow furrows at her mother's intensity. "Why are you crying?" "I'm not crying. But she is, silent tears mixing with seawater on her cheeks. Just got salt water in my eyes." "Let's head back," I suggest, already turning toward shore with Arya secure against my chest. "I think that's enough ocean adventure for today." "But the fishies..." "We'll be here tomorrow," Katniss says, her voice tight with forced cheer. "Time for lunch anyway." Arya chatters the whole way back, oblivious to how her mother's hands shake as we towel off, how Katniss's eyes keep tracking her like she might disappear if she blinks. The rest of the day passes in forced normalcy. Lunch on the terrace, Arya showing the grandmothers how she can swim underwater in vivid detail. An afternoon at the pool where Katniss doesn't let Arya get more than arm's length away. Dinner with Arya recounting her fish adventure for the 10th time. "I am mermaid," she announces over dessert. "Mermaids breathe underwater." "You're not a mermaid," Katniss says sharply, then softens at Arya's startled look. "I mean, even mermaids need to be careful in the water." Elizabeth and Dolores exchange glances but say nothing. By 8 o'clock, Arya is crashing hard from the day's excitement. She falls asleep during her butterfly story, clutching her stuffed octopus, a gift from the resort's shop to commemorate her underwater adventure. "She's out," Katniss whispers, pulling the covers up to Arya's chin. "Thank God." I watch her smooth Arya's hair, checking her breathing, adjusting the nightlight. "Katniss, I'm going to shower," she cuts me off. Will you stay with her just for a few minutes?" "Of course." She disappears into the bathroom and I hear the water run for a long time. When she emerges, she's in sleep shorts and my MIT t-shirt she's claimed as pajamas. Her eyes are red-rimmed. "Thanks," she says quietly. "I'm good now. You can..." "Right. Good night." But I can't sleep. The villa feels too big, too quiet except for the ocean's constant murmur. I replay those 3 seconds over and over. Should I have been closer? Reacted faster? What if the current had been stronger? Is Katniss okay? At 2 a.m., I give up and head to the kitchen for water. That's when I see her through the windows, a shadow on the moonlit beach, standing at the water's edge. I grab the rum and head out. The night beach is a different world, silver and shadow, the air heavy with salt and jasmine. Katniss stands where the waves meet sand, still as a statue except for her hair whipping in the breeze. "Couldn't sleep either?" I ask, stopping beside her. She doesn't turn. I keep seeing it. Her going under. Those 3 seconds felt like 3 hours. "She's fine," I remind her gently. "Sleeping peacefully, probably dreaming about being a mermaid. This time." Her voice cracks. "She's fine this time, but what about next time? What if we're not fast enough? What if..." She wraps her arms around herself, shivering despite the warm night. "Katniss, I can't protect her from everything." The words explode out of her like they've been building pressure all day. I thought I could. Thought if I just controlled enough, planned enough, watched closely enough. But today proved I can't. Cole proved I can't. 3 seconds, Nicholas. That's all it took. She turns to face me finally, and the moonlight reveals tears streaming down her face. What happens when Cole escalates? When photographers get more aggressive? When she starts school and I can't be there every second? How do I keep her safe in a world that can take her in 3 seconds? Hey, I set the rum bottle in the sand and reach for her, but she steps back. No, I need to. I can't. She's shaking now, really shaking, like her body's finally processing the fear she's been suppressing. She's everything. My whole world. And I almost... You didn't almost anything, I say firmly. She got water in her snorkel. That's all. Kids do that. Stop. Her voice is raw. Stop being logical and reasonable. I know she's fine. I know it wasn't serious, but for those 3 seconds I thought... A sob breaks free. I thought I'd lost her. The sound breaks something in me. I pull her against my chest despite her resistance, and after a moment she collapses into me, fingers clutching my shirt as she cries. Really cries. Not the silent tears from earlier, but full-body sobs that shake us both. I've got you, I murmur into her hair. Let it out. I've got you. We sink to the sand, her in my lap, clinging to me like I'm the only solid thing in a tilting world. I hold her through it, one hand stroking her back, the other cradling her head. The waves wash over our feet, warm and rhythmic. I was scared too, I admit, when her sobs quiet to hiccups. Terrified. Those 3 seconds. I get it. She pulls back to look at me, eyes swollen and vulnerable in the moonlight. You didn't show it. Someone had to stay calm for her, but inside, I touch her face, thumb brushing away tears. Inside, I was screaming. She's not even your... She stops, bites her lip. Don't. My voice comes out rougher than intended. Don't say she's not mine. Biology doesn't matter. I love that little girl like she's my own blood. The thought of losing her... If only Katniss knew how much I wished Arya is my daughter. I know. She touches my face, mirroring my gesture. I see how you look at her, how she looks at you, like you hung the moon. She looks at you like you hung the stars. We're so close now, sharing breath in the salt-sweet air. Her fingers trace my jaw, and I feel that touch everywhere. Nicholas, she whispers. And there's something different in her voice now. Not fear, but need. Make me forget. Just for tonight. Make me feel something besides scared. Katniss. She kisses me. Not the accidental brush in the pool, but something desperate and hungry. She tastes like tears and need. And when she shifts to straddle my lap, I'm lost. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at VixaVaughnRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. I gather her against me, our bodies still trembling from the intensity of what we shared. Sand clings to our sweat-dampened skin, but neither of us cares. That was... She starts, then trails off, apparently unable to find words. I know, I murmur, pressing kisses to her temple. I know. We lie there under the stars, the ocean breeze cooling our heated skin. Her fingers trace lazy patterns on my chest while I stroke her back, both of us reluctant to let reality intrude on this perfect moment. I didn't know it could be like that, she whispers after a while, her voice still rough from crying out my name. Like what? I ask, though I understand perfectly. Nothing in my life has prepared me for the intensity of what just happened between us. Like everything, like drowning and flying at the same time. She shifts to look up at me, moonlight catching the tears that still cling to her lashes. Is it always like this for you? No. The admission comes out raw, honest. Never. This was... your... Don't. She presses her fingers to my lips. Don't make it more than it is. We both needed this tonight. The fear, the adrenaline, the relief that she's okay. Is that what you think this was? I can't keep the edge from my voice. Adrenaline? She's quiet, her fingers resuming their path across my chest. It has to be. We have an arrangement, Nicholas. A contract. This... She gestures between us. This can't happen again. Why not? You know why. She sits up, reaching for her scattered clothes. Because in a few months this ends. You'll fade out of Arya's life, out of mine, and we'll go back to being strangers who shared a business arrangement. Katniss, please don't make this harder than it already is. Her voice cracks as she pulls my shirt over her head. I can't afford to want you. Not when I know you're temporary. We should go back. Arya will be up soon. Yeah. But neither of us moves immediately. Nicholas? Her voice is small. What happens now? After a while, we dress in silence, shaking sand from clothes and skin. As we walk back to the villa, my hands find hers. She doesn't pull away. It's a small gesture, but it feels like hope. For now, this is enough.
Chapter 15. Katniss. The pool water is the perfect temperature for punishing myself. 5:30 a.m., and I've already done 20 laps, muscles burning with the kind of pain that might distract from the other ache, the one between my legs, in my chest, behind my eyes where tears threaten. Sand. I can still feel sand in places sand should never be. Can still taste salt on my lips that isn't from the ocean. Can still hear my name in Nicholas's voice, broken and reverent like a prayer. 21. 22. My strokes slice through water that's pink with reflected sunrise, and I pretend each lap erases a moment from last night. The way he held me while I sobbed. The desperate way I kissed him. The sound he made. 23. 24. You're going to pull something if you keep that pace. I falter mid-stroke, sucking in water instead of air. When I surface, coughing, Nicholas is sitting at the pool's edge, legs dangling in the water. He's in swim trunks and nothing else. Morning light playing across his chest in ways that make my brain short-circuit. How long, exactly, have you been there? I manage between coughs. Long enough to count 15 laps. He slides into the water with barely a ripple. Couldn't sleep either. I back toward the opposite edge, needing distance. I always swim in the mornings. No, you don't. He stays where he is, but his eyes track my movement. You do yoga on the terrace at home. You've swum exactly twice in this pool this whole trip before today. The fact that he knows my routine makes something flutter in my chest. Well, today I felt like swimming. Today you felt like running. He starts a lazy breaststroke, not pursuing but not retreating either. I recognize the technique. I've been doing it all night. I don't know what you're talking about. No. He ducks under, swimming beneath the surface with powerful strokes. When he emerges, he's closer, but still maintaining careful distance. So you're not replaying last night and cataloging all the reasons it was a mistake? Heat floods my face that has nothing to do with exercise. Nicholas, because I've been doing the same thing. Water droplets cling to his eyelashes, making his eyes impossibly blue. Except I can't find a single reason to regret it. I can find several. I grip the pool edge, ready to bolt. Starting with the fact that we have a contract, a business arrangement. Last night was, don't. His voice is soft but firm. Don't diminish what happened. Not when you still have my nail marks on your back. The words hit like electricity. I do have marks. Saw them in the mirror this morning along with a bruise on my hip, shaped like his thumb. Evidence that last night wasn't a dream or a mistake, but something raw and real and dangerous. It was adrenaline, I insist. fear and comfort seeking and nonsense. He swims closer, and I'm trapped between flight and the pool wall. It was weeks of wanting each other finally boiling over. We don't. I've wanted you since you walked into my office in that red dress. The confession comes out steady, matter of fact, but he seems to be hiding something deeper as well. No, even before that. I'm attracted to you. My heart pounds so loud I'm sure he can hear it. That's just proximity, living together, playing family. It's natural to develop. Then why are you running laps like you're training for the Olympics? He's close enough now that I can see the gold flecks in his eyes, the faint stubble along his jaw. Why can't you look at me without remembering how I taste? You're very sure of yourself. I'm very sure of the sounds you made. His hand finds the pool edge beside mine, not touching but close enough to feel the heat. I'm very sure of how you said my name. I'm very sure that you're scared right now. Not of me, but of how much you want this to happen again. Even if that's true. It is. Even if it is, I continue through gritted teeth. It doesn't matter. In 7 months, this ends. We divorce, you disappear from Arya's life gradually, and we go back to being strangers who share a child-shaped heartbreak. Why? The simple question throws me. Because that's what we agreed to. Contracts can be amended. He turns to face me fully, and the intensity in his expression makes me forget how to breathe. Terms can be renegotiated. You want to extend the arrangement? The thought both thrills and terrifies me. I want to stop pretending. His hand covers mine on the pool edge, warm and sure. We're married. We're raising a child together. We're attracted to each other. Why are we making this complicated? Because it is complicated. I pull my hand away, but there's nowhere to go. Because Arya's already attached to you. Because I stop myself before admitting I'm already in too deep. You're what? He moves closer, bracketing me against the wall without touching. Tell me. I'm scared, okay? The admission rips out of me. I'm scared of wanting you, of needing you, of letting Arya need you, because everyone I've ever needed has left. His expression softens. Katniss. My parents died when I was 7. The words tumble out like water through a dam. My grandmother raised me and she was amazing, but I always knew she could be gone too. Then Cole promised forever and left the moment things got hard. I can't. My voice breaks. I can't let Arya go through that. I can't go through that. I'm not going anywhere. He cups my face, thumb brushing my cheekbone. Not in 7 months. Not in 7 years. Not unless you tell me to. You can't promise that. Watch me. His other hand finds my waist under the water, pulling me against him. I want you, Katniss. Not just your body, though God knows I want that too. I want Sunday mornings with you and Arya. I want to teach her to ride a bike and attend parent-teacher conferences and fight about whose turn it is to do bedtime. I want to wake up to your hair on my pillow and fall asleep to your breathing. Nicholas, I'm not asking you to love me. His forehead touches mine. I'm asking you to stop running from what's already happening between us. Let me be your husband, really be your husband, for whatever time we have. And when it ends? Why does it have to end? His lips brush mine, barely a touch. Why can't we just see where this goes? Because I know where it goes. But I'm not pulling away. Can't pull away. Not when he's this close and warm and solid. It goes to heartbreak. It always does. Or it goes to happiness. Another brush of lips, still asking permission. It goes to a real family. It goes to more nights like last night, but in a bed where I can see you properly. Heat pools low in my belly. That's not fair. What's not fair is denying us both something we want because you're scared. His hand tightens on my waist. I'm scared too. Terrified, actually. I've never wanted anything the way I want you and Arya. But I'm more scared of wasting the time we have. What are you suggesting exactly? I'm suggesting we stop sleeping in separate rooms. His mouth trails to my ear, and I shiver despite the warm water. I'm suggesting we stop pretending we don't think about each other. I'm suggesting we give this marriage a real chance. And Arya already calls me daddy, already expects me at bedtime and breakfast and everything in between. He pulls back to meet my eyes. She's already ours, Katniss. We're just the ones pretending otherwise. I think about last night, how right it felt to fall apart in his arms. Think about this morning, waking up alone and hating the empty space beside me. Think about 7 more months of wanting and denying and pretending. I don't know how to do this, I admit. Neither do I. His smile is crooked, vulnerable. But I know I want to figure it out with you. If we do this, I take a breath, steady myself. When it ends, if it ends, you don't get to just disappear. You have to. I will never abandon her. The vow is fierce, immediate. Or you. Whatever happens between us, I will always be Arya's father. That's non-negotiable. And between us, he kisses me properly this time, deep and sure, tasting like chlorine and promise. Between us, we take it day by day. No contracts, no deadlines, just us. My grandmother and your mother will be insufferable, I point out when we break for air. They've been planning our real wedding since the moment they met. His grin is wicked. Elizabeth already has color swatches. Of course she does. But I'm smiling too, feeling lighter than I have in days. Purple? What else? He spins me in the water, making me laugh. So? Will you let me be your husband? Really be your husband? I think about all the reasons to say no, all the ways this could go wrong, all the heartbreak waiting at the end. Then I think about Arya's joy when she sees us together, about Nicholas making butterfly pancakes, about the way he held me while I cried last night, the way he made me forget everything but his touch. Okay, I whisper. Okay? Okay, let's try. I kiss him again, feeling reckless and hopeful. But we take it slow, and we're careful with Arya. And, Mommy, Nico, you swimming without me? We break apart to find Arya at the pool edge, hands on her hips in perfect imitation of Elizabeth, wearing her butterfly swimsuit and an expression of deep betrayal. Sorry, Butterfly, Nicholas says, not looking sorry at all. Want to join us? Yes! She cannonballs with the grace of a dropped boulder, sending water everywhere. We spend the morning as a family, a real family, with casual touches and shared smiles that don't feel like performance. When Nicholas kisses my temple as I towel off Arya, when his hand finds mine over breakfast, when he pulls me against him while Arya shows the grandmothers her shell collection, it all feels natural. Right? This suddenly feels like both forever and not nearly enough time. But for now, for today, I let myself stop running, stop thinking, stop being afraid. For now, I just let myself be his wife. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link. Use the code. and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 16. Nicholas. Okay, Butterfly, here's your first clue. I hand Arya the rolled parchment I spent an hour aging with coffee and Elizabeth's lighter. Captain Butterfly's treasure awaits, but only the bravest can find it. I'm brave. Arya bounces on her toes, already vibrating with excitement. What'd it say? I can't read yet. That's why you have assistants. I gesture to Katniss, who's hovering awkwardly by the villa door, clearly unsure how to navigate our new dynamic in daylight. First Mate Mommy will help. First Mate? Katniss raises an eyebrow but takes the parchment. Since our pool conversation yesterday, she's been like this. Moments of normalcy followed by sudden awareness. Like she's remembering she's allowed to want me now. Captain Butterfly needs a crew, I explain, fighting the urge to pull her against me just because I can. Ready? She unrolls the parchment, reads aloud. Where purple wings rest on ocean flowers, seek the X beneath their powers. Purple wings! Arya gasps. Butterflies! Mommy, the butterfly garden! That's my smart girl. Katniss's smile is proud, and I catalog it with the thousands of other expressions I've collected over 3 years. This one's new, though. Soft at the edges, aimed partially at me. We set off down the path, Arya racing ahead in her purple explorer's vest, Elizabeth's contribution, and tiny pith helmet, Dolores' idea. The grandmothers follow at a distance, pretending to be casual while obviously documenting everything. You did all this before breakfast? Katniss asks, falling into step beside me. Couldn't sleep. I'd been up since 4, too wired from having her actually in my bed, even if she'd stayed firmly on her side. Figured I'd make use of the time. By creating an elaborate treasure hunt complete with aged parchment. The aging was Arya's idea. She said real treasure maps look old. I catch her hand, gratified when she only hesitates a second before threading our fingers together. Besides, I wanted her last day here to be special. Every day here has been special. Her voice is soft. You've made sure of that. I think about the years of wanting to do exactly this, make her smile, give Arya adventures, be the family man I never knew I could be until that night in the Atlanta Club, when a woman in purple made me believe in forevers. There it is! Arya's shriek interrupts my descent into memories. The butterfly garden! Come on! The resort's butterfly habitat is a wonder of netted paths and tropical flowers. Butterflies drift like living stained glass, and Arya goes still with reverence. Remember, gentle, Katniss reminds her. We look with our eyes. I know, Mommy. Arya's whisper is awed. They so pretty, like flying flowers. We search for the clue among the orchids and hibiscus, Arya directing operations with 3-year-old logic. Check under that leaf. No, the purple one. Nico, you tall, look up high. Found it. Katniss pulls a small box from behind a bromeliad. Should I open it, Captain? Yes, please. Inside is another clue and a small purple butterfly pin. Arya immediately demands it be attached to her vest. What's next clue say? She's already bouncing again. Katniss reads, Where giants live beneath the waves, find treasure in their hidden caves. Fish! Arya claps. The big fish place! She means the resort's aquarium grotto, and we're off again. This time when we walk, Katniss stays close enough that our arms brush. Such a simple thing, but after years of maintaining careful distance at industry events, of watching her from VIP sections, of loving her from afar, every touch feels miraculous. You're staring, she murmurs. Can't help it. I squeeze her hand. You're gorgeous in the morning, afternoon, evening, all the time, actually. Nicola. But she's smiling, that shy, pleased smile that makes my chest tight. Just stating facts. The aquarium tunnel is cool and blue, fish swimming overhead like we're walking on the ocean floor. Aria presses against the glass, enchanted. There! Purple fish! She points to a parrotfish. Is that the clue? Let's see. I lift her for a better view, and she spots the next box tucked into a coral display. This continues for 6 more clues. The beach where we find a box buried in sand, the pool where she has to retrieve a floating clue, the spa where the staff play along beautifully. Each location has a small treasure, shells, a stuffed octopus, watercolor paints. Katniss relaxes incrementally with each stop. By the time we're climbing the path to the island's highest point for the final clue, she's laughing freely, racing Arya up the steps, pulling me along when I pretend to lag. Hurry, Nico, the treasure waiting! These old bones, I wheeze dramatically. Can't keep up with the young pirates. You not old, Arya giggles. You just silly. Hear that? I catch Katniss around the waist, spinning her. I'm not old, just silly. The silliest, she agrees, breathless and flushed and so beautiful I have to kiss her. It's quick, mindful of Arya, but Katniss melts into it in a way that makes me want to forget the treasure hunt entirely. You kissing, Arya protests. We gotta find treasure. Right, treasure. I set Katniss down, pleased to see her pupils dilated. Lead on, Captain. The final clue waits at the viewpoint, a wooden X marking a spot beneath the bench. Arya digs enthusiastically, dirt flying everywhere until she hits the buried chest. Treasure! Her scream probably reaches the mainland. Inside is her haul, a purple butterfly kite, new books about ocean creatures, a music box that plays her butterfly song, and a photo album titled Arya's First Ocean Adventure, already half filled with pictures from our week. Is perfect. She hugs each item, then launches at me. Thank you, Nico. Best treasure ever. You're welcome, Butterfly. I hold her tight, this little girl who changed everything. But there's one more surprise. More? I produce a small jewelry box. Inside is a delicate necklace with a tiny purple butterfly pendant. For the bravest pirate princess I know, I say, fastening it around her neck. So you remember today? I never forget, she promises solemnly, then ruins it by immediately running to show the grandmothers. Look, I got butterfly jewels. Katniss watches her go, then turns to me with eyes suspiciously bright. You know you're spoiling her. That's what fathers do. The word slips out naturally now. Spoil their daughters rotten. She's going to expect treasure hunts everywhere now. Good thing I've got a lifetime to plan them. Something flickers across her face. Pleasure and fear mixed together. Before she can overthink it, I pull her close. Thank you, she says against my chest, for all of this, for being you, Katniss. I mean it. She pulls back to look at me. I don't know how we got so lucky, but Arya and I were grateful. Lucky. If she only knew how the word should apply to me, the man who's loved her hopelessly for 3 years, finally getting to hold her. We spend the afternoon flying Arya's new kite on the beach, building one last elaborate sandcastle, taking 1,000,000 photos. The grandmothers announce they're handling bedtime so we can have a romantic last evening, their matchmaking about as subtle as a neon sign. After dinner on our private terrace, after slow kisses that taste like wine and promise, Katniss falls asleep against my chest like she belongs there. Which she does. Has always belonged there even when I was just a stranger in the VIP section memorizing her every move. I should sleep too. Tomorrow we fly home, back to real life, and Cole's lawyers and the countdown of our remaining months. But I can't stop looking at her. Moonlight streams through the windows, painting her skin silver and shadow. Her hair spreads across my chest like silk, and I carefully wind a strand around my finger. 3 years I've wanted this exact moment. 3 years of dreams that pale compared to reality. I love you, I whisper into the darkness, words I can only say when she can't hear them. I've loved you since the first note you sang in that purple dress. Loved you through every performance, every smile you gave crowds that weren't me. Loved you when you had Arya alone, when you struggled, when you shone. She shifts slightly, and I freeze, but she just burrows closer, her hands spreading over my heart. Sometimes I think it might be obsession, I continue, needing to voice these fears even to sleeping ears. The way I collected information about you, protected you without your knowledge, memorized your coffee order and your daughter's favorite color before we'd even spoken. My free hand traces the curve of her shoulder, mapping territory I'm still amazed I'm allowed to touch. If you knew how long I've watched you, wanted you, you'd run. Think I'm some stalker who manipulated this situation. I swallow hard. And maybe you'd be right. Maybe love this consuming isn't healthy. Maybe the way I need you, need Arya, need this family we're building. Maybe it's too much. A tear escapes, and I'm grateful for darkness. But I swear I'd never hurt you. Never cage you. If you wanted to leave tomorrow, take Arya and disappear, I'd let you go. It would kill me, but I'd do it. Because that's the difference between obsession and love, isn't it? Love wants you happy, even if it's not with me. She sighs in her sleep, and I press a kiss to her hair. 7 months, I murmur. That's what we agreed to, but I'm so scared it won't be enough. Scared you'll realize I'm not playing at this, that when I say forever, I mean it. Scared you'll see how deep this goes, and it'll terrify you. The ocean whispers through the windows, and somewhere a nightbird calls. Tomorrow we go home. Tomorrow the real world crashes back in. But tonight she's in my arms, warm and trusting in mine. I love you, I whisper to her sleeping form one more time. I love you in ways that might frighten you if you knew. Love you like drowning, like burning. Like every song you've ever sung was written just for me. And I'm sorry for that. Sorry I can't love you in half measures or safe doses. Sorry I'm all or nothing and you got all of me before you even knew my name. She murmurs something unintelligible, pressing closer, and I close my eyes. Let her sleep peacefully, unaware of the magnitude of what she's accidentally inspired. Let her think this is new, manageable, something that grew from proximity and contract terms. The truth, that I've been her since the first note, that everything I've built has been to be worthy of her, that I'd burn the world down to keep her and Arya safe. The truth stays buried in the darkness. Sweet dreams, my love, I whisper, and finally let sleep claim me too.
Chapter 17. Katniss. The penthouse smells like home and heaven all at once. Roses on the entry table, lilies in the living room, and, my breath catches, purple orchids everywhere else. It's like Nicholas raided every florist in Atlanta while we flew back from paradise. Nico, flowers! Arya shrieks from his arms, where she's been since the airport. Purple ones, like my butterflies. I thought you might miss the island flowers, he says, but he's watching me, gauging my reaction. Too much? I turn in a slow circle, taking in the transformation. Our home? When did I start thinking of it as ours? Looks like a garden bloomed indoors. It's beautiful. Hungry, Arya announces. My tummy's making dinosaur noises. Dinosaur noises? Nicholas carries her toward the kitchen. We better feed it before it escapes. I follow, still dazed by the flowers, by the way he opened every door for me today, by how his hand hasn't left my lower back, except when absolutely necessary. Like he's afraid I'll float away if he's not anchoring me. The kitchen island is set with Arya's purple plates and her special butterfly cup. The air smells like, did you make mac and cheese? I stare at the stove where her favorite comfort food bubbles. When? We just got home 20 minutes ago. Devin, he admits, settling Arya in her booster seat. I texted him from the plane, wanted her to have something familiar after all the travel. My chest does that dangerous squeeze it's been doing more and more. The man who could have hired a 5-star chef to prepare dinner instead asked his assistant to make boxed mac and cheese because he knows Arya won't eat the fancy kind. With hot dogs? Arya asks hopefully. Cut up in little pieces just how you like them. He serves her plate with the same focus he probably brings to board meetings. Blow on it first, it's hot. We move through dinner with the ease of a family who's done this 1,000 times. Arya chatters about showing her stuffed animals the beach photos. Nicholas cuts her hot dog pieces smaller when she struggles. I wipe cheese from her chin. It's so normal, so right, that I forget to guard my heart. Bath time, Little Mermaid, I announce when her eyes start drooping. Not tired, but she yawns so wide we can see her molars. Want to stay up with you and Daddy? That word. She's been using it freely since the island, and neither of us corrects her anymore. What's the point when it makes her so happy? When it makes him look at her like she hung the moon? Daddy will read you an extra story if you take your bath now, Nicholas bargains. 2 extra stories? 1 extra story and the butterfly song. Deal. She shakes his hand, their ritual that never gets old. An hour later, she's clean, pajamaed, and passed out between us in her bed, despite promises to stay awake forever. Nicholas carefully extracts himself, but I linger, brushing her hair back from her face. She's getting so big, I whisper. Still perfect, though. He offers his hand to help me up. Come on, Harrison called while you were washing her hair. We need to discuss tomorrow. Tomorrow. The real world crashing back in. In his study, he pours wine while I curl into the corner of his leather couch. The city sparkles beyond the windows, but I can't shake the feeling we're still in our island bubble, protected from everything harsh and ugly. Harrison set the meeting for 10. Nicholas says, handing me a glass. Neutral location. A conference room at the Marriott downtown. He'll have security there, just in case. You think Cole will get violent? I think Cole is desperate. He sits beside me, not quite touching, but close enough that I feel his warmth. Desperate men do stupid things. What if he won't listen? What if showing him the evidence just makes him angrier? Then we go to court with 7 women ready to testify on his pattern of abandonment. His jaw tightens, but I prefer to avoid that. For Arya's sake. For Arya's sake. Always for Arya. I never wanted this, I admit. When I found out I was pregnant, I had this fantasy that he'd step up, be a father. When he left instead, I thought at least she'd be spared the drama of custody battles and weekend visitations and... My voice cracks. Hey. He sets his wine aside, pulls me against him. You protected her. Gave her stability and love and everything she needed. That's not failure, that's heroism. I breathe in his scent. That sandalwood cologne that's become synonymous with safety. What if I'm making it worse? What if fighting him just makes him more determined? Then we fight harder. His lips brush my temple. He doesn't get to disrupt her life because he suddenly remembered she exists. Our lawyer, I correct softly. Our daughter? Ours. He agrees. And something in his voice makes me pull back to look at him. The intensity in his ice blue eyes steals my breath. He's looking at me like I'm something precious, something worth protecting, something loved. Nicholas, I start, not sure what I'm going to say. We should get some sleep, he says, but makes no move to let go. Big day tomorrow. Yeah. But I don't move either. Too comfortable in his arms, too safe in this moment. When we finally go to bed, his bed, our bed, he pulls me close and I let him. Let myself have this. Tomorrow we face Cole and lawyers and ugly reality. Tonight I'm held by a man who fills our home with purple flowers just because. The conference room smells like burnt coffee and broken dreams. Cole slouches in a chair across the table, Designer sunglasses on despite being indoors, gold chains catching the fluorescent lights. He looks exactly the same, handsome in that dangerous way that used to make my young heart race. So, he drawls, not bothering with greetings. Y'all summoned me here to what? Threaten me? To talk, I say, proud when my voice doesn't shake. About what's best for Arya. My daughter? He emphasizes the possessive. Funny how you remember she's mine when your white boy can't just buy me off. Nicholas's hand finds mine under the table, steadying. He's in full CEO mode today. Charcoal suit that fits like sin, expression carved from Winterstone. But his thumb strokes my knuckles, reminding me I'm not alone. Mr. Thompson, Harrison begins, spreading files across the table. We've asked you here to discuss an amicable resolution. My clients would prefer to avoid court. Bet they would. Cole's smile is ugly. Bad for the image, right? Trinity's good girl in a custody battle? Bad for everyone. Nicholas speaks for the first time, voice deadly quiet. Especially the 8 children you fathered and abandoned across 4 states. Cole's smile falters. You don't know. Jamila in Houston, I recite, having memorized the names. She has your son, Jaden. He's 5. You haven't seen him since he was 2 months old. That's different. Keisha in Memphis, I continue. Twin girls, Maya and Maya, 4 years old. Born 3 months before Arya. His face darkens. You investigating me? Protecting our daughter, Nicholas corrects, from a man who has a pattern of making children and disappearing. Our daughter? Cole laughs, harsh and bitter. She ain't yours, white boy. Don't matter how much money you throw around or what papers you sign. She's got my blood. Blood you've ignored for 3 years, I snap. Where was your blood when she had pneumonia at 18 months, when she took her first steps? Said her first words? I was building my career. You were getting high and making more babies you'd abandon. The words taste like poison but need saying. Tiffany in Dallas, Marcus Jr. in New Orleans, 3-year-old Destiny in Jackson, whose mother has a restraining order because you— Shut up! Cole slams his hand on the table, making me jump. You don't know anything about— We know everything. Nicholas's voice could freeze hell. Every woman you've left, every child support payment you've dodged, every arrest for possession, every— I said, shut up! Cole lunges across the table. It happens so fast. 1 second, Cole's reaching for me, rage twisting his features. The next, Nicholas is between us, Cole's hand caught in his grip. Touch her, Nicholas says, so calm it's terrifying. And I will end you. Not financially, not legally. I will end you. Nicholas, Harrison warns. But Nicholas doesn't let go, doesn't look away from Cole's face. You want to play daddy now? Fine. Take us to court. Let a judge hear how 7 women are ready to testify about your abandonment. Let Arya learn her biological father cares more about his image than her welfare. You threatening me? Cole tries to pull free, but Nicholas's grip doesn't budge. I'm promising you. Nicholas releases him with a slight shove. Walk away. Sign away your rights. Let Arya grow up peaceful and loved. Or fight us and lose everything. Cole straightens his jacket, trying to salvage his dignity. You think you won? Think you can just erase me? You erased yourself. I find my voice. The day you looked at our daughter and walked away. I was young. I was 21. I stand, needing to move. Alone, scared, trying to build a career while raising a baby. You think I wasn't young? That's different. Because I'm her mother? I laugh, but it's bitter. No, Cole. It's different because I loved her more than I loved myself. something you've never done for anyone. This ain't over, he snarls, but he's backing toward the door. I got rights. You have privileges, Nicholas corrects, also standing. Privileges you forfeit every time you choose yourself over those children. Every single time. Cole's face cycles through rage, calculation, and finally something like defeat. You really got all them women ready to talk? Everyone, Harrison confirms, with documentation. And if I sign the papers, give up rights? We establish a trust for Arya's education and medical needs, Nicholas says. You stay away, but she's provided for. When she's 18, if she wants to know you, that's her choice. And the others? My other kids? Something flickers in Nicholas's expression. Surprise, maybe. We're establishing trusts for all of them. Educational funds. Whether you're involved or not, they'll have opportunities. You'd do that? For kids that ain't even... Cole stops, shakes his head. Why? Because they're Arya's siblings, I say simply. And no child should suffer for their parents' choices. Cole stares at us for a long moment. Y'all really thought this through. We protect what's ours, Nicholas says, and his hand finds mine again. All of it. I'll think about it, Cole mutters, hand on the door. But this ain't... Don't expect me to just... Take your time, Harrison interjects smoothly. The offer stands for until midnight. If not, we'll bury you so deep. You won't know where it all started and ended. Cole leaves without another word, the door slamming behind him. My knees give out the second he's gone. Nicholas catches me, guides me back to a chair. You did so well, he murmurs, crouching in front of me. So strong. I don't feel strong. My hands shake nervously as I reach for him. I feel like I might throw up. That's adrenaline. It'll pass. He cups my face, thumb stroking my cheekbones. You were magnificent. A warrior protecting her cub. He was going to hit me. The reality of it crashes over me. If you hadn't, but I did. His forehead touches mine. I will always be between you and anyone who tries to hurt you. Always. The word hangs between us, heavy with promise, with something that feels too big to name. Take me home, I whisper. Anything you want. That night, after Arya's asleep and the city's gone quiet, we lie in bed fully clothed. I can't seem to stop shaking, even hours later. I keep seeing his face, I admit into the darkness. That rage. What if he comes to the house? What if he tries to take her? He won't. Nicola pulls me closer, my back to his chest, his arms a fortress around me. Security's been increased. He can't get near the building without us knowing. But what if... Shh. His lips brush my hair. No what ifs tonight. You're safe. Arya's safe. That's all that matters. I turn in his arms, needing to see his face. Even in the darkness, his eyes seem to glow. You really would end him, wouldn't you? If he touched me? Without hesitation. No bravado, just fact. You and Arya are... He stops, jaw working. What? Everything, he finishes quietly. You're everything. My heart does that dangerous squeeze again. I touch his face, trace the line of his jaw, the curve of his lips. He catches my hand, presses a kiss to my palm. Katniss. He breathes, and my name sounds like a prayer. I kiss him instead of answering, soft and grateful and terrified. He responds carefully, like he knows I'm fragile tonight, like he knows one wrong move might shatter me. When we break apart, I'm crying without knowing why. Hey, he whispers, alarmed. What's wrong? Nothing. Everything. I burrow into his chest, hiding. I'm scared. Of coal? Of this. The admission tears for me. Of how safe you make me feel. Of how natural this all is. Of how I can't imagine. I stop, but the words hang there anyway. Can't imagine my life without you. I know, he says, and maybe he does. Maybe he feels this thing building between us too. This terrifying, beautiful thing that has no name, because naming it makes it real, and real things can be lost. Just hold me, I ask. Small and needy in a way I never let myself be. All night, he promises. Every night. As long as you'll let me. I close my eyes, breathe in his scent, let his heartbeat steady mine. Tomorrow there will be lawyers and decisions and reality to face. But tonight I'm held by a man who stood between me and violence, who fills our home with flowers, who loves my daughter like his own. A man I'm falling for despite every wall I built, every promise I made to keep my heart safe. The realization should terrify me more than it does. But wrapped in his arms, listening to him breathe, feeling safer than I've ever felt, I can't find the fear. Only the falling. Only the beautiful, terrifying descent into something that feels like forever.
Chapter 18. Nicholas. The Good Morning Atlanta green room smells like hairspray and nervous energy. Katniss sits in the makeup chair while a woman with impossibly steady hands applies something to her already perfect face. She's wearing the navy dress my mother sent over. Television appropriate but not boring, Elizabeth had declared, and her hands twist in her lap. We didn't receive Cole's reply about our offer, so the deal is off the table. This is only the start of our counterattack. Stop fidgeting, the makeup artist says gently. You're going to smudge. Sorry. Katniss catches my eye in the mirror. I'm not usually nervous about cameras. This is different from performing, I remind her, moving to stand behind her chair. But you're going to be brilliant. James from PR hovers nearby, tablet in hand, scrolling through our talking points for the 100th time. Remember, we're focusing on family unity and child welfare. Don't let them bait you into attacking Cole directly. Even though he deserves it, Katniss mutters, especially because he deserves it. I rest my hands on her shoulders, feeling the tension there. We're taking the high road. Mr. and Mrs. Winters, a production assistant pokes her head in. 5 minutes to air. My phone buzzes. Harrison. His deadline passed at midnight. No response. We file the moment you're done there. I show Katniss the text. Something shifts in her expression. Sadness mixed with relief. He couldn't even be bothered to respond, she says quietly. 3 years of nothing. Then threats and violence. Then nothing again. His pattern, I remind her, but it ends today. The makeup artist steps back, admiring her work. All done. You look gorgeous, honey. She does. The camera is going to love her, but more importantly, Atlanta is going to see what I see. A devoted mother fighting for her child. Ready? I offer my hand. She takes it, stands, smooths her dress. As I'll ever be. The set is blazing with lights, the hosts already in position. Monica Jordan and David Rodriguez have been Atlanta's morning sweethearts for a decade, warm enough to feel safe, sharp enough to ask real questions. And here they are. Monica rises to greet us, all professional warmth. The couple everyone's been talking about. Welcome. We settle on the cream-colored couch, Katniss's hand in mine. The cameras aren't live yet, but I can feel them waiting, hungry glass eyes ready to broadcast our truth. Before we start, David leans forward. I want to say how much we appreciate you choosing our show for this conversation. You've always been fair, Katniss says. And this is about fairness. For our daughter. For all the children involved. Monica's eyebrows rise. All the children? We'll get to that, I promise. The floor director counts down. 3, 2, 1. Good morning, Atlanta! Monica's voice brightens for the cameras. We have a very special interview this morning. Nicola Winters and Katniss James Winters are here to address the recent speculation about their family and the custody situation that's been making headlines. Thank you for having us, Katniss says, and I'm proud of how steady her voice is. Let's start with your love story, David suggests. The world was surprised by your wedding announcement. Tell us how you met. We run through our practice story, the Grammy party, quiet courtship, protecting our privacy for Arya's sake. Katniss relaxes as we talk, her natural charm emerging. And your daughter? Monica's voice gentles. She's 3. 3.5, Katniss corrects with a mother's precision. She'll tell you she's almost 4 if you ask. She's the light of our lives, I add, pulling out my phone. May I? At their nod, I show a photo from the island, Arya on my shoulders, Katniss laughing beside us, the ocean sparkling behind. It's perfectly chosen to show our family unit. Beautiful, Monica says. Now we have to address the elephant in the room. Cole Thompson has made some very public claims about being kept from his daughter. Katniss's hand tightens in mine. This is the moment. Cole made his choice 3 years ago, she says carefully. When Arya was 1, he told me fatherhood was too young, and left. I have the texts. I have the documentation of missed birthdays, ignored calls, abandoned promises. That must have been incredibly difficult, David says. It was. Katniss lifts her chin. But I had support. My grandmother, my Trinity sisters, and eventually Nicholas. Arya has never lacked for love. And now, Cole wants custody, Monica prompts. What Cole wants, I interject, is attention. What we want is protection for all the children affected by his choices. All the children. David picks up on the phrase. I look at Katniss. She nods. Cole has fathered 8 children with 7 women across 4 states, I state clearly. He's actively involved with none of them. Several have restraining orders. Most have never received child support. The hosts exchange shocked looks. Monica recovers first. 8 children? That we know of, Katniss confirms. And every one of them deserves better than a father who only shows up when cameras are rolling. We've been in contact with the other mothers, I continue. They're prepared to testify about his pattern of abandonment. But more importantly, we're establishing educational trusts for all 8 children. What? David blinks. Every child deserves opportunity, Katniss says simply. Arya's siblings shouldn't suffer because their father won't step up, so we are. That's incredibly generous, Monica manages. It's what family does, I say, and they are Arya's family, whether Cole acknowledges them or not. Can you tell us what happened at your meeting with him? David asks. Katniss tenses. We've rehearsed this part. We offered him the chance to sign away his rights peacefully, she says. In exchange, we'd ensure Arya was provided for, and when she's 18, she can choose whether to know him. He became violent, I state flatly. Attempted to assault my wife when confronted with evidence of his other children. Security footage will be provided to the court. He tried to attack you? Monica's shock seems genuine. He's always had a temper, Katniss says quietly. But this time, Nicholas was there to protect me, to protect us. We're filing for termination of parental rights today, I announce. Based on abandonment, failure to support, and violent behavior. Arya deserves peace. All the children deserve peace. How is Arya handling this? David asks gently. Katniss smiles for the first time. She's blissfully unaware. This morning she was teaching her stuffed octopus to speak butterfly. Her biggest concern is whether the butterfly garden has purple butterflies. She calls Nicholas Daddy, Monica notes. How long has that been happening? About a month, I answer, warmth spreading through my chest. She decided on her own. I'm honored every time she says it. Because that's what you are. Katniss looks at me with those amber eyes. Her daddy, the one who shows up, who reads bedtime stories, who teaches her to swim. Biology doesn't make a father. Love does. That's beautiful, Monica says, and she seems to mean it. The interview continues. Lighter questions about our vacation, Trinity's upcoming album, how we balance careers and family. By the time we wrap, the atmosphere has completely shifted. We're not the villains in Cole's narrative. We're parents protecting our child. Thank you both, David says as the cameras cut. That was not what I expected. The truth rarely is, I reply. In the car afterward, Katniss slumps against me. Did we do the right thing, putting it all out there? I check my phone. Twitter is already exploding. Hashtag #ProtectAll8 is trending. The other mothers are posting support. Even celebrity parents are weighing in about choosing fathers versus sperm donors. Look, I show her the screen. The court of public opinion is ruling. She scrolls through, eyes widening. They're supporting us? They're supporting you, I correct. A mother who protected her child. A woman strong enough to build a family from ashes. A heart big enough to care for children who aren't even yours. Our money is supporting them, she deflects. Our hearts decided to. I kiss her temple. The money is just logistics. My phone rings. Harrison. We filed, he says without preamble. Cole has been served. Also, 3 more women have come forward since the show aired. He has 11 children, not 8. 11? Katniss, pressed against me, has heard. Establish trusts for all of them, I instruct. Whatever they need. Nicholas, Katniss protests. That's millions! That's justice, I counter. And Arya should know her siblings are cared for. Harrison continues. The judge wants to see you Monday. Emergency hearing based on the violence and abandonment evidence. Also, Ms. James, the other mothers want to thank you. They're calling you a hero. I'm not, he starts. You are, I interrupt. To them. To Arya. To me. After Harrison hangs up, we sit in the back of the car, watching Atlanta pass by. The city feels different somehow. Lighter. Like truth has burned away some shadows. 11 siblings, Katniss murmurs. How do we even begin to explain that to her? Slowly, I suggest. Carefully. Maybe start with meeting 1 or 2 when she's older. You really meant it? Supporting all of them? I turn her face to mine. I meant every word. They're part of you, which makes them part of us. Family. Her kiss tastes like gratitude and something deeper. When we part, there are tears on her cheeks. Happy tears, she assures me. Just, you keep being this man I didn't know existed. This father, this protector, this... Yours, I finish. I'm yours, Katniss, in every way. The show's probably getting calls, she says. Complaints about our lies, our agenda. My phone buzzes again. James from PR. Show says its highest rated segment in 2 years. Overwhelming positive response. 3 national shows want you. Also Nicholas. That photo of your family broke their website. It's been shared 100,000 times in an hour. I show her the message. I don't think we need to worry about complaints. What photo? Oh. She sees it on the screen. The one from the beach, all 3 of us glowing with happiness. We look perfect, I supply. Because we are. You know what this means? She's looking at the responses, the support, the mothers thanking her. Cole can't win now. Public opinion matters in custody cases, and we just told the truth, I remind her, finally. No more hiding, no more letting him control the narrative. Our truth. Our truth, she repeats, then laughs, bright and free. God, that felt good. Saying it all out loud, letting people see who he really is. And who we really are, I add. A family, real, complicated, fighting for each other. She curls into my side as we head home to our daughter, who's probably covered in glitter from whatever craft project the grandmothers have devised. Home to our life that's messier than any contract, but more beautiful than any plan. Thank you, she says against my shoulder, for standing beside me up there, for making me brave enough to tell the truth. Always, I promise, meaning it. In interviews, in courtrooms, in life, always beside you. The city sparkles in morning light, full of people who now know our story. Some will judge, some will doubt, but most, based on the flood of support, will see what I've always seen. A woman worth fighting for, a child worth protecting, a family worth everything. And Cole Thompson, with his 11 abandoned children and empty threats, doesn't stand a chance against that.
Chapter 19. Katniss. The studio feels like home tonight. Dim lights, the smell of leather and old vinyl, my fingers finding melodies on the piano that's witnessed every triumph and heartbreak of Trinity's career. It's nearly 11, but inspiration doesn't follow banker's hours. And this song has been begging to be written for days. Safe in your arms, that's where I belong. I hum the line, adjusting the chord progression. It's sweeter than our usual sound, more vulnerable. Cindy will tease me mercilessly when she hears it, but Vanessa will understand. She's seen me these past weeks, lighter, freer, glowing with something dangerously close to happiness. A week since the interview. A week since we filed papers. A week of blessed quiet from Cole's camp. My phone's been mercifully silent, except for messages of support, and Nicholas texting me ridiculous photos of Arya throughout the day. This morning's gym. Her attempting to teach a butterfly yoga in the garden. My fingers dance across keys, finding the bridge. This is what contentment feels like. Creating music not from pain but from joy. From the safety of Nicholas's arms, from Arya's laughter, from family dinners where the grandmothers plot our future while pretending they're just discussing recipes. The studio door clicks. "Hey, Marcus," I call without looking up, assuming it's the night security guard. "Just another hour, promise." "Not Marcus." My hands freeze on the keys. That voice, smooth with an undercurrent of gravel, too familiar, too close. I spin on the bench to find Cole lounging against the doorframe like he owns the place. "How did you get in here?" My phone is across the room in my bag. Too far. The panic button is by the main console. Also too far. Still got my access code from back in the day. He holds up a key card that should have been deactivated years ago. Management never was too bright about security. I stand slowly, putting the piano between us. He looks different, cleaner than at the hotel meeting. Sober, maybe. His locks are freshly maintained, wearing all black that makes him blend into the shadowed doorway. "If you're here to..." "I'm not here to hurt you, Nis." The old nickname makes my skin crawl. "Just came to talk. To show you something you need to see." "We have lawyers for talking. Get out before I call security." "With what phone?" He nods toward my bag. "Look, 5 minutes. That's all. Then I'll go. Disappear like you all want. But you need to see this first." Something in his tone stops me from screaming. Not threatening, almost. Pitying? "Whatever game you're playing." "No game." He reaches into his jacket and I tense, but he only pulls out a photograph. "Just truth. Something your boy Nicholas forgot to mention." He sets the photo on the piano bench and steps back, hands visible. Against my better judgment, I look. It's old. That slightly faded quality of film from maybe 15 years ago. A younger Nicholas, probably college age, his white blonde hair longer and shaggier. He's laughing at something off camera, arm around a young woman. My breath catches. The woman could be me. Same deep brown skin, same amber eyes, same cheekbones. Her hair is different, shorter, natural coils instead of my current silk press, but the resemblance is uncanny. They're on some university quad. Other students blurred in the background, looking at each other like the rest of the world doesn't exist. What is this? My voice comes out steadier than I feel. That's Rachel Morrison. Cole moves closer, but maintains distance when I step back. Nicholas's college sweetheart. First love. The one who got away. He pauses. Well, died away. Car accident 5 years ago. The studio tilts slightly. I grip the piano for balance. You're lying. Am I? He pulls out his phone, scrolls, shows me the screen. Her obituary, 26 years old, engaged to Nicholas Winters at the time of her death. I scan the death notice, my stomach dropping with each word. Rachel Marie Morrison, beloved daughter, sister, fiancée, taken too soon in a tragic accident. Survived by parents Marie and David Morrison, brother James, and fiancé Nicholas Winters. The photo accompanying the obituary is professional, probably from their engagement announcement. She's stunning, poised, educated, everything a man like Nicholas should have. Everything that looks exactly like me. Still think I'm lying? Cole pockets his phone. Your boy's been carrying a torch for a dead woman. Then you show up, her twin, and suddenly he's buying your label, protecting you, marrying you quick. That's not... But my protest dies. 3 years of attending concerts. What was it he'd said? That I wore a purple dress and sang like I was saving the world? Or did I just remind him of someone else who used to save his world? He visit her grave, you know, Cole continues, almost conversationally. Every month. Flowers and everything. My boy doing his research found the cemetery records. Consistent visits, even after y'all got married. The room spins harder. I sit heavily on the bench, the photo still in my hands. Study it like it might change if I look hard enough. But the resemblance only grows stronger. The way she tilts her head, I do that. The shape of her smile, I see it in every photo of myself. Why are you showing me this? I manage. Because for all my faults, and I got plenty, I never pretended you were someone else. His voice carries something almost like sympathy. I was a bad father, bad partner, all of that. But when I was with you, I was with you. Not some ghost wearing your face. Get out. The words scrape my throat. Now. Think about it, Nis. Man has been watching you for years, probably imagining you as Rachel. Swoops in with a marriage proposal the second you need help. Looks at you like you hung the moon, but can't tell you why. He heads for the door, pauses. You're not his wife. You're her replacement. And deep down, you know I'm right. I said get out. Already gone. He tosses the key card on the floor. Do yourself a favor, though. Ask him about Rachel. See if he tells you the truth. Watch his face when you say her name. The door closes behind him with a soft click. I sit in the silent studio, staring at a photograph of my husband with a woman who wore my face before I did. Safe in your arms, that's where I belong. The lyrics mock me from the paper. Safe. But am I? Or am I just a ghost he can finally hold? I gather my things. The song abandoned, the joy that wrote it curdled into something sick and suspicious. Every sweet moment from the past weeks takes on new meaning. The way he sometimes stares at me like he's seeing someone else. The intensity of his protection that seemed too much for a simple business investment. Every time he sees me or watches my concert, was it me he saw or her? The drive home is a blur. My key trembles in the lock, and I'm grateful for the late hour. Nicholas will be in his study, working. Aria is long asleep. You're home late. I jump, keys clattering to the floor. Nicholas stands in the living room, still in his suit pants and white shirt, sleeves rolled up. He's holding a glass of wine. Another waiting on the side table. For me? Because he's thoughtful like that. Because he knows me, or knows someone who looked like me. Sorry, I manage, bending to retrieve my keys. Got caught up writing. Must have been quite a song. He crosses to me and I have to force myself not to step back. His hand cups my face, thumb stroking my cheek with casual intimacy. You look tired. Everything okay? I stare up at him, searching those ice blue eyes for truth. Does he see me, or does he see Rachel in my features? A second chance at a love death stole. Everything's fine, I lie, letting him pull me into a kiss that tastes like wine and deception. Just a long day. Come sit, tell me about the song. He leads me to the couch, hands gentle and familiar. I made that pasta you like. It's in the warmer if you're hungry. Of course he did. Because he's perfect. The perfect husband. Perfect father. Perfect what? Man grieving his dead fiancée through her doppelganger? I'm not really hungry, I say, curling into the opposite corner of the couch. Think I might just shower and crash. He frowns slightly. You sure you're okay? You seem... What? The word comes out sharper than intended. Distant. He sets down his wine, giving me his full attention. Did something happen at the studio? Yes, I want to scream. My ex showed up with proof that I'm just a placeholder for your dead fiancé. Instead, I force a smile. Just tired. And Aria has that field trip tomorrow, right? I should get some sleep. The Butterfly Museum, he confirms, still studying me with those eyes that see too much. She's been talking about it all week. Right, so, bed. I stand, but he catches my hand. For a moment, I think he's going to push, demand real answers. Part of me wants him to. Part of me wants to thrust Cole's photo in his face and demand, who is Rachel? Why do I look exactly like her? Am I real to you, or just her echo? But he just brings my hand to his lips, kisses my knuckles. I love you, he says simply. The words hit like a punch. He's never said that before. Not directly. Not to me. To me? Nicola. I know it's fast, he continues. I know we started this as an arrangement, but Katniss, these past weeks, this family we're building, I love you. I love our life. I love us. I stare at him, this beautiful man offering words I've been both craving and fearing. But all I can see is that photograph, him laughing with a woman who had my face first. I need to shower, I whisper, pulling free. Hurt flashes across his features before he masks it. Of course. I'll be up soon. I flee like the coward I am, lock myself in the bathroom, and sink to the floor. In the mirror, my reflection stares back, amber eyes wide with fear, skin flushed with confusion. I trace my features, wondering if Nicholas does the same, wondering if he's remembering another face, another time, another love. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Ask him about the purple dress. C. Purple dress. I wore purple to that showcase 3 years ago, the night Nicola first saw me perform, or the night he saw his dead fiancée singing on stage and couldn't let her go again. I delete the text and turn on the shower, letting steam fill the room until I can't see my reflection anymore. Can't see Rachel's face in mine. Can't see the truth I'm too terrified to confirm. Somewhere in this penthouse, my husband is drinking wine and planning our daughter's field trip and saying he loves me. But which me does he mean? The water scalds my skin, and I welcome the burn. It's real at least, unlike everything else in my life that suddenly feels like a beautiful, terrible lie.
Chapter 20. Nicholas. 7 days. That's how long Katniss has been slipping through my fingers like smoke. Monday morning, I wake to find her side of the bed cold, the shower already running in the guest bathroom, not ours. By the time I'm dressed, she's gone, leaving only the lingering scent of her shampoo and a note. Early rehearsal? We'll grab breakfast at studio. Where, Mommy? Aria asks over pancakes, her purple fork paused midair. Working, Butterfly. She's writing new songs. Oh. She considers this, then brightens. Can we bring her lunch? Surprise lunch. Which is how I find myself at Trinity's studio at noon, Aria bouncing beside me with a container of her favorite mac and cheese to share. The receptionist smiles apologetically. Mrs. Winters is in a closed session. She said no interruptions. But we brought mac cheese, Aria protests, with hot dogs. I'm sure she'll love it, sweetie, but... It's fine, I interrupt, recognizing a wall when I hit one. We'll catch her at home. Except we don't. She texts at 6. Running late, don't wait up for dinner. Tuesday, I try again. Set my alarm for 5 a.m., determined to catch her before she can escape. But she's already in the kitchen, fully dressed, pouring coffee into a travel mug. You're up early, she says without turning around. Wanted to see my wife before she disappears for another 18 hours. I keep my tone light, but something in it makes her shoulders tense. The album deadline's in 3 weeks. You know how it is. She still won't look at me, busying herself with adding cream, sugar, anything to avoid eye contact. Katniss! I move closer and she sidesteps, reaching for her bag. What's going on? Nothing's going on. Finally, she meets my eyes and the distance there hits like a physical blow. I'm just busy. This is what I do, Nicola. This is my work. I know your work. This isn't... I have to go. She's already at the door. Vanessa's waiting. What about dinner tonight? Just us? Can't. Label meeting. The door closes before I can respond. Wednesday brings more creative excuses. Thursday, she actually hides in the bathroom when she hears me coming down the hall. I can see her shadow under the door. By Friday, I'm desperate enough to ambush her at bedtime. But she's perfected the art of fake sleep, breathing too evenly, too carefully. I know you're awake, I whisper into the darkness. She doesn't respond. Just lies there, inches away, but might as well be on another continent. Saturday morning, Aria provides unexpected intelligence. Mommy cries in her music room, she announces over breakfast, casual as only a 3-year-old can be about emotional devastation. What do you mean, Butterfly? Yesterday I went to show her my drawing and she was crying at the piano, Aria demonstrates with dramatic sniffles. She said she had allergies, but Mommy don't have allergies. Doesn't have allergies, I correct automatically while my mind races. Did she say anything else? Said she loves me more than all the butterflies in the world. Aria smiles. Then we had juice. Enough. This ends tonight. I text Dolores. Can you take Aria for a sleepover? Emergency. Her response is immediate. About time you two talked. I'll pick her up at 5. The rest of the day is preparation. I dismiss the staff, cook her favorite meal myself, the shrimp Alfredo she mentioned craving last week. Set the table with candles, the good china, fresh flowers, not roses, never roses. Create a sanctuary where maybe, finally, she'll tell me what I did wrong. Because I must have done something. Said too much when I confessed my love. Moved too fast. Scared her with the intensity of feelings I've carried for 3 years. At 6, I text her, please come home for dinner, just us, please. No response, but the read receipt tells me she saw it. 7 o'clock. The pasta's getting cold. 7:30. I pour myself wine and wait. At 8, I hear her key in the lock. She appears in the dining room doorway, still in her studio clothes. Ripped jeans and an old Trinity tour shirt, her hair in a messy bun. She looks exhausted, beautiful and wary. What's all this? She gestures at the elaborate setup. Dinner. I stand, pull out her chair. Remember dinner? The thing couples do where they eat and talk and act like they actually live together? The barb lands. She flinches slightly, but sits. Where's Aria? With your grandmother. She was excited about movies and popcorn. You sent our daughter away? There's an edge to her voice. I gave us space to talk without audience. I pour her wine. Notice how she watches my hands like she's memorizing them. You've been avoiding me since I told you I loved you. That's not... Please don't lie to me. I sit across from her, the candlelight painting shadows on her face. I've tried breakfast. You're gone. Lunch. You're in meetings, dinner. You're recording. You sleep as far from me as possible while still technically sharing a bed. So tell me, what did I do wrong? She takes a sip of wine, then another. You didn't do anything wrong. Then why are you running? I'm not running. I'm working. Nonsense. The profanity makes her eyes widen. You're hiding, and we both know it. Is it because I said I love you? Was it too soon? Too much? Nicholas! Because I can't take it back. I lean forward, needing her to understand. I can't unfeel it. Can't pretend I don't wake up every morning grateful you're in my life. Can't act like Arya isn't my whole world. Can't... Stop! Her voice cracks. Please! Why? Why can't I love my wife? Why can't I... The doorbell interrupts, loud and jarring. We both freeze. Did you order something? She asks. No. I'm already standing, irritated at the interruption. I'll get rid of whoever... The bell rings again, insistent. I stride to the door, yanking it open to find a delivery person holding an enormous arrangement of white roses. Delivery for Nicholas Winters? I didn't order... Annual standing order, sir. He hands me the flowers, already backing away. Have a good evening. I close the door, staring at the roses. White. Perfect. Familiar. My blood turns to ice as I spot the card, the same message they autopilot every year. For Rachel Morrison. 5 years gone, but never forgotten. With love from the Morrison family. Today. How did I forget today? I turn to find Katniss standing behind me, her face pale in the foyer light. She's staring at the flowers like they might bite her. Her hands tremble as she reaches for the card. Annual order, she reads, voice strange and hollow. White roses. Katniss. Ah! She looks at me and the expression on her face stops my heart. Not confusion, not surprise. Something worse. Confirmation of a suspicion. Who is Rachel? The question falls between us like a blade. 3 words that change everything. Because the way she asks, trembling, suspicious, already breaking, tells me this isn't really a question at all. It's an accusation. It's a goodbye. But I am not ready, and I won't let her go because of this reason.
Chapter 21. Katniss. Before he can reply, my emotions get the better of me. Everything I've experienced, all our moments, the love he made me feel, the security, the patience and understanding. Everything explodes and vanishes in front of my eyes. The white roses scatter across marble like broken promises. I've thrown them hard enough that petals explode everywhere. But it's not enough. Nothing is enough to stop the pain ripping through my chest. You lied to me. The words tear from my throat, raw and bleeding. Everything. You said you loved me. Every kiss. Every moment. It's all been a lie. Katniss, please. Nicholas reaches for me, but I stumble backward, nearly tripping over a fallen stem. Don't touch me. I'm sobbing now, ugly sounds I can't control. I'm not her. I'm not Rachel. But that's all you see when you look at me, isn't it? Your dead fiancé wearing my skin. That's not true. Stop lying. My hands shake as I swipe at tears that won't stop falling. 3 years, Nicholas. 3 years of watching me, protecting me as your investment. And I thought, God, I actually thought you saw me. But you just saw her ghost. Heck, being seen as your investment is much, much better than being somebody's ghost. Listen to me. No. I'm screaming now, don't care who hears. Cole showed me the pictures. You and Rachel, and she looks... We could be twins. And you loved her. We're going to marry her. And then she died, and you found me, and she was never mine. His voice cuts through my hysteria, sharp and desperate. He's blocking the door now, not threatening, but like he's terrified I'll run before he can explain. Rachel was my best friend, he says, words tumbling fast. The engagement was arranged by our families when we were 20. It wasn't real, Katniss. She was in love with someone else. Convenient story now that she's dead. The words are cruel, but I can't stop them. Everything hurts too much. She was eloping with James, her actual boyfriend. When the accident happened, his voice cracks. They were running away together because our families wouldn't accept him. He was the driver. He died too. I sink against the wall, legs giving out. You're lying. I'm not. He crouches in front of me, careful not to touch. Rachel was like my sister. We were trapped in the same society expectations, same suffocating world. The engagement was our cover story while she planned her escape. And I just existed. Until you. I look exactly like her. My voice sounds broken even to me. How am I supposed to believe? Come with me. He stands, extends his hand. Let me show you something. Please. If you still want to leave after, I won't stop you. But please, Katniss, give me 5 minutes. I stare at his hand, the same hand that's held mine, touched me, made me feel safe. Everything in me screams to run, but something in his eyes stops me. Terror. He's terrified. I don't take his hand, but I follow. He leads me to his study, to the built-in bookshelf that covers one wall. His hands tremble as he reaches behind a leather-bound set of encyclopedias, and I hear a soft click. The entire bookshelf swings inward, revealing a hidden room. What? He flips a switch. Light floods the space. I stop breathing. The walls are covered, floor to ceiling, with me. Photos from every Trinity performance, magazine covers, newspaper clippings. There's a glass case with merchandise, tour t-shirts, signed CDs, VIP lanyards. Another case holds what looks like my purple dress from that first showcase, preserved like a museum piece. Oh my God. I turn in a slow circle, taking in the magnitude of it. Oh my God, Nicholas. What is this? This is going to sound worse than it is. He stands in the doorway like he's afraid to enter, to contaminate this space with reality. I know how it looks, like I'm some stalker, some obsessive. 3 years. My voice sounds hollow. You've been collecting me for 3 years. Every public appearance, every photo published, every interview uploaded. He runs his hands through his hair, messing it completely. I told myself it was just appreciation, investment research. But it was more. It was always more. I moved deeper into the room, drawn despite my horror. Here's a photo from my first Grammy nomination, my face glowing with disbelief. There's video stills from the BET Awards 2 years ago, a set list I'd signed and thrown to the crowd. Somehow he'd gotten it. This is insane. I touch a photo from last year's Christmas concert. I'm mid-song, eyes closed, lost in the music. Nicola, this is... I know. He finally enters but keeps distance between us. I know it's crazy, obsessive, wrong, but I couldn't stop. From that first night at the showcase, you were all I could think about. Your voice, your smile, the way you moved. It was like finding something I didn't know that I was searching for. Because I look like her? No. The word comes out fierce. Rachel and I never had this. Never. Look. He steps out for a moment and gives me regular photo album from a shelf at the corner of his office and flips it open. Photos of him and Rachel through the years, graduation, family dinners, society events. They're smiling, but there's distance. They look like what they were, friends playing a role. We never had heat, he says quietly. Never had want. She was my best friend trapped in the same cage. We used to joke about it, how our families thought we'd magically fall in love when we'd known each other since we were 5. I studied the photos. He's right. There's affection but no passion. Nothing like the way he looks at me, even now when I'm falling apart in his shrine to my existence. I talked to her about you, he continues. At her grave. Told her about this singer who made me feel insane. How I'd bought shares in your label just to protect you. How I watched from VIP sections like some creep who couldn't approach you. Why didn't you approach me? Because what would I say? He laughs, but it's bitter. Hi, I'm Nicholas. I've been obsessed with you since your showcase. I have a room dedicated to your career. Want to get coffee? Despite everything, that pulls a broken laugh from me. It would have been memorable. You would have run screaming. He moves closer, still cautious. I was trying to work up the courage when the playground happened. And suddenly, I had a reason to be in your life that wasn't just my desperate need to know you. I sink onto a small couch in the corner. Even this room has furniture, like he spends time here. All of this, it's all public photos. Every single one. I never invaded your privacy, never followed you, never crossed lines. He kneels in front of me, careful not to crowd. I just collected moments. Moments where you were sharing yourself with the world, and I was desperate for any piece of you I could have. This is still crazy. I know. Like, certifiably insane. I know. You have my dress in a case like it's the Hope Diamond. I know. I bought it myself, in your size. There are only 3 of these dresses in the world. He drops his head. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I never meant. When you came into my life for real, I should have told you. But how? How do I explain that I've loved you from a distance for 3 years? That every time I protected you, it was selfish because I couldn't bear anything happening to you. That marrying you was the best and worst thing because I got to have you, but it was based on a lie? Not a lie. I correct softly. An omission. A massive omission. He looks up at me and his eyes are wet. You can leave. I'll understand. It's too much. I'm too much. But please believe me when I say it was never about Rachel. You might share similar features, but you're nothing alike. She was quiet where you're fire. She was resigned where you're fierce. She accepted her cage where you built your own damn sky. My tears have started again, but gentler now. You really loved me all this time, all these years? Desperately, pathetically, completely. He shifts closer, between my knees now, but still not touching. I love how you laugh with your whole body, how you bite your lip when you're writing, how you look at Aria like she's your entire universe. I love your talent and your strength and your terrible morning mood and your obsession with purple. I'm not a replacement? The question comes out small. You're not a replacement. His hands hover near mine, asking permission. You're everything. You're the song I did not know I was waiting to hear. And I'm sorry I'm so bad at this, that I loved you wrong, that I kiss him. Cut off his apologies with my mouth because I can't process words anymore, but I can process this. The desperate way he kisses me back, the sob that escapes him, the careful way he holds me like I might shatter or disappear. When we break apart, we're both crying. I don't understand this, I whisper against his lips. Any of it. The room, the photos, the 3 years of silent devotion. It doesn't make sense. I don't understand it either. His forehead rests against mine. I just know that from the moment you sang that first note, you rewired something in my brain, in my heart. and I've been yours ever since. You have my tour t-shirt from 2022. I wore it to sleep sometimes. The admission makes him flush. God, that's creepy. I'm sorry. It's creepy. I agree. And sweet. And insane. And exactly the kind of thing someone would do if they were genuinely in love and didn't know how to handle it. Can you forgive me? For the room? For not telling you? For, I don't know. I answer honestly. This is a lot to process. You have a shrine to me in your wall. I'll tear it down, all of it. Tonight? No. The word surprises both of us. Not yet. I need to understand it first, to see what you saw, to figure out how I feel about my husband being my biggest fan before he was my husband. Does that mean you'll stay? He's fully on his knees now, hands gentle on my thighs, looking up at me like I hold his entire world in my hands, which maybe I do. I'll stay, I concede. We'll talk, really talk, about Rachel, about this room, about us, and then we'll see. That's all I ask. He presses his face to my stomach, arms wrapping around my waist. That's more than I deserve. I run my fingers through his hair, staring around this room that's essentially a temple to my existence. It should terrify me. Maybe it does. But underneath the fear is something else. A strange kind of awe that someone could love me this much, this long, this silently. Nicolay, next time you fall in love with someone at first sight, maybe just introduce yourself? His laugh is watery against my shirt. There won't be a next time. It's only you. It's only ever been you. I believe him. God help me, sitting in this insane room surrounded by my own face, holding this beautiful, obsessive, devoted man. I believe him. And maybe that's the craziest part of all. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 22. Nicholas. The hidden room feels different with her in it. Less like a shameful secret, more like a confessional where I've finally been absolved. Katniss runs her fingers along a photo from last year's New Year's Eve performance, and I watch her process the magnitude of my obsession. "This is from the show in Miami," she says quietly. "I had food poisoning, almost canceled." "But you didn't." "I remember that night vividly. You performed for 90 minutes. Never let them see you were struggling. I threw up twice just from sympathy." She turns to me, eyes still red from crying. "You were there? Row 15 center." I move closer, drawn by the same gravity that's pulled me for 3 years. "You wore silver. Looked like moonlight. I looked like death. You looked like strength." I touched the photo gently. That's what I saw every time. Not just beauty, Though God knows you're beautiful. But strength, fire, this force of nature that couldn't be contained by anything. She's quiet for a moment, then, "Play for me." "What? You have a piano. I've heard you play for Aria." She takes my hand and the simple touch electrifies. "Play for me. Show me what I was to you all those years." I let her lead me from the hidden room, through the study, to the music room where my Steinway waits. The city glitters beyond the windows, pre-dawn darkness softening to gray. She curls into the chair beside the bench, tucking her legs under her. "I haven't played this for anyone," I admit, sitting at the keys. "I wrote it 2 years ago, after your show at the Fox Theater. The one where the power went out? And you sang acoustic for 20 minutes while they fixed it." My fingers find the opening notes. Just you and your voice and 2,000 people who forgot to breathe. The melody flows, minor key shifting to major, like shadow becoming light. It's everything I couldn't say, every moment I watched from the darkness, every dream where she turned and saw me. Really saw me. "I called it my secret love song," I tell her as I play. "Because that's what you were. The secret I carried, this love I couldn't speak." Her breath catches. "Nicholas, listen." The bridge builds, and I pour 3 years of longing into every note. "This part, this is from your Grammy performance. You cried during Forever Young, and I wanted to storm the stage and hold you." The music swells, falls, breathes. When the last note fades, the silence feels alive. "That's..." She's crying again, but softer. "That's beautiful and strange, because..." She stands, moves to the bench beside me. "Scoot over." I shift, and she sits close enough that her thigh presses mine. Her fingers touch the keys tentatively. "I've been working on something," she says, "at the studio. These past weeks with you, feeling safe for the first time in so long." She plays a few notes, and my heart stops. It's in the same key. The same emotional progression. Like an answer to a question I didn't know I was asking. "Sing it for me," I whisper. She does. Her voice in the intimate space wraps around me like silk, telling a story of walls coming down, of unexpected safety, of love that surprises and terrifies. The melody intertwines with mine in ways that shouldn't be possible. We've never shared music before, never collaborated, but somehow we've been writing the same song from different sides. When she finishes, we're both breathing hard. "Play yours again," she says, "while I sing mine. Let's see." I start the opening and she waits, finds her entrance like she's always known it. Our melodies dance together, statement and response, question and answer, two halves of something that was always meant to be whole. "Our secret love song," she breathes when we finish. "We've been writing the same song." "No." I turn to face her fully. We've been writing each other. The kiss is inevitable, soft at first, tasting of tears and wine and truth. But then her hands are in my hair, and mine are spanning her waist, and 3 years of want crashes over us like a wave. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on our website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. When I finally ease out of her, we both make sounds of loss. Evidence of our passion drips onto the piano keys, but neither of us cares. After, we lie on the floor beside the piano, her head on my chest, our clothes scattered like sheet music. The sunrise paints her skin gold and rose. "We should probably get up," she murmurs without moving. "Probably." I trace patterns on her bare shoulder. "Aria will be home soon." She presses a kiss on my chest. "Nicholas?" "Yes?" "No more secret rooms." "No more secrets," I agree. Though I'm keeping the dress. Her laugh vibrates through me. "Sentimental fool." "You're a sentimental fool." "Mine," she agrees, and the word is better than any song. We do eventually get up, shower together, which takes longer than showering separately, dress in soft clothes. When Dolores brings Arya home, we're making breakfast together, moving in easy synchronization. "Mommy! Daddy!" Arya crashes into us, talking a mile a minute about movies and popcorn and Grandma's snoring. "We have pancakes?" "Butterfly pancakes," I confirm, lifting her to the counter. "Want to help?" As I watch my girls, mine, ours, make a mess of the kitchen, I think about the hidden room, about 3 years of loving from afar, about the strange twists that brought us here. "What you thinking?" Katniss asks, flour on her nose. "That I'm the luckiest man alive. Sappy." But she kisses me anyway, right there in front of Arya, who squeals about yucky kissing. "I love you," I tell her, because I can now, because it's not a secret anymore. "I love you too," she replies easily, like she's been saying it forever. "Now flip the pancake before it burns." This life is beautifully ours.
Chapter 23. Katniss. The lo mein tastes like contentment. That's what I think, as I steal another bite from Nicholas's container, my feet tucked under his thigh on the couch. 3 months since Cole signed away his rights and disappeared into whatever rehab facility Nicholas's lawyers found in Houston. 3 months of peace that still feels too good to be true. "You have your own food," Nicholas points out. But he's already angling his container so I can reach better. "Yours tastes better." I snag a piece of beef, grinning when he mock glares. Besides, what's yours is mine. What's mine is mine. Marriage rules. Pretty sure that's not how it works. But he's smiling. That soft one that makes his eyes crinkle. The TV plays some action movie neither of us is watching, just background noise for a perfectly ordinary Thursday night. I love ordinary now. Love the predictability of Nicholas working from home on Thursdays, of ordering takeout because neither of us feels like cooking, of knowing Arya is safe at Elizabeth's friend's ranch, learning to ride ponies. Normal feels like a miracle after years of chaos. "What are you thinking about?" He runs his thumb along my ankle, the casual touch still sending sparks through me. "How boring we are." I set down my container, shift to curl against his side. Netflix and Chinese food. We're like an old married couple. We are a married couple. His arm comes around me automatically, fingers playing with my hair. Have been for months now. Feels longer, I murmur against his shoulder. In a good way. "I know what you mean." He places a kiss to my temple. Like we've always been this. Something in his tone makes me look up at him. "What are you thinking about?" "Just us? How far we've come." His eyes are doing that thing where they see too much. From contract to contentment, I tease. But there's truth in it. The arrangement that brought us together feels like ancient history now. He laughs soft and warm. Something like that. The lights go out. It happens so suddenly I don't even have time to gasp. 1 second we're bathed in warm lamplight, the next in complete darkness. The TV dies with an electronic whimper. Power outage? I sit up, instinctively reaching for him. "Did you forget to pay the electric bill?" Silence. "Nicholas?" I pat the couch beside me, finding empty space. "This isn't funny." My eyes adjust slowly to the darkness. City lights filter through the windows, giving just enough illumination to see that I'm alone on the couch. When did he move? How did I not feel him get up? "Nicholas!" I stand, heart rate picking up. Old fears die hard. Abandonment always lurks in the corners of my mind, waiting to pounce. "Where are you?" A soft boom outside makes me jump. Then another. I turn toward the terrace windows as light explodes across the sky. Fireworks. Gold and purple bursts paint the night, each boom echoing in my chest. Who sets off fireworks in downtown Atlanta? More lights. Different this time. Dozens of small lights rising from below, moving in formation against the dark sky. Drones. They have to be drones. I move to the windows, mesmerized as they dance and swirl, creating patterns I can't quite make out. Then they still, hovering in perfect formation, and my breath catches. Words. They're spelling words in lights against the night sky. W-I-L-L. My hand presses against the glass. You. Oh my God. Mary. Nicholas. M-E. I spin around to find him standing behind me and my heart stops completely. He's in the same jeans and t-shirt he's worn all evening, but somehow he looks different. Maybe it's the way the fireworks light his face in gold and shadow. Maybe it's the expression he's wearing, nervous and determined, and so full of love I can't breathe. What are you doing? My voice comes out whispered, shaky. He drops to one knee and I see the ring box in his hand. Not the Edwardian ring from our first proposal, but something new. Something chosen for us. Not for show. Months ago, I asked you to marry me for all the wrong reasons. His voice is steady despite the emotion in his eyes. For contracts and appearances, and protecting you from scandal. Nicola, let me finish, please. He opens the box, revealing a ring that takes my breath away. It's nothing like the first one. This is warm rose gold with a cognac diamond surrounded by smaller white stones in a pattern that looks like butterflies, I breathe. Butterflies, he confirms, because that's what you gave me, you and Arya. This feeling like I could fly when I'd been grounded my whole life. He takes a breath. I'm asking you to marry me again. No contracts, no arrangements, no expiration dates, just you and me and our daughter and whatever other children we make together. Children? The word comes out squeaked. All the children you want, a whole butterfly garden of them. He's smiling now, that crooked one that devastates me. Marry me because I love you, because I've loved you since before I knew your name, because I want to write more secret love songs with you and wake up to your bedhead for the next 60 years. I'm crying, didn't even realize I'd started. Yes. Yeah. Yes, you ridiculous man. Yes to all of it. Yes to? The door bursts open. Surprise! I shriek as lights flood the room and people pour in. Elizabeth and my grandmother flanking Arya, who's bouncing like a maniac in a princess dress I've never seen before. Cindy and Vanessa behind them, both filming on their phones and crying. We saw fireworks! Arya launches herself at us. And Guanma said it's a party. Is it my party? It's Mommy and Daddy's party, Elizabeth says, beaming. But you're the flower girl. Again? Arya looks delighted. I'm good at flowers. The best at flowers. Nicholas agrees, somehow managing to stand and catch her while still holding the ring box. Want to help Daddy put Mommy's new ring on? New ring? She practically vibrates with excitement. Is it purple? Look and see. Together they slide the ring onto my finger, Arya's little hands guiding Nicholas's larger ones. It fits perfectly, like everything else about this moment. Now kiss, Arya demands. Like movies, Nicholas grins. You heard the flower girl. He kisses me while our family cheers, while fireworks still paint the sky, while drones spell out, "She said yes," for all of Atlanta to see. Arya squirms between us, making yuck noises, but she's giggling too. How long were you planning this? I ask when we break apart. 3 months, he admits. Since the day Cole signed the papers, I wanted to wait until that chapter was fully closed before starting our new one. We helped, Cindy interjects. Do you know how hard it was not to tell you? Impossible, Vanessa adds. I've had stress hives for weeks. And I made your dress, Elizabeth announces proudly, for the engagement party this weekend. Purple naturally. Naturally? I laugh, wiping tears. Did everyone know except me? Even the lawyers knew, Dolores says, coming to hug me. That boy asked my permission last month. Did it properly, too. Brought flowers and everything. Guama D gave her blessings, Arya informs me seriously. That means it's official. The most official. I agree, pulling her into a proper hug. What do you think about Daddy proposing to Mommy? I think he should have used purple fireworks, she says, making everyone laugh. But gold is pretty too. Next time, all purple, Nicholas promises. Next time? I raise an eyebrow. How many times are you planning to propose? As many as it takes, he says simply. I'll propose every anniversary if you want, every milestone, every time you need reminding that you're chosen and cherished and absolutely stuck with me. Smooth talker, but I'm smiling so hard my cheeks hurt. That's why you love me. One of many reasons, I agree, pulling him down for another kiss. The apartment fills with champagne and laughter and terrible karaoke. Cindy's version of At Last is particularly painful. Arya falls asleep on the couch despite her sugar high, clutching a piece of cake. The grandmothers hold court in the kitchen, already planning what sounds like a royal wedding. Happy? Nicholas asks, finding me on the terrace where I've escaped for air. The fireworks have ended, but the drones still spell out celebratory messages. Overwhelmed, I admit. In the best way. I can't believe you orchestrated all this. I had help. Your grandmother is surprisingly good at covert operations. He pulls me against him, my back to his chest. And Elizabeth's been dying to throw us a proper engagement party since the courthouse wedding. Of course she has. I lean into his warmth. Nicola? I love you. I love you too. No, I mean... I turn in his arms to face him. I love you in the real way. The mundane Tuesday way. The Chinese takeout and Netflix way. The arguing over laundry and who forgot to buy milk way. The forever way. His eyes soften. The forever way? The forever way, I confirm. No contracts needed. He kisses me then, soft and sure, while our family celebrates inside and the city glitters below. This is what happiness feels like, not the staged perfection of our first proposal, but this real, chaotic, perfect moment. Come on, I say eventually. We should get back before Cindy breaks into the good champagne. Too late, he informs me. She found the Dom Perignon 20 minutes ago. Of course she did. We head back inside to our family, to our future, to our beautifully ordinary life that's anything but ordinary. Arya stirs when I pick her up, mumbles something about purple butterflies, then snuggles into my neck. Home? She asks sleepily. We are home, baby, I tell her. We're home.
Chapter 24. Nicholas. The garden at my mother's estate looks like Arya designed it, purple everywhere. Wisteria drapes from pergolas, lavender lines the aisle, and violet roses climb every available surface. Only 40 chairs, each occupied by someone who matters. No photographers hiding in bushes, no helicopters overhead, no one here who doesn't love us. Daddy, my dress is so twirly! Arya spins for the 100th time, her flower girl dress billowing. She's already lost one shoe, and her flower crown sits crooked. But she's perfect. The twirliest, I agree, adjusting her crown. Remember what we practiced? Walk slow, throw flowers, don't eat them. She counts on her tiny fingers. And smile pretty. Exactly right, butterfly. Devon appears at my shoulder, immaculate in his groomsman's suit. She's ready. My heart stops, restarts, races. 5 months of planning this day, of Elizabeth and Dolores commanding wedding preparations like generals, of Katniss stealing my breath every time she mentioned her dress. 5 months since I proposed for real, since we decided to do this right. How do I look? I asked Devon, suddenly nervous. Like a man about to marry the love of his life, he says simply. Again, but better. The string quartet begins, not the traditional march, but an arrangement of our secret love song that Vanessa helped create. Our guests stand, turn toward the house, and I forget how to breathe. Cindy appears first, stunning in deep purple, winking at me as she passes. Vanessa follows, tissue already at her eyes. Then Aria, who abandons all pretense of slow walking and basically sprints down the aisle, throwing handfuls of petals with enthusiastic chaos. "Hi, Daddy!" she shouts as she passes me. "Mommy looks like a princess!" My mother catches her at the front, settling her with promises of cake later. I barely notice, because Katniss has appeared, and the world tilts on its axis. She's not wearing white. The dress is the softest shade of lavender, flowing like water, like music made fabric. Her hair is natural, crowned with purple flowers, and she's smiling that smile that rewired my brain 4 years ago. Dolores walks beside her, dabbing at her eyes, but I only have vision for my bride. When they reach me, Dolores kisses my cheek. "Take care of my babies," she whispers. "With my life, I promise." Then Katniss takes my hands and everything else fades. "You're supposed to wait for the vows to cry," she teases softly, reaching up to catch a tear I didn't know had fallen. "You're so beautiful," I manage. "How are you real?" "I could ask you the same thing." Her thumb traces my cheekbone. "Ready to do this, right?" "Beyond ready." The officiant, Judge Morrison again, but this time by choice, begins the ceremony. I don't hear most of it, too lost in amber eyes and the miracle of this moment. No contracts, no arrangements, just us. "The couple has written their own vows," Judge Morrison announces. "Katniss?" She squeezes my hands, takes a breath. "Nicholas Winters, you stalked me for 3 years." Laughter ripples through our guests. I grin, unashamed. "And somehow made it romantic instead of creepy. You gave me safety when I didn't know I needed it. You loved my daughter before you loved me, which told me everything about your heart. You write songs in your sleep and make butterfly pancakes and have very strong opinions about purple versus violet." "They're different colors," I protest, making everyone laugh again. "You see me," she continues, voice softer now. "Not the performer, not the image, just me. Messy morning me, stressed about deadlines me, crying in the shower me. And somehow you love all versions." Her voice catches. "I promise to love all your versions too. CEO you, secret romantic you, the you that has my merchandise in a climate-controlled case." "Duh. It's archival quality storage," I defend, earning more laughter. "I promise to write songs with you, raise butterflies with you, and never let you forget that you're chosen. Daily, hourly, forever." I'm crying openly now, don't care who sees. Devin hands me a handkerchief. "Nicholas?" Judge Morrison prompts. I take a shaky breath. "Katniss James, you saved me with a song. I was existing, not living, until you walked onto a dingy club stage in a purple dress and showed me what passion looked like. I fell in love in 3 minutes and spent 3 years trying to deserve you." "You did a good job," she whispers. "I promise to love you correctly this time, out loud in public, with embarrassing enthusiasm. I promise to support your dreams, protect our family, and always have purple flowers in the house. I promise to teach all our children about butterfly migrations and accept that sometimes pancakes are dinner." I pause, threading our fingers together. "I promise that my love will never be a cage, never be a burden, always be a gift freely given. You're not my secret anymore. You're my song, my light, my forever." "The rings?" Judge Morrison asks. "I got them." Arya escapes Elizabeth's grip, racing forward with the pillow. She trips on her recovered shoe. The rings go flying and everyone gasps. But Devin, bless him, catches them mid-air. "Safe," Arya announces, "like baseball." We exchange rings through tears and laughter, Arya providing commentary. "So sparkly, Mommy, you crying? Happy tears? The happiest tears, baby. By the power vested in me, and with significantly more joy than last time, Judge Morrison says with a wink, I pronounce you husband and wife. Again, properly. Nicholas, kiss your bride. I frame her face with my hands, this woman who changed everything. I love you, I whisper against her lips. I love you too, she breathes back. No take-backs. Never. The kiss is soft, sweet, a promise. Our guests erupt in cheers. Arya yells, yucky kissing, while clapping, and somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbles. Inside, everyone, Elizabeth commands. Reception in the ballroom, quickly! Rain starts as we race inside, Katniss laughing as her dress flows behind her. We're soaked by the time we reach shelter, but no one cares. The ballroom is transformed. More purple, fairy lights, photos from our journey covering every table. Look, Mommy! Arya points to her table's centerpiece. It's us at the beach! The afternoon flows like champagne, toasts that make us cry, Arya's impromptu performance of the butterfly song, our grandmother's competitive dance-off that Dolores wins. Cole's absence isn't felt. He's a chapter so thoroughly closed it's like it was written in disappearing ink. Dance with me, Katniss says as evening falls, pulling me onto the floor. To our song. To any song. Every song. All the songs. We sway together, her head on my chest, my arms secure around her. Our guests fade to background, and it's just us again. How it started, how it continues. Thank you, she murmurs. For waiting. For the room full of photos. For loving me before you knew me. She looks up. For being patient while I caught up. You were worth the wait. Daddy, Mommy, dance with me! Arya crashes into our legs, demanding inclusion. I lift her between us and we sway as a trio, our daughter singing something about purple butterflies and cake. This is happiness, not the desperate yearning of 3 years ago, but this settled, certain joy. Hours later in the hotel suite my mother insisted on booking. Katniss emerges from the bathroom in white silk that makes my mouth go dry. Hi, husband, she says, voice husky. Hi, wife. I pull her onto the bed into my lap. How does it feel being married for real? Like coming home, she admits, fingers tracing my jaw. Like everything was leading to this. Her hands move to my shirt, unbuttoning with deliberate slowness. I'm already hard beneath her, my manhood straining against my pants as she shifts in my lap. The silk of her negligee rides up, and I discover she's wearing nothing underneath. Things are getting pretty spicy again. But don't worry, you can get all the details from the unabridged version of this book, where YouTube can't tell us what we can and can't narrate, from VixSavonRomance.com. Get a special 40% off with code VIXA40 and enjoy this pleasure at a discount. Thanks for listening. After we lie tangled, her finger tracing patterns on my chest. Nicholas? I'm pregnant. The words land like fireworks. I jackknife up, staring at her. You're about 8 weeks. She bites her lip, suddenly shy. I wanted to wait until after the wedding to tell you. Are you happy? Happy? I frame her face, kiss her deeply. I'm ecstatic, overwhelmed, terrified, perfect. We're having a baby? We're having a baby, she confirms, laughing at my expression. Arya's going to be a big sister. She'll want them to be purple. Probably. She curls against me, fitting perfectly. I love you. Our life. Our family. Our song. Our everything. I agree. Hand spreading over her still flat stomach. Another miracle.
Epilogue. Katniss. 3 years later. The Grammy stage lights are blinding, but I've learned to find my family in any crowd. 3rd row center, Nicholas in a perfect black tux, Arya beside him in a purple dress that cost more than my first car, and bouncing between them like a pinball made of pure energy, our 2-year-old Aries. Mommy, I hear his little voice carry over the applause. Mommy up there. Cindy grabs my hand. Vanessa takes the other, and we stand together as Trinity, accepting our third Grammy, but our first for Best Girl Group. The weight of the award grounds me while my heart tries to float away. Y'all, Cindy speaks first, her Detroit accent thick with emotion. We've been dreaming about this moment since we were teenagers thinking we could sing. Since we were sleeping on studio floors, Vanessa adds, tears already streaming, believing that harmony could change our lives. The audience quiets, and I find my voice. This award belongs to so many people. To our production team who believed 3 Black women deserved to tell their stories their way. To our label, I catch Nicholas's eye, for protecting our vision even when it wasn't the easy choice. Especially our producer. Cindy interjects with a grin, making the audience laugh. They all know the story now. The billionaire who fell for the girl group member, the secret photos, the real wedding that made international headlines. To our families, I continue, my throat tight. My grandmother Dolores, who raised me on Motown and morning prayers, Elizabeth Winters, who taught me that grace comes in many forms, our Trinity sisters who keep us grounded, and to our babies, Vanessa adds. She's got her own now, a daughter who's Aries' best friend and partner in chaos. Speaking of babies, I say, finding my children in the crowd again. Aria sits properly now, 7 years old, and convinced she's grown, but Aries has escaped Nicholas's grasp and is literally vibrating with excitement. To my daughter Aria, who reminds me daily that purple butterflies can be real if you believe hard enough. And to my son Aries, who's currently giving his father a cardiac event by trying to climb over the seats. Baby, sit down. The audience laughs as cameras find my family. Nicholas has recaptured Aries, who waves enthusiastically at the screen showing his face. Hi, Mommy. You pretty. That's my boy. I laugh through tears. Already knows how to sweet talk. But mostly, I look at Nicholas, forgetting the thousands watching, the cameras, everything but the man who changed my life with patience and probably too many photos. To my husband, who loved me before he knew me, who taught me that sometimes the best songs are the secret ones we write in our hearts, who makes butterfly pancakes every Sunday and still insists purple and violet are different colors. They are, he calls out, making everyone laugh again. I love you, I say to him, not caring that my voice cracks. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for the room full of photos I made you keep. Thank you for our chaos and our songs and our babies who think volume control is a myth. In conclusion, Cindy steps to the mic as the music starts playing us off. Stream our album, love your people, and remember, butterflies come in all colors, but purple ones are the most magical. Trinity, everyone! Vanessa shouts as we're ushered off stage. The moment we're in the wings, I'm running. These heels are designer death traps, but I need my family. Aria reaches me first, slamming into my legs. Mommy, you won. You made a speech. I saw everything. You were perfect, baby. I kiss her forehead, careful not to smudge my lipstick on her. Mommy! Aries breaks free from Nicholas again, launching himself at me. I catch him. Designer dress be damned. You sparkly, like a disco ball. Thank you? I laugh, breathing in his baby shampoo scent. He's got Nicholas's eyes but my energy, a combination that keeps us constantly exhausted and utterly enchanted. Congratulations, love. Nicholas reaches us, one arm pulling me close while managing not to squish the kids between us. Best girl group, long overdue. You're biased, I accuse. Completely, he agrees, kissing me softly, hopelessly, permanently. Daddy, why you kissing Mommy? Aries demands. We supposed to be kell-baiting. Celebrating. Aria corrects with big sister superiority. And they kiss, 'Cause they're in love. Duh. Duh, Aries mimics, though he clearly has no idea what he's agreeing to. Family photo. Cindy appears with her phone. Grammy winners and their beautiful chaos. We arrange ourselves. Nicholas holding Aries, who's making bunny ears. Me with my arm around Aria, who's trying to look sophisticated. All of us glowing with the kind of happiness that can't be staged. One more for the collection? I tease Nicholas. Always, he says. And I know he means it. Somewhere in our home is still that room, though now it's evolved. Still photos of my career, yes, but also our wedding pictures, Aria's artwork, Aries' handprints, concert tickets from shows we've attended together. A whole life documented and cherished. Mommy, can I hold the Grammy? Aria asks. Me too. Me too. Aries bounces again. The child doesn't walk anywhere. He bounces, bounds, or bolts. Careful, I warn, letting them both touch the award. It's heavy. Like my love for you. Nicholas murmurs in my ear, making me laugh. That was terrible. You love my terrible lines. I love you, I correct. The terrible lines are just part of the package. Package? Aries shouts, because he's two and random words are hilarious. Inside voices, baby, I remind him for the 1,000th time today. Okay, he shouts at the same volume. Vanessa appears with her daughter Melody, and suddenly, it's a full Trinity family reunion backstage at the Grammys. The kids immediately start playing some game that involves a lot of running and squealing while we adults try to process what just happened. Best girl group, Cindy marvels. After 15 years, we really did it. We really did, Vanessa agrees. From that studio apartment with the leaky ceiling to this. From secret babies to public joy, I add, watching our children play. No hiding now, no fear, just life in all its messy glory. What's next? Cindy asks. World tour? Another album? Vegas residency? Dinner, Nicholas suggests. Aria has school tomorrow, and someone needs to burn off energy before bedtime. He eyes Aries, who's now attempting to cartwheel. Practical as always, I tease. But he's right. This is our life. Grammys and bedtimes, spotlight and nightlights, dreams achieved and lunches to pack. I love our life, I tell him as we wrangle kids toward the exit. Award tucked safely in Vanessa's giant purse. Our beautiful, chaotic, purple butterfly-filled life, he agrees. Purple butterflies, Aries screams with joy because he heard his favorite words. Inside voice, Aria reminds him primly. Inside voice, he yells back. We spill out into the Los Angeles night, a Grammy-winning girl group and their families, looking nothing like the publicity photos and everything like happiness. Aries falls asleep in the car, despite his best efforts to stay awake forever. Aria reads a book by streetlight, already too cool for car games. Still feel like a fairy tale? Nicholas asks, his hand finding mine over the center console. I think about it. The hidden room that started as obsession and became devotion. The contract marriage that became real love. The little girl who got a daddy and the little boy who completed our family. The songs we've written together, both literal and metaphorical. The way he still brings home purple flowers every week. Better than a fairy tale, I decide. Fairy tales end. This just keeps getting better. Even with Aries' volume control issues, especially with those. I squeeze his hand, though we should probably start saving for future noise complaints. Already have a fund, he admits, making me laugh. Of course you do. I plan ahead. It's what I do. What you do, I correct, is love us with spreadsheets and strategy and secret purple everything. Guilty as charged. The city lights blur past, carrying us home. Tomorrow there will be interviews about the Grammy, preschool drop-off, board meetings, play dates, and all the beautiful mundane things that make a life. But tonight, we're just a family coming home from Mommy's work event, where she happened to win a major award. "Mommy?" Aria asks sleepily. "Are you happy?" I look at my daughter, my son, my husband. Think about Cindy and Vanessa, my grandmothers, the music that brought us all together, the long road from that scared single mother to this moment. "The happiest," I tell her, "the absolute happiest." And I am. Secret love songs and all,